Well, over on the steer side, our two judges today coming from out east and down south a little bit. Chance Young in the tan jacket there. Chance is from Springville, Tennessee.
Get out here in class 2 of the semis, and obviously a pair of cattle. Bottom line, we're going to leave them the way that they came into us. The young man steer, not only is he stouter, more massive, and just overall just overwhelming in terms of the steer right behind him and his muscle shape and his dimension, but then you set the cattle into motion. He's also the sounder one that is just more accurate in terms of his stride off of his rear too. A nice place to start there for that young man. Taking nothing away from the baldy here that the young lady brings us. He's nice in terms of his body shape. Definitely has some basics in terms of just muscle and just smoothness of build. Just a calf that we'd like to see probably a shot just wider in terms of his underpinning. A calf that we'd certainly like to see just a shot better in terms of his hind leg design. Really nice pair of cattle for both of those young exhibitors. Congratulations to them.
Well, a really nice female to start off. Our next class with here, one, you know, you like the symmetry and the balance that she has. She's good and bold at the center portion of her ribs that comes out of her spine, goes down there to her belly. She's very nice balance from her chest floor to her udder. Very sound, very functional off either end of her skeletal design. One that's very nice and attractive off that front end. Just really good. Might like the moderator in terms of her frame. Young ladies, Butterscotch Heifer here. This next is one that, you know, we really like a lot of things about her too. She's very sound, she's very functional, very fresh in terms of her condition. She's stout-ended, she got some chest width and with the base. Maybe just gets a little bit shorter and rounder from her hooks to her pins compared to our class winner. We like her in terms of her size and maturity, just a little bit better than one's ahead of her, just gives up a little bit right there. Young ladies heifer that rounds out the class, very attractive through her front 1/3, very youthful in her type and her kind. Maybe just like to just give her just a little bit more time on feed to run with them, flush her up just a little bit and she'll get there. Congratulations. Well, let me get caught up over on the steer side. First of all, top row over here, how's volume? Good? Good? Okay. First place, class 300, goes to Garrett Weilard of Pella. Placings for class 301, first place goes to Cody Wright of Independence, second to Chloe Sprague of Altoona. Currently in the ring, class 302, Simmental steers. Placings over on the heifer side. Single entry, class 100, Mari Stevenson from Parnell. Placings for class 101, Charlotte Percentage Heifers. First place, Owen Weisinger, Fort Madison. Second to Callie Schneider of West Branch. And third to Paisley Van Wyck of Madrid. Currently in the ring, class 102, Charlotte Percentage Heifers.
Testing 1, 2.
Get here in our third class, the semis, and obviously we get into a little bit more heat, turn the dial up, and kind of get these cattle that are a shot more ready in terms of their condition and maturity. The young man brings us one, and I guess we never wavered from the fact that he needed to start us. Not only is he the biggest and squarest footed at the ground, he's also by some margin the most relaxed in his spine, the most ideal in terms of his structure, and then as you work your way up from there, he's the most robust in terms of his body shape, the most busted open in terms of his muscle. Now, ideally, you're going to get critical on him. We just take that tail head and kind of knock it down in him a shot there, but that's getting very critical on one that we thought kind of handled this class very, very easily. For us, the decision became between 2 and 3, and we chose to go with the young lady here with the white switch calf. Not only is he the stouter option that has more foot and bone, but in our opinion, he's just the more marked animal one in terms of the amount of red meat that he packs on his skeleton. As we compare him to the calf that precedes him, probably a shot straighter right up there in terms of his shoulder. That causes him to kind of get a shot tighter right there in terms of his middle spine, but certainly a calf that we like in terms of his presentation and quality. The Brockle face steer, we could actually argue moving him into second, like I said, because he's a smoother build option that's probably more ideal in terms of his back shape and in terms of his spine and how everything fits together. But the problem is the frailer made steer is also a shot tighter on the move. If that steer could get out and travel the ground just any more accurately, we could definitely be sliding him up. We just want to see him a shot more relaxed in terms of his structure. The all-black steer is one that definitely has some basics, checks the boxes in terms of body and smoothness of build. Bottom line, there's just not enough oomph there to him as we step in behind the cattle. The black steer that comes next, the young man gives a really nice silhouette from the side. He's really nice in terms of his lines. We just got to bust that guy apart right behind his shoulder, see him have more forerib and more natural spread right out the back side of his blade. Young man here with the red steer that rounds us out actually has more red meat, has more muscle to offer us, but we just weren't comfortable with that guy's structure as we predicted him to go further down the road. We just want to see him more relaxed there off of both ends. Definitely a very nice class of semi-steers with a really good one to get us started.
This April-born set of composite Charolais, this young lady's butterscotch heifer here at the top of this class. In terms of overall balance and eye appeal and cow ability, I think on down the road, this young lady excels within this class. You get this one out and get her moving off those rear two. I think that's one that tracks better and with more authority as she goes away from you than what the silver heifer there in the second hole does. But just a really complete, well-balanced heifer. Young lady's got a nice project there leading out this class. The silver heifer coming out next is the big, stout, powerful one of the class. But when you study that one in terms of her head design, the way she travels off those rear two when you watch her go away from you, there's just some things I'd like to change about that one. But yet you got to admire the power and the extra shape and dimension that one has. I'd just like to change her as she gets out and goes. The next one coming out, the young man's got one very complete, well-balanced heifer. Just doesn't have that overall look and design that the two in front of her do today. Thank you.
All right, let me catch you up on who's judging today over on the steer side. Once again, in the tan there, Mr. Chance Young from Springville, Tennessee. Chance and his family own and operate Young Brothers in Springville, Tennessee. He and his wife, Gretchen, have 4 children, Paisley, Gus, Hattie, and Dottie. Chance earned a master's degree from Murray State University and now is an agriculture education teacher in his hometown. Judging alongside of him, Will Coor from Greenfield, Ohio. Will, originally from Selma, North Carolina, attended Black Hawk East, where he was a member of the 2013 National Champion Junior College Livestock Judging Team. After his time at Black Hawk East, he then attended Western Illinois University, where he completed his senior collegiate livestock judging career and received his BS in ag business. Will has had the opportunity to judge all species on various local, state, and national levels. Will, alongside his wife Lauren and son Stokely, now reside in Greenfield, Ohio, where they own and operate Coeur Cattle. Coeur Cattle's main focus is raising and selling high-quality show cattle in multiple breeds to be offered in their show heifer sales biannually. Will's greatest joys comes from being able to provide show cattle for junior members and working alongside them and their families at all the events. Let's give our steer judges today, big warm Iowa Beef Expo, a round of applause for making it from out east.
Really nice single entry here on our composite side. A heifer that sure has some look to her and some pizzazz. She's got some rib and some body and some muscle, some bone and some foot. Just a really, really nice individual. Could have stood a lot more competition like this one quite well. Congratulations.
Folks tuned in here to Live Auctions TV. I don't know if you've got, if we should be live here. We've got, going to have some commentary coming to you for today I'm Chad O'Camp. Tim Loudon's going to be with me as we get started. We've got a big day, a lot of cattle, and as we get started here, just quickly, we'll be bringing out to you here in a little bit your champion Char composite. I think as we go on the screen and where we're at, I don't know. We might have a little bit of delay as we go there, but as ready to bring them in, it's been a yeah. So 4 will be the last
new this year, kind of new, kind of not. LiveAuctions.tv has always been here televising the show, but we have live and in-person commentators up there, set for the steer side and a set for the heifer side. Mr. Chad Holtkamp, Tim Loudon are doing the heifers, and Noel Ernst and Ryan Habiger are doing the steers. Big thanks to those guys. Be sure and tell your loved ones at home that they can tune in and watch your youngster and hear all about it. They're at liveauctions.tv, and it'll just simply be under the Iowa Beef Expo, I'm sure. So anyway, thanks to those guys for doing that for us new this year. Placings over on the steer side, Class 302 Simmental steers, first place. Sawyer Minor from Bondurant, second to McKenna DeCap of Dixon, third to Cade Dugan of Kellerton, fourth to Asher Henson of Martinsdale, fifth Cade Dodge Terrell, and sixth to Ryder Messmore of Gladbrook. Once again, that was placings for the last class in the ring, Class 302 Simmental steers. Final class now being showed in the Simmental steer division.
As we get out here in Class 104, be our 5th class of the day in our Char composites. Boy, nice trio set of heifers here, Tim. I think got a lot of quality and a lot of good, and the Shea girls had you, I don't know if you'd follow along there, but they have been as dominant in the mini Hereford. They finally got them old enough to coming out here, but they've won a lot of mini Hereford divisions, and I believe the two look like we got two sisters, I'm guessing, or nieces there, but anyway, they've got some quality out here. The one she's leading the first, Corbin Curo's got one there in the second hole. That Boyd's presented very nicely as well. But that's a nice trio. Going to be a tough decision for Matt Copeland and Dan Harker to talk about. But what's your thoughts here, Tim Loudon?
Thanks, Chad. Thanks for everybody listening in. It's an honor to be here with Chad to give some comments and work through these heifers today. Watch a couple really good cattlemen sort through them. Yeah, we've had the first few classes coming through there. The winner out of the Class 101, I thought was of Owens, was really a nice heifer. But as we get a little more age in them, a little more power and set into these cattle, this is a great trio of heifers out here. These young people I have out here challenge our judges for sure. But wouldn't expect anything less coming into the Iowa Beef Expo so far.
Yeah, and there's no doubt that the Iowa Beef Expo is, I think, one of the toughest shows in the country. And you talk about the Beef Expo, you know, I don't even know how many years we've been here at the Iowa Beef Expo, but it's the premier of any expo. Is
Get here in this Simmental class, and obviously a class that's extremely deep in terms of quality. You can take all four of these the top four of these cattle and go win shows at several different states in all kind of categories of quality. The young man steer, the longer the cattle are out here, bottom line, when these two are left out here in this top pair and you just really step in there and study them, here's what separates them in our opinion. This guys, you step right in on the cattle, you study them at the 3/4 or coming at you, there's no doubt that guy's just more massive right out the backside of his blade. He's squarer and more genuine in terms of the shape right out the backside of his shoulder, and that only tells the story from there back, as he's also the one that's wider in terms of his pin set. That allows him to stay square and truer at the ground. And then in our opinion also, he's probably a shot just more ideal in terms of his foot shape at the ground. We're very comfortable with that one leading us off. When this young lady brought this one in, I mean, he hits you, and I mean, he overwhelms you from the side. That dude is massive in terms of his body, and when he throws his ears forward like that and she gets him stuck, he's certainly captivating from the side. A big-legged, hairy one that's presented to the nines, but like I said, the more we get in on him, the more I just like to pry that guy apart just to see more natural width and true dimension to him, but certainly a very, very high-quality pair. The young man steer here in 3 is the one that causes some problems for me, because honestly, for me, he is one that, in my opinion, if he feeds, he can give him a run as a fat steer. That guy's got the genuine shape that we're looking for, especially back over his loin, down through his quarter and his stifle. He's one that certainly has the width. For me today, he reads a shot just skinnier and greener in terms of his body shape. That also just allows him, or just causes him to just come off a shot coarser right there in terms of his shoulder. I'd like to just see that guy just chub up and mass up in his body shape and back through his rear flank. And if he does so, that top pair better look out. The young lady's calf in 4, there is no doubt, young lady, you have the sharpest looking one. From the side, that steer is absolutely incredible looking. Love how his neck comes high out the top side of his shoulder. A steer that's awesome in terms of his presentation. Really, really good in terms of his lines. As we set the cattle in motion, that steer wants to kind of get a shot just more hook-legged, was what I'd like to call it, from behind. Has a shot more set in his hock. Maybe just doesn't want to plant and drive off of that rear pastern. And then as we step in behind the cattle, of the initial 4, he's probably the flattest in terms of his muscle shape. The young lady's steer that comes next is on the opposite end of the spectrum. As we step in behind the cattle, wide and busted open, a steer that just doesn't have enough body and just enough agility as we get the cattle on the go. And then the baldy steer that rounds us out of the young man's is probably just gives you a shot easier feeding type of a look. Really nice in terms of his body shape. Just a steer that doesn't have those bells and whistles and the extras to compete with the one ahead of him. Still a very easy feeding, nice project for that young man to continue to go down the road. Very high quality class of steers there. Congratulations.
Well, an interesting trio of heifers here in the Char composite side. Definitely 2 different types and kind at the top of this class. But, you know, Matt and I were talking, and Soundness wins all day long under us. You know, he's the real world guy from New Mexico. I'm back home there in Indiana, and I tell you what, cattle got to be sound. They got to be good-footed, and they got to get out and go, and it doesn't matter what environment you're from, whether, like I say, him in New Mexico or me in Indiana, Soundness wins all day. This young lady's got one, I think, in terms of foot shape and design and structure when she gets out here and goes around the ring, is the one that's the elite female in this class. She's one that's long in her spine, good in her hip design. You like this one in terms of her freshness. And when that young lady gets that one parked and gives you a look from the side, she's a killer looking one too. I think that's the one that just has to come to the top of this class. Then the young man coming out here in second's got one that's definitely the big, powerfully built one of the class. When you set that one into motion, she has some real concerns off that front end for both Matt and I out here. I'd like to see her track a little truer and straighter, have a little better foot on her when you set her into motion out here. But that's one that parked has definitely got that cool look to her. A tremendous amount of shape down that top and hip and a big bone design under that one. Just need to change that one at the ground to get her over that first place heifer. The heifer going out here in third's another one. I'm very complete, very well built. She's one that you just like to kind of pull together a little bit. She gets a little weaker in her top when that young lady gets her parked there. Just needs to kind of control herself a little better when you set her into motion off this rear two. Congratulations to these three kids.
On your Char Composite side, that was Judge Danny Harker giving you good descriptions of those three cattle. And I tell you here, just looking in quality-wise, that was a very outstanding class there in your Char Composite. So it looks like we've got a single entry. Ben's going to be bringing in here from Grand Junction here. We'll bring him in, and then I think we're ready to discuss pick us a champion out here in our composites. Running around here, going to save time, be efficient, bring her right around Tim, and give him a good look over, talk her, and we'll bring us in some champions.
Yep, getting ready for our first division champion Shark Composites of the day. So far, this division's been outstanding. That last class was really, really tough. There was before we got our mics live, there was a couple in those younger classes that I think were outstanding as well. So the heat's coming early and coming fast. Here's Copeland.
Nice single entry female here. One that sure could have stood some competition. She's very long bodied, long from her hooks to her pins, very sound at the ground. Love the way she floats around the dirt. Very extended through that front 1/3. Very fresh in terms of her condition. Beautiful headed. Just a very nice, easy class winner right here. Congratulations, young man.
Over on the steer side, judges Will Core and Chance Young going to be selecting your champion. Simmental steer, 4 classes, the semis, 300 through 303. I think I'll go ahead and give you the placings on that final class if they're not ready yet. First place going to Owen Axmere of North English. Second to Grace Harms of Bernard. Third, Drew Kinsel of Epworth. Fourth to Riley Steffes of Nevada. Fifth to Alexa Rise of Manchester. And sixth to Jack Knopp of Maxwell. That was the placings for the final class, and it looks like Judge Will Core is about ready.
As we get these first and seconds back out here for your champion, Simmental drive out here has certainly been a breed that has kind of overwhelmed us in terms of quality, especially these last 2 classes. Steers that have a great deal of just quality to them, and just certainly ones that in our mind are very, very good, and in our opinion could potentially be in contention there at the end of the day tomorrow as well. In our opinion, you know, me and Chance, we were talking as that division was coming back in there, and we were very interested to kind of get these last 2 class winners back out here and study them. But honestly, when they came back out here, there was one that just, in our opinion, just sets himself apart in terms of just combining look and quality of muscle shape and still being extremely sound, kind of fitting all those pieces together very, very well. The young man there out of the last class will be our champion, Simmental steer. Congratulations to him.
Your 2023 champion Simmental steer at the Iowa Beef Expo going to Owen Axmere of North English.
To be honest, for us, the decision lies with the reserve here, and I'll just kind of tell you where our minds are at. We love the steer that came out of the 3rd class at the ground. he is absolutely undeniable in terms of the size and shape of his foot, how he can get out and travel. That guy is busted apart in terms of his muscle shape. A steer for us, we'd like to change him up front, and the shape of his head, the shape of his neck right there over his crest, we'd like to see him a shot more attractive there. And then he's also a steer, in our opinion, like we talked there in class. Maybe just take that tail head and jam it down between his pins there, make him a shot more attractive in terms of the shape and design to his hip, but definitely a steer in contention. And the steer there that was second in our last class, we talked about him, about how he was captivating from the side in terms of his balance and symmetry, how everything fits together so well. We talked about him in comparison to the one that beat him there, just wanting to pry him apart and just see more natural shape right out the backside of his shoulder. So the question lies, is this one good enough looking and fit everything together in a sweet enough package, or does the one that kind of fits everything together just stout enough? Me and Chance will talk one more time here, make our decision, and go select your reserve. If you will, give all these young kids a big round of applause.
As you guys could probably hear, they is picking.
Reserve champion, Simmental steer, coming out of the same class, class 303, going to Grace Harms of Bernard. Once again, your champion, Simmental steer, Owen Axmere, reserved to Grace Harms.
Picked a Simmental steer on that side. Over here on your heifer side, they've got Matt and Dan are conversing on a really nice lineup of class winners out here in our composites to get our first division winner of the day. I think there's a lot of tough decisions to go through and make here, but boy, cannot say. And Tim, you talked about that just a second ago in terms of just how good the quality is. But man, they're in the bottom end of this division either. I thought everyone out in this division was quality, and the top end is dang sure awesome and looks good and has some of the things that you'd expect to see for as far as class winners.
Yeah. Over on the heifer side, placings for class 102 Charlotte percentage heifers. First place Izzy Shea of Camrar, second to Henley Holgraffer of Bryant, third to Aiden Montag of Mallard. Single entry class 103, that goes to Luke Knutson of Esterville. Class 104, first place Keston Holmes of Ainsworth, second to Corbin Curo of Bernard, and third to Adeline Shea of Camrar. Single entry on class 105, Ben Snedden of Grand Junction. Judges Matt Copeland and Dan Harker are going to be selecting your champion, Char Composite heifer, here in just a second.
Well, Matt and I have a big day here in the heifer ring, so we're not going to spend a lot of time talking these things, and they come back out here for your champions. But really nice lineup from start to finish of these class winners. But I think there's one that just puts everything together in terms of shape and dimension and having that cow power look. I think is going to be one that very competitive on down the road, too, for this young individual. We'll go out here and pick your champion, follow up the reserve. Congratulations to all these kids.
Looks like we got Owen Weisiger here to win your composites on that side.
Champion Charlotte percentage heifer coming out of class 101. That's Owen Weisinger, Fort Madison.
That was a really nice heifer. That was one that was in those early classes before Mike went out. I had her penciled in as a class winner and circled. That was really, really, really a nice female. And then here comes the heifer of Keston.
Your reserve champion at the 2023 Iowa Beef Expo, coming out of Ainsworth, Iowa. That's Keston Holmes. Keston Holmes with your reserve champion. Owen Weisinger with your champion, Charlotte percentage heifers.
That heifer that came out of that was reserve, in my opinion. That was a really, really tough class. The boys worked hard on that one and studied that one really good. But two really outstanding Charlotte composite females.
Yeah, both of them are good. And as you look through there, we've got a first champion, so we've got the bar set pretty high. at the end of the day, if we get it 5, because this one sure has a quality to be very competitive in a lot of situations. But a good job. Owen right there in our county, Lee County, doing a nice job. He had a purebred Charolais last time. Maybe he has a purebred Charolais this time, I'm not sure, but he likes them white ones. Yep. He wants to be able to go to junior nationals there in the Charolais side and compete. So good to see, good young man. Nice to see that thing act a little bit better for him out there in champion. Kind of give him a handful there in class, but hey, that's all part of getting them broke in this environment.
Yep, that's why we bring.
We get here in our first class of shorties, and quite honestly, the young lady brings us one that's just undeniable within this particular lineup. He's the show steer of the bunch. This big back, stout-ended, and still gets out and travels really, really good out here on the dirt. One that's still really good looking, very well presented. Congratulations to her. The young lady here that brings kind of the darker red calf is one that, in our opinion, as we study the next 2 cattle, he's the one that's certainly the most just shapely in terms of the natural muscle that he has. A steer that she's done a very good job with in terms of his hair coat. A steer that certainly, as she stops him and gets his head up, very attractive. As we compare him to the one that wins, we just need to kind of pry him apart. You study that steer coming right at you. You want to see him a shot wider and just more dimensional down through his sternum. The young man steer that kind of rounds us out. Long-bodied, good-looking steer. Bottom line, just two-dimensional. You step in behind the cattle, he's the flattest and just the most generic in terms of his muscle shape, but a very nice project for that young man. Congratulations to him. Let's give him a round of applause as he exits.
As we're talking here in the Char Composites, I get a shout out there to Owen's grandfather watching, listening in. It's a great way to see and take it in there. But right down here, Jeff, in front of us, he's getting his picture taken. So exciting time. Grant looks a little nervous, but he's excited and proud all at the same time. So we jumped into first class of our purebred Charolais heifers. Get us a nice pair out here now.
First place, coming out of 304, Molly Jones, New Sharon. Second place to Hallie Wade of Oxford. Third to Nolan Stevenson of Pella. That was placings for the first class of Shorthorn Steers, class 304.
Out there in the purebreds, we've got an outer liar or redneck man, and we did have outer liar was actually the sire of our champion. We've got this sheet in front of us. As we get through here, we'll try to get a little bit better on trying to share some information that we have here. And I did talk about that Holmes family, Creston Holmes there at Ainsworth. Boy, they do a good job. They're an up-and-coming, powerful type of show heifer home. Do some steers and as well there. I knew at the county level they did last year, had one in the governor's show, but boy, they had really nice heifer there. So boy, just no easy spots anywhere out here at the Beef Expo. Do you see this pair out here, Tim? This pair of heifers out here to start this purebred Charolais show. That's a nice set of heifers, these two.
I was gonna say there's only 2 in this division. There's only about 10 or 11 Charolais in there, but these Mays are. That one heifer, I mean, both of them are outstanding. One's being kind of naughty, but I think when she gets set up and gets on the deal, she looks way nice on the side profile. Just a little freakier fronted, but really a nice, 2 really nice.
We get out here in the second class of shorties, and we're going to leave these steers exactly how they came into us. The young man steer that's kind of wanting to fight him up front, in our opinion, was certainly the one that kind of needed to lead us off. Not only is that guy just eccentric in terms of his look up front and how attractive he is in his neck, but he's also the one from his shoulder back that lays the most product over his skeleton. Still a steer that's very good in terms of his structure off of his rear too. Very nice way to get us started. The kind of mainly red steer here in 2 of the remaining two cattle, he's the one that's bar none better in terms of his design of his joints and his feet. A steer that hits the ground square and just better in terms of his structure. Also a steer, in our opinion, that's probably just a shot more ideal in terms of the shape and turn to his body. The white steer that kind of rounds us out, very long-bodied, very, very just high growth steer that's definitely going to be able to put some pounds there as he kind of matures and continues to fatten with that type of frame. But for us today, a steer that just is probably the flattest in terms of his stifle, a steer that we definitely like to change at the ground in terms of his foot shape, but still a very nice calf for that young lady. Congratulations to those three exhibitors.
Well, over here on the Charlet side, this young man that we start off this class is a little more traditional kind of female, but I think one that lays in nice and neat in that shoulder. You like the spine that one has in her. When you set her into motion, she handles her spine a nickel better than what our second place heifer is. A big growthy female, I think, just comes to the top of this class pretty handily for us. The next one coming out is kind of the problem heifer of the class for us. She's got some really cool parts and pieces. Doesn't want to be a show heifer today out here for this young lady. I think that thing gets a little more time under her and gets her out here in the ring, gets her to where she wants to handle herself a little better on the move. You know, it's going to be a little different story, but there's some neat pieces there. Just needs to put them together a little better today to be up any higher. Thank you.
Let me catch up over on the steer side. Shorthorn Steers, first place, class 305, Ryan Oglesby, Messina. Second to Adeline Gade of Griswold, and third to Kalana Dewar of New London. Currently judges Chance Young, Wilcor, selecting your champion, Shorthorn Steer.
Well, that first class of Charlets out here, Chad, that was the one I was looking at, or both of them were really good. The Tipkin family over there by me in Wyota, they're really dragging some really nice cattle. It was kind of came down to, looked like to me, one that was a little more complete, balanced up. One was a little freakier. It's got a little more future to her perhaps, but I thought two really high quality individuals.
Yeah, I just thought they were had a lot of good to them, and a lot of you folks that may or may not be tied into the Charlet breed. I tell you one thing they do, and these cattle do, they're sound, big-bodied, high-performing type of cattle, and you could just tell, structure at the ground and body of these things is, pretty impressive cattle.
Get back out here for your champion, Shorty, and definitely not the numbers or not the number of classes that maybe we saw there in the semis, but we were very, very tickled with the one that we're going to get to use here for champion. He's a steer that in this particular lineup is no doubt the outlier in terms of the amount of shape, muscle, and just show steer look that he brings to the table. Quite honestly, the decision for us comes down to the reserve, and the one that we're going to go to with reserve is a steer that, in our opinion, was just more laid back and ideal in terms of his shoulder angle, probably a shot stouter at the ground in terms of his foot size and shape that he has. We're going to go ahead and keep these two steers out of the first class together. They'll be your champion in reserve. Congratulations.
We're here on our Charlet side. Boy, a really good individual that rises to the top. Very well and easy, very good-footed, very sound structured. Got some depth of heel to her on front and aft. One that's very elegant through that front 1/3. Really like the way their neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. Ties into her skull. Very pretty in that regard. A bold-bodied, bold-sprung female that has some stoutness to her. Very high quality. Heifer that comes in second is one that just gives up a little show ring pizzazz to the one that's ahead of you. Maybe like to just square you up from your hooks to your pins compared to one ahead of you, but you got a big bone, big-footed, big, stout, powerful, broody kind of female. Just like to change those two things to get you a spot higher. The heifer that rounds out the class is high-quality cattle. Just gives up a little growth and performance and power for us today. Again, congratulations to you young people.
Over on the steer side, your 2023 Iowa Beef Expo champion Shorthorn Steer going to Molly Jones out of New Sharon. Reserve going to Hallie Wade out of Oxford. That concludes the purebred side. Shorthorn Pluses will be coming in next. Once again, your champion, Molly Jones, reserve, Hallie Wade.
Well, I know that's what we were at the pool last night, and that's what Holly came back, and she's like, they were still good when I was there. That's what she was joking. They get it.
As we get Class 107, Charlet, purebred Charlet heifers coming in the ring. Another trio of heifers for these guys to work through.
While we got time, I'll tell you the two guys judging over on the heifer side. One without the hat, Mr. Dan Harker from Hope, Indiana. Dan and his family reside there, just kind of basically straight south of Indianapolis. Dan is the owner-operator of Harker Simmentals, 135 head cow-calf operation consisting of purebred and percentage Simmentals, Angus, open heifers, bulls, and embryos are marketed through public auctions, online sales, and private treaty. Dan grew up actively involved in the American Junior Simmental Association, judged collegiately at Purdue. He is judged at the American Royal, National Western, the North American International Livestock Show, and several other shows across the United States. Him and his wife, Jill, also enjoy judging showmanship. They have two sons, Luke and Chase. Luke is a junior at K-State, majoring in animal science and veterinary medicine. Luke is also active with the Collegiate Livestock Judging Team and serving as president of the American Junior Simmental Association Board of Trustees. Chase is a junior in high school and also active in livestock judging. Both sons show Simmental and Angus cattle and are active in 4-H FFA and several junior breed associations.
So we got our two judges there talking. Did Tim? Did you talk to who we have here? You're discussing with right beside you. Did you get her on here? One of the advisors that has a lot to do here with the
Absolutely.
Beef Expo.
One of the main organizers, one of the advisors on the junior side, Jenny Goody Studer. So she's standing here beside. Excellent job. How's things been going this week?
They are going good. It's been busy. We have no snow today, and everyone's happy about that.
Very happy. Yep, 40 degrees and beautiful.
Young lady brought us a very nice single entry Shorehorn Plus steer to get us started within this particular division. Very nice steer in terms of his balance and lines. A steer that can definitely withstand some more competition. We'll break him down a little bit harder and a little bit more descriptive there within the particular drive as we get him back out here for champion in this breed. Congratulations on a very nice single entry.
The Charlet class, we start off with the one I think just hits you the hardest when she walks in the ring in terms of just overall quality and balance and eye appeal. It's a heifer that really gives you a nice look from the side. You like the way that one's presented out here. Young man does an awesome job getting that one showed to the top of the class. The next heifer coming out here, you love this one's rib shape and design to her. She wants to get a little far out there on those front two from side to side as you watch her there. She's a little wider chest floored than what our first place one is, but that's a heifer I think has got a lot of good to her. You just like to change the way that one goes on those rear two as you watch her walk away from you. The next heifer just needs to balance up, have a little better eye appeal to get her any higher in this class today. Thank you.
Let me go back to the judges on the heifer side. Second judge, the one in the cowboy hat, is Mr. Matt Copeland from Amistad, New Mexico. Matt resides on the family ranch there, Copeland and Sons Hereford, and Copeland Show Cattle in northeast New Mexico. Matt is the fifth generation on the ranch. He works alongside his wife, Alyssa, daughter Callie Jo, his parents and grandmother, running 500 head of mostly registered and commercial Herefords, along with Maines, Angus, Charlet, Simmental, and crossbred cattle. The ranch has been a family-run operation since 1943. Matt is a graduate of Oklahoma State University with an animal science degree and was the 2011 American Hereford Association's Herdsman of the Year. The Copeland family has 4 sales each year, 2 female sales, 1 steer sale every fall, and a bull sale every spring. Some of the Copeland family's biggest achievements include winning Premier Horned Hereford Breeder at the National Western Stock Show and Fort Worth Stock Show multiple times, and raising and showing Horned Hereford females that have won the National Western and Fort Worth Stock Shows. The Copelands have also raised and shown Maine bulls and females that have won at almost every major, with 2 Maine show bulls of the year. Family takes a lot of pride in the fact that they have raised and or sold 35 Supreme, Reserve Supreme, Grand, and Reserve champions in 6 different breeds in the last 8 years. Matt has judged numerous shows around the country from the local to national levels, including National Western, Fort Worth, Cattlemen's Congress, North American, Reno, and several Texas majors, various state fairs, OYE, and many, many more. Let's put your hands together and give them a big old Iowa Beef Expo welcome to Mr. Matt Copeland and Dan Harker, would you please?
Jay Bradley there giving you an introduction there to our judges as they work together, and definitely two guys very, very qualified.
Side, first class Shorthorn Plus steers, single entry, Emery Miller, Woodbine.
Boy, what a way to start off a class here, folks. Boy, this one here is flat good. Boy, you appreciate the soundness and functionality that she has. You appreciate the upper rib shape that she has coming out of the center portion of her spine. Then she carries that down to her navel, and she's so nicely balanced from her chest floor to her udder. And yet she's very elegant through that front 1/3. Perfect in terms of her condition for this age and this stage of the game for us. And then you get behind her, and she has some back and some hip and some power into her and some chest width. And you're going to hear us talk about this today, folks. We like some power cows, and we like them like this one. Heifer that comes next, young lady, you've got a heifer that we appreciate the growth and performance that she has. She's very elegant through her front 1/3. You just run into a thoroughbred here. Just need just a little bit more heifer to run. The heifer that rounds out the class, very high quality female, just needs a few more bells and whistles and pizzazz to run with the 2 ahead of them. Very nice class. Congratulations.
We got done with our last class of purebred high percentage Charolais heifers. That one was way, way good. I mean, that was a good class. 3 really good individuals, but that one that wins that does it way easy even from up here where we're sitting.
Let's catch up over on the heifer side in the purebred Charolais heifer division. First class 105, first place Logan Tipkin of Wyoda, second to Hannah Seek of Blairstown. Class 106 purebred Chars, first place Peyton Gall, Strawberry Point, second to Tyler Wallace Harris, and third to Eli Miller of Winfield. Placings for class 107 Charolais heifers, first place Connor Ullman of Orange City, second to Nora Spencer Logan, third John Gordon of Dow City, and placings for class 108, first place Sarah Sullivan Dunlap, second Elijah Schmidt of Adel, and third to Wyatt Christensen. Final drive, purebred Char heifers currently coming in the ring.
As we line them up here currently in your Charolais shows, you heard Jay Bradley talking about, we've got our class winners. We're bringing our seconds in around there on the backside to get them lined up as we got our first to the center nearest the judges and seconds there behind them. We're going to pick us a champion here in our Charolais division. Like you talked about, Tim, they talked really well about that Sarah Sullivan heifer. How good she looked from up here. I knew I had a little chance to see her firsthand there on the green chips there at Louisville, and thought she was just a phenomenal heifer. I know she's decorated a little bit, not saying she's going to win, not saying she's going to lose, but she's one that's had some success here in the white show before too.
Well, it's not going to be easy for her. You get her back out here with these class winners just up here. She is a phenomenal beast. I'm not saying that, but there's a couple boys up in front of her. There's 3 young men in front of her that are going to challenge it a little bit. It looks like nice class of heifers.
Let's give all these Charolais exhibitors a nice round of applause. Outstanding lineup of females. Boy, they're just really nice. You know, they got some look and some power to them, and this is a Charolais breed, and I still think they got to have some power in them. I mean, that's what Charolais are known for. Charolais need power and performance because the Charolais breed goes out there on them good black balded cows, and these females raise these bulls and get out and do it in the real world, and I think we got to have some power in them, and I think these heifers do that quite well. They look like they'd fit any avenue that you want to raise them. There's 2 out here that fit us very well. There's one that's very, very unique. I'll go show you our 2 favorites.
Timmy Loudon, I'm going to tell you, this is, I mean, I sure enjoyed listening to these guys talk, and both of these guys, that Matt Copeland, as he talks about, you know, some real-world cowboy stuff and putting some body and mass and power in these cattle like they need it. Boy, I sure like listening to that. And Danny does a good job, you know, knowing quality. They're very complimentary of one of each other, how they talk them. But, boy, they're fun to listen to on this heifer side. They're doing a good job.
Yeah, so far.
On the heifer side, your champion purebred Charolais heifer coming out of the final class. That's Miss Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap. And your reserve actually coming out of the first class. That's Mr. Logan Tipkin of Wyota. Once again, champion purebred Charolais, Sarah Sullivan, reserve Logan Tipkin.
Yeah, I agree with you, Chad, on that. These guys, listening to them is good. It's just the years I've worked with you on these judging contests, you and I like them a little different, but the one thing that we like.
On the heifer side, still on the Shorthorn Plus on the steer side.
Going back, the thing we like is quality always wins. They got to be sound, they got to be functional, they got to have some muscle and shape. And you and I, you like them a little smaller, I like them a little bigger, but still, we get together because quality always wins. And I think these two will be that way today too.
Oh, I think they will. You know, and that's the beauty of the cattle business. As you look, you can have diversity. It depends on what feed stuff, where you have, and you talk about. You know, Matt Copeland out there, and I know, and I'm not as, you know, and just his country is different than our country.
Oh,
his
place.
His cows would be different what we have.
Oh, yeah. His place is he showed me some pictures. I was stalled kitty cornered from him in Fort Worth a couple weeks ago, and he showed me pictures of his pastures and his grazing stuff. I mean, my cows would look at me like they were starving to death. They have to walk that far for a bite of grass. But it's different cattle. They got good cattle, but they got to have wheels underneath them and go. And then Harker would be on the other side. Lush, you know, Indiana, like Iowa, lush green grass. Takes an acre and a half for a cow, and it takes acres for Copeland. So different people, but this
makes it good.
Quality still wins, and that's the awesome thing about this.
And both of them, too, have had a lot of success in the show ring. You talk about Danny Harker, and I know he's had some success, but for you Iowa folks, the decap heifer that wins our state fair a couple years ago was one that he bred and raised and done a good job, and his boys have been as successful as any as far as showing them Simmental percentage heifers, you know, really well. So two qualified guys, two different ways that we can blend some things together, and just makes it good.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Well, and then and Copeland, I mean, grew up a Hereford boy. Now he's dabbling in some, not dabbling, he's knee deep into Maine Anjus as well. Raised that full tilt bull that G-Bar's got down there that was a national champion probably in 19, maybe 20.
Could be, like yeah. It doesn't take long for years to go by here for me now, Timmy.
Tell me all about it, man. I understand that. Yours are grown. Mine's 18. He did follow you in your footsteps going to Oklahoma State, though. I think that was he said no to me, but he said, "Oh, Mr. Holtkamp went down there. That's got to be an okay place."
Can't be bad, but I made sure that when they asked me to grab somebody, I knew I had to get me an Iowa State alum. Yeah. I knew we had to have still some Iowa State talking about it here, and I know it's a neat place down there, and I get passionate, excited about it. Matt Copeland, we have the tie there, him being an Oklahoma State guy, you know, as well, and some of the same crossovers. But you know, anywhere in this industry, it's all, you know, we're all one big family that go different direction. It's pretty small when you talk about people connections across there. But
yeah, for sure, there's a lot of miles between us, but when it gets right down to it, with our cell phones and that kind of stuff, we're connected. It is really a pretty small fraternity when you get right down to it. There's it's a good industry. Obviously, I grew up in it, and you did too, and our babies grew up in it. So that's
get out here
pretty
in this,
cool.
Shorthorn Plus class, and to be dead honest with you, if you're ringside and you think that any of these cattle need to win, it's in one scenario and one scenario only, and that's that you're either the guy that raised it, the guy that fit it, or mom or dad. Because to be quite honest, these cattle are good. And I'm not exactly sure that there's one that just leaps out, grabs you, and says, I have to win. But we're just going to break down kind of how we studied them. If you want to flip-flop them, hey, that's on you, and I'll listen to you describe them. The white one for us, in my mind, checked the most boxes and has the most positives. As we asked those 4 cattle that were remained out here to go on the lead. He is undoubtedly the most comfortable in terms of his structure. He's the most ideal in terms of just how loose he's built in his spine and how he can get out and travel the ground. Then as you back off the cattle and start talking about balance and symmetry and look, that steer still checks all those boxes. And then as you step in behind the cattle, we are very comfortable with the amount of muscle that he had. Bottom line, the longer that we studied the cattle, he's the most problem-free and fault-free within our opinion. The black and white steer is one that, in my opinion, just he kind of rattles my brain, to be dead honest with you. That steer, when that young lady gets him parked, loined and everything put together, he can certainly captivate you. He pulls you in with that look of quality from the side. He's fitted very, very well. Steer that's just awesome in terms of how everything fits together. We talked about that, how his shoulder, his forerib, everything blends so perfectly. What really rattles my brain on that calf is when he's standing there, his joints, his feet, everything reads sound. But then when that young lady pulls in the lead, he just gets a shot more restricted off of both ends. I just want to see him go and grab the ground and do it with some authority and really just hit me with a shot just looser there in terms of his skeleton. But that steer we are very comfortable with on the stand, and a steer, in our opinion, that definitely has a bright future. We argued back and forth on which one to put in two, and to be quite honest with you, if this red steer was any more laid back up front in terms of his shoulder, he would be in two, because that guy is probably more just massive in terms of his back shape, probably more opened up in terms of his pins, in terms of his stifle. But like we said, as we were debating there between those two, he's the steer that's set further forward there in terms of his shoulder and his knee. We'd like to see him just be more comfortable up front in terms of his structure and maybe just more accurate in his stride from behind. Of the four cattle that we had out here, this young lady ended up getting pulled first. And the whole reason that he was within that final four is just his muscle, his body shape, and just his dimension. That guy is incredible in terms of his market fundamentals and having red meat packed onto him. But that kind of comes to his undoing also. He's the steer that we just struggle with in terms of his shoulder design. He's the most opened up. As you step in front of the cattle at the point of his shoulder, we need to bust him open in his forerib and just allow all that to balance up front. The steer here in 5, quite honestly, young man, when that steer was born, if you had a Volvo on him and he was on that side of the ring, I'd be watching them guys sort him and say, come on, because that thing is long necked, big bodied, everything flows extremely, extremely sound. But bottom line, as we step in behind him, there's just not enough muscle. From the side, that guy is incredible in terms of his look and structure. Definitely one that I like a lot personally, but he just don't have enough red meat today. The white calf that comes next, one that's on the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of muscle, he overwhelms the calf in front of him in terms of just natural width. But that calf, in our opinion, kind of just fell out of balance. His chest sits a shot lower than his flank. He's a steer that struggles up front in terms of his movement, in terms of his structure, and a steer that puts his weight there on the outside of his hoof wall from behind. The black steer that rounds us out, still fundamentally good in terms of his body shape and muscle, just a steer that struggled the most on the go. We need to see that guy just more agile as we get the cattle going. Definitely a very, very nice class and deep class of Shorthorn Plus steers. Congratulations to those kiddos.
Back over here in the key heifer side, this young lady brings one in that just as soon as she hit the ring, you could tell that was the elite female in the class. She's one that balances up really nice from the side. You love the rib shape and dimension that she has to her, the levelness to that spine, the extension through that front 1/3, and the good footwork under that when she gets out and goes around the ring. Just a really easy class winner. Gets to be a little bit harder in our second and third place there for the two of us, but we went ahead with the one that's got the most power and shape and dimension down that top and into that hip design. One that I think is maybe a little better footed there at the ground than what our third place heifer is, but just the one we feel went to that second hole. The one coming out in third, you like that one's designed from the side. She just needs a little bit more power and shape to compete with those ones in front of her. You look at her, she's a little shallower in her heel, a little longer in her toe design for us out here today. The next heifer coming out is one who wants to get up in her spine when you set her into motion and drop those pins. Just needs to get a little freer and easier on the move to get her up any higher.
We get started out here, starting into our key division. Class of 4, really good lineup of heifers there. The top 2 in that thing were way good in my opinion, looking at them from the side. This will be a tough division. There's classes of 4s and 5s and 6s coming up in this thing. There's several keys out here to look at. Just looking through the sires, there's a little bit of everything. Collison Alpha won that last one. There's
over on
Style.
the steer side, placings in the first class of Shorthorn Plus steers, class 306, single entry going to Emery Miller. And placings in the second class of Shorthorn Plus steers, first place, Addie McKenna, Sioux City. Second place to Kenley Fukin of Mount Air, third. Haley Ferris, Eldora, fourth. Addison Obrecht of Harlan, fifth. Colton Happ of Washta, sixth. Addison Strobing of Rhinebeck, seventh. To Brady Eastman of Waverly. Once again, that was placings for class 307, second class of Shorthorn Plus steers.
Again, I was talking about the sires on this key side. There's onsets. There's something about Mary in this class, an onset, some primos, monopolies, members only. It's kind of unique in this key thing. Being a high keys, they got to be 6.5%. So with that, there's a opportunity for a lot of different sires and sire combinations. As far as there'll be some maintainers in here. It could be a high main. There'd be obviously some high keys, a lot of key Angus in here through the primo side of it. The key thing's kind of intriguing to me just from the standpoint of the possibilities of breeding them and different combinations that you can go. Guarantee the heifer of Sullivan's out here, Brenda Sullivan from Woodbine. She's just something about Mary, so she'd be a
plus steers here
keys
on this
foundation
side,
semi.
and one that I guess is just the most ideal in terms of his market fundamentals. We get out here and step in behind these cattle. He's undeniable in terms of the amount of shape that he has to his contemporaries. A steer that's easily the most busted open and offers the most product. No, is he ideal in terms of his structure? No, we don't argue that standpoint. Probably need to see him just better off of his rear too, but that's the steer that in our opinion just offered the most good in terms of just muscle and dimension. The black steer of the remaining two, there's just no denying that he's better in terms of his structure. He's more laid back on his knee. He's more ideal in terms of his hock design and movement off of his rear too, and that's what gives him the nod. We just have more confidence in his structure, allowing him to be the sounder, more fundamentally correct fat steer down the road. The red steer probably has more back, has more shape, but then as we back off, the cattle kind of falls out of balance. He's a steer that's a shot more tubular there in his body, a steer that gets really restricted there off of his rear too. Very nice class of them, kind of hard to put together with different shapes and kinds. Very nice class though. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Hey, if it wasn't for critics, we didn't know if anybody'd be listening or paying attention to us at all.
A little bit of everything. The heifer that wins for us, just simply the most fault-free in terms of her dynamic design. She's stout, she's powerful, she has some rib shape to her. She's a soundest structured one with the best feet. Are they perfect? No, but she's the best footed one that's in here. A heifer that just excels in this class. The next heifer here is one gives up a little bit in terms of power and performance, but she's the second highest quality one. She's very extended through that front 1/3, very sound and mobile as she goes. We just like to stouten her up and level her up from her hooks to her pins, make her a little bit truer from the hock to the ground. Heifer that comes next, one that's got a lot of length and performance in her. We like that about her. Just like to lay her shoulder back into her, lay that knee back into her, give her a little bit more set in that regard. The heifer that rounds out the class is probably the boldest ribbed female out here, but she wants to get easy in her top line and run downhill for us. Just gives up too much good quality to get any higher today. Nice class, congratulations.
As we get Tim, I kind of lost track there a little bit. I got to apologize on who won that class. I was waiting for Brad Hook to maybe tell us there just a little bit. We do have these numbers on their max. You got to have pretty good vision to see those things.
And unfortunately, I'm older than you, and I do not have that vision.
And I tell you one thing, it
Over on the
doesn't
heifer
help.
Side, first place, first class of Kianina heifers, Maya Curran, Sheraton, Iowa. Second to Brant Will, Wyota. Third, Dakota DeVore of Promise City. And fourth to Noah Kaiser of Garrison. Once again, that was class 109, first class of Key heifers. Placings in class 110, second class of Kianina heifers. First place, Brenner Sullivan of Woodbine. Second to London Kale of Tipton. Third to Macy Pohl of Makokata. And fourth to Nevin Pines of Farley. That was your placings for class 110, second class of Kianina heifers.
As we get out here, and I tell you the tougher thing to do, Tim, is if you don't read them numbers, is think how much them kids change from year to year. Trying to keep track of these young kids and be looking at faces about it near impossible too.
Oh yeah, you see them we see them once or twice a year, and they kick in their growth spurt. It's hard to find them.
Loved ones at home wanting to watch your kiddos show, tell them to dial up liveauctions.tv. A little different this year. They've been here for a number of years, but a little different this year. Ryan Habiger, Noel Ernst commentating the steer side. Chad Holtkamp, Tim Loudon commentating the heifer side. Once again, that's liveauctions.tv. Be under Iowa Beef Expo, and that'll be a good way for them to join in on the fun.
Got a nice shout out there from Brad Hook here for you folks listening. If you're tuned in, you already know what we're up here. But boy, this is good for grandpas, grandmas, aunts, and uncles, and breeders of these cattle to tune in, and sure just cattle enthusiasts to look out here. But boy, it's a good class of Kianina heifers again.
I'm telling you now, this
Over
key
on the
breed.
steer side, placings for class 308, Shorthorn Plus steers. First place, Troy Condon of Palmer. Second to Will Vlasic of Cedar Rapids. Third, Tyler James Mitchell of Charles City. Currently in the ring, class 309, second to last class of Shorthorn Plus steers.
Got Mr. Harker starting to make a pull out here on your heifer show, down to 3 of them as they go through and have a little discussion and talk about.
That's what I like about these two guys. I think if it lays out in front of them, they're not going to mess around today. One class might take a little longer when it's needed, but if it lays out for them, I think they're going to lay them out there and bring them in and talk them and keep moving, because they got a lot of cattle to go through today.
Oh yeah, and you know what it's like when you got two guys as you're kind of feeling each other out in terms of the process, even you know somebody well, trying to see where you're at and just getting the feel. But they'll keep the pace pretty steady as the day goes on, I'm sure.
Yep. They darn sure know, and I think they're doing so far. I think they've both sides have done a nice job. We're just kind of not watching the steer side near as much, but it appears that those guys are sorting through them pretty well too. But our heifer side guys are getting right after it. That's good to see.
Yep. What do we got? Carly Lynch, I believe, is our class winner. Is that where we've got? Yep, Dan Harker, our judge, on top of the
Classic
Heifers.
females here. I think there's one heifer that just in terms of quality wins this class. And you get this one parked and you looked at her from the side. You like the design that she has through that front 1/3, the rib cage that one has, the amount of hip shape and dimension, but yet still has a good foot and gets out and goes around the ring quite easily. I think, you know, when we sit back and we analyze these, that's the heifer that just puts everything together within this class to win this class. The heifer here in second, it's got a lot of really nice parts and pieces. Doesn't really want to behave for that young lady out here today, and that's kind of a detriment for her. But that's a heifer that's got a lot of good to her, just like to soften that one up in her spine. And I think you know that because you keep going with your show stick and kind of gouging her there. But that's a heifer that's got a lot of good to her, just needs to relax out here for that young lady, and I think she's one that's got a bright future in front of her. Just needs a little bit more time in the ring. The black and white one coming out next is one with some shape and dimension and power to her. She's a little coarser in that shoulder. I'd like to change that one in terms of her foot design. That's a heifer that's got a lot of power, a lot of muscle. Definitely has her place in the industry, just not with us in this class. The next one coming out, the Brockle-faced heifer, is a heifer that's got some nice parts and pieces to her. Wants to run downhill a little bit, a little over in her condition and what like Matt and I would like to see out here today. The next one coming out, it's one you just like to change off those rear two, change that foot structure on that one to get her up any higher today. Thank you.
Get out here in another plus class, and to be quite honest with you, there's a lot of differences, shapes, sizes, maturity, and just how these cattle are put together. To be quite honest with you, I'm not sure there's a right answer. I'll just kind of describe the cattle and tell you why we decided to go where we went. In our opinion, the black steer that wins of the cattle that have enough muscle, have enough foot and bone, he's the most ideal in terms of the shape that he has out of his hip. He's the most expressive down through his lower quarter. And then of these initial two cattle, as you watch them take that last lap there, he's undeniably just more desirable in terms of his structure. He's better in terms of his hock design and how he gets out and goes. We're just the most comfortable with that steer. Now, is he perfect? No. We want to bust him open in his forerib, allow that shoulder and everything to blend together better up front. And then one of my personal pet peeves is we'd like to just jack that guy's pins up, make him leveler and square there out of his hip. Quite honestly, when this young lady finally gets this calf to cooperate and she gets him stuck, she's done an incredible job of just staying calm with that steer, because when she gets him stuck right here, he has that look that tells you he's where we need to go. He's by far and away the best steer from his sheath up. That steer is the best and squarest right out the backside of his shoulder. He's better in terms of his hip design than the steer that precedes him. Love that guy's neck and the look that he has. Bottom line, he's just got to be sounder. He's got to be more agile there off of his rear two and just plant and go with more authority. The steer that comes next is probably just the one that reads kind of fat steer within the bunch, really just dynamic and robust right through the center part of his rib cage. Love that guy's smoothness, but for me at the same time, he also reads the most generic in terms of his look, probably one that we'd like to just extend out and freshen up through his front end, and with that, we'd also like to see just more pop and natural shape right out the back side of his blade. The red and white steer that rounds us out has that, has the muscle, has the product. Bottom line, we struggle the most with his structure of those four cattle. A steer that's just got to be better in terms of his hock, stay more inside of himself there as we watch the cattle go away. Very nice class that was a little challenging to put together. Hope you can see what we saw as we sat there and described them to you.
Over on the steer side, placings class 309 Shorthorn plus steers. First place, Brianna Wolfer of Albia. Second to Kelly Marshik of Iowa City. Third, Dylan Fitzgerald, Mechanicsville. Fourth to Kylie Lloyd of New London. That was placings for class 309 Shorthorn plus steers. Final class of Shorthorn plus steers coming in the ring, or in the ring now.
Boy, heifer folks, if you've got a heifer out here in this class, I tell you that water from here up high gets really, really deep when you get out here and look at this set of Canina heifers. I tell you, there is some eliteness in the top end there, and you go right down on through. Addison Moeller got a nice heifer. That Riley Short, who's had a lot of success at a lot of big stages, his boy got a real youthful, high-quality one there. Looks good. Ben gets on down there, and you get down to one I think pretty captivating to look at, and she's no stranger to this, is Sarah Sullivan, primo heifer that sure looks good. And then Ryan Olson there at the back, but nice set of cattle. But boy, I tell you, there's some nice stuff out here as these guys go back up here and take a look. And Judge Matt Copeland, he's getting the responsibility to pull them this time, and he's starting to make his first pull out here as he's going, getting a few down there, and we still going through 2, 4, 5, down to 5. But it's just amazing. I think if you can get out there and you know, take a look, just how neat these are. As you basically, the Canina's you know, a little bit more of a composite division with the multiple breeds that come in here, but you can sure get some strengths of what we're looking for in terms of show heifers and really, really good looks. So they're stepping back and getting a look at them 4 heifers. Ben Sneeden there making a loop around the outside, trying to get himself in position to get a look, and he's doing a very nice job in the rest of these. But boy, you've got to have a lot of things come together. You got to have some showmanship. You've got to have presentation. You've got to have it all to be competitive in this type of show. Looks like Ben gets pulled right there, and that would leave us. I know Sarah Sullivan to the outside, Riley Short here on the very front to the, I'm going to call it like a pink sweater on. 76. His number does not match. He must have a different number out. Do you know the young man right there with the white-footed head at heifer at all, Tim? Out there in contention. Do you know the looks of that young man by chance? I don't know who he is. He's got a good heifer. She's presented to the high degree. She looks good. Them guys are talking. These things, if you just these things are just this trio heifer is pretty amazing, ain't it, Tim? I mean, these things are woofy nice.
The 2 young ladies, this is a woofy good class. I was back talking to the live auction
Get out here
folks.
in the last class of pluses, and to be perfectly honest with you, when they show up and they're presented like this, shown like this, and look like that, you just kind of nod your head and roll on. Very high quality calf. We'll look forward to getting him back out here in division. The steer here in 2, the kind of blue roan calf, of the remaining 3, in our opinion, he's the steer that's the most ideal in terms of his body shape, and combining that with still having that quality look up through his front end, a steer that definitely needs to be relaxed in terms of his spine, but of the remaining 3, still check the most boxes in terms of quality. The young lady's red steer here that comes next, of the remaining 2 cattle, we were just the most comfortable with his rear end structure. We thought he got out and just traveled more ideal there off of his rear 2, and he's still the stouter, more practical option. Definitely a steer that we'd like to change up front, kind of wanting to go a shot east and west in terms of those front feet. He needs to be squared up and just more attractive, and that's where the young man steer has the advantage. Long-necked, freaky looking, definitely a steer that has enough grow, but for us personally, kind of read a shot harder doing, he's got to have more body and more oomph to him to compete with those initial 3.
Mr. Will Core talk them steers quick, and we still got these talking about this same trio of heifers as you're watching. He's 2, look like Sarah Sullivan heifer is going to be 1.
Yep, Riley's 2nd. Young man's going to be 3rd.
Here I was going to shout out, I wonder if we have the old Texas Tech Raider himself watching this class to see that heifer. See if he'll shout out to us. Laramie Priest, he had something to do with this heifer, if I got this heifer right.
Boy, a really nice
Nelson,
class of
England.
females here. The top 3 in this class are very, very good, and I think you can sort them 3 different ways. The one that we choose to win with, we think she's the most fault-free of the trio. She's very extended through that front 1/3. Very sound, very functional, very, very good footed. She's the best footed one and the best structured from her hop to the ground in the way that her front end works and drives forward than the 2 that are behind her. Very capacious, very big-bodied, very bold-sprung, very stout. Might like to just tone her down in terms of her maturity pattern just a little bit for us. Heifer that comes next is one that's very youthful looking. Love her head, love her front end. Very good and bold and bodied. Maybe gives up just a little bit of bone, a little bit of power in her heart, and just a little bit of overall natural balance because she wants to toe out up front ever so slightly compared to our class winner. We fix that, we can move her up a spot. That's getting very, very nitpicky on 2 very high-quality females. Female that comes next is one that, boy, we love this one. Stop, boy, she is good looking. Love the way that neck comes high and tied out of the top side of that shoulder. Very fresh in terms of her condition. So beautiful headed when she gets it turned like that. And very long-bodied, long hip kind of a female. Maybe in this class, maybe gives up just a little bit into her forerib, and we might like to change those rear toes on the outside the way they're shaped and designed right now. Heifer that comes next, very capacious kind of a female, but just gets a little plain as she runs downhill. She wants to get pulled apart and open the top side of that shoulder and the front of her shoulder. Maybe like to just give her a little length from her hooks to her pins, but appreciate the power, the bone, and the foot that she has underneath there and the capaciousness that she has. Broody-looking female. Big, stout, powerful female that comes here next. Just needs to be better off either end of her skeletal design and when you set her into motion. 2 heifers that round out the class. Very high-quality females. They have some muscle and some rib and some volume. They just need to be elevated on either side of their skeletal design, give them more growth and performance.
Get these shorty plus steers back out here for this division, and definitely been a division with a shot more numbers and a division that we're very, very happy with the quality as we get them back out here within this particular lineup. We'll just kind of go through and just briefly tell you what we see. Young lady, we talked her there, a single entry, nice calf, good body, good balance, steer that needs a shot more maturity and a shot more muscle and power to really compete with his contemporaries out here today, but certainly a nice single entry for her. The white steer here came out of that very, very tough class there that we talked so in depth about the differences and the different shapes and sizes. But to be quite honest with you, when we get this calf back out here, we're even more comfortable with him. We landed on him in that class because he was the soundest option, that was the best balanced and just pieced everything together the best. And quite honestly, he still checks those boxes out here. We love that steer in terms of his body design, still having the shape and muscle that we're looking for. Maybe just not as just out there as a particular other steer out here in terms of the shape and size to his feet, how massive he is, but we're still very comfortable with that steer and the balance and everything that he brings to the table. The blue roan steer won the class that he was in because bottom line, he was the one that brought the most market, just animal product to the table. He's the steer that was the biggest backed and the stoutest hip. He still represents those things within this particular drive. As we get him back out here, like we talked in class, probably like to see him just more ideal in terms of how he's built at the ground, in terms of how he moves off those rear two. The black steer that the young lady's circling here is a steer that still, as we get him back out here, is awesome in terms of he is burly in terms of his feet and legs, super stout and opened up. We talked him there within his particular class. Like to see that steer maybe a shot more opened up in his forerib. That would allow that to just balance so much better with his shoulder design up front. Then we talked the steer there out of the last class. We said that dude was good. He hit us hard, and quite honestly, he still does that out here. Love that guy's build. He is opened up in terms of his muscle shape. Just a steer that, in our opinion, definitely is one that I guess captivates us within this particular drive. Young lady, you'll be our champion. Congratulations.
Your champion Shorthorn Plus steer coming out of the final class, class 310. That's Morgan Will of Wyota.
Get back out here for reserve, and we talked this young lady's white steer up here, talked about how comfortable we were with how just basic he was in terms of everything that he offers. He's our next best option within our opinion. He'll be reserved. Congratulations.
This is a trio of key heifers. I think we start off with the one that's the freshest appearing one out here today. This short-eared heifer, you study this one from the side in terms of her shoulder shape and design, the extension she has in that front 1/3, the length and levelness of her spine and her hip, and you set that one into motion, and she's really functional off that rear leg. She's got some cushion to those pasterns. She gets out and go with some flex off that front end. Just a really nice heifer to start off this class of keys with. The second place heifer here, really big, stout, powerfully constructed one. A little further along in her condition than what our first place winner is here today. One that's a little straighter in that hawk design. You'd like to change her a little bit in that set. That's a heifer that's got a lot of power and a lot of mass. Just needs to be freshened up for us within this class. The smoky colored heifer coming out next. Young lady's got one that's definitely fresher and greener. She just needs a little bit more power in terms of shape her rib and shape down that top to get her up any higher today. Thank you.
Kind of got through that class of 3 there, and them key heifers I thought was a nice set, and we should be getting our last class of 3 out here in the keys before we get ready to pick our champion key division. And just a good set. Dan Harker talked that one really keyed in as he talked about soundness and completeness and some very important things there. So
Yeah, again, a really good class. It'll be class winners, first and second in that class were really, really nice heifers. It'd be a blast to get these champion, this key lineup out here for when they do the champion, because I'm telling you now, you're going to want to gather around on that one. That is going to be an awesome lineup of cattle.
Plus steers, first place, Morgan Will, which went on to be named your champion Shorthorn Plus steer. Second, Adwin Gade of Griswold. Third to Kennedy Long of Hedrick. Fourth to Connor Tepkin of Adel. And then your reserve champion Shorthorn Plus steer selected from Sioux City, Addie McKenna. Once again, winning class 307 was the reserve champion, Addie McKenna.
as Will keeps working through there on their short-term pluses they had in there, you know, that calf, like anything out here, it's a competitive show. These things are presented really well. You know, the Axmere family, I think they won the Simmental steers here on the other side with his brother. I think had won that, and you know, it's like so many of them in Iowa, not afraid to successfully show heifers and also show steers. I know they had you know, won a division or two in the heifer show up here at State Fair before.
Nice pair of Solaire steers here for this particular division. They'll end up being our Grandin Reserve. And quite honestly, obviously there's a shot difference in terms of weight and maturity. We're still more comfortable with the younger, lighter weight calf in terms of his quality. That steer probably balances a shot better. Everything kind of proportions better from the side in terms of his chest, his center body, and his flank. And yet he's still the steer that's just more ideal in terms of how he gets out and travels there in his hawk design. The young lady's calf, like we talked about, kind of a bigger, just more powered up option. A steer that definitely has more maturity, but with that, a steer that's kind of getting a shot just lower and heavier there in terms of his chest. Like to see his just body just kind of deepen and just soften there, and that would allow him to just look so much better from the side in terms of his balance. Very nice pair of cattle here. Congratulations to both of these kids. Let's give them a round of applause.
Tim, I think you made the comment about that earlier. If you look at this class, we've got a Quantum Leap and a Broker. We've got two half-blood Simmentals here shown in the key show, as well as a Conley No Limit purebred Angus sired bull. I think you talked about the compositions to make this division.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about this the key division and the key side of things is these leaves a lot of openings. They can have key cows, breed them to, well, there's a 24 carat, there's style, there's another onset here, there's a Here I Am, you know, which would be on the clubby side. You got primos.
You'd have some of that.
There's another something about Mary. Again, there's a lot of genetic diversity out here, which within breeds can be good and bad, but a lot of breeds are looking for it. This heifer that wins this deal is way good, I think.
Females here on our side. One that's very burly and you know, got some width of chest to her and some bone and some foot underneath her, and yet she's fresh in terms of her condition, got some body, got some power in her. She's got some back and some hip, got some lower stifle to her. Just a really nice way to start off this class. Young lady's heifer that comes next, maybe a little bit more refined in terms of her bone and her footwork. We'd like to power up, maybe just relax her in her spine as she gets out and goes, and I think she'd move a spot higher. Heifer that rounds out the class, very high quality female, just needs a little more time on feed and get just a softer, more lower body in that lower 1/3 cavity. I think her rib shape's plenty good up high. We just need her to soften on down low to get her any higher today. Excellent class of females. Congratulations to you young people.
Well, you were talking about the axe mirror having steers and that type of stuff, Chad. That DeKalb girl that was second in that class, she had champion semi-steer at the Junior National last year, and I believe he was champion semi-steer at the State Fair, if I remember right.
I believe he was, yeah.
So,
yep, and then
they've
also
showed good heifers. So.
Supreme heifer at the State Fair 2 years ago.
Correct.
She was actually, I think, third at Louisville in the overall deal that time too.
Yeah,
Won that. I think she
was
very, very decorated. She was a foundation Zibital. She was a style, and I don't remember what the cow, like an uprising.
Something like that.
She would be, Dan Harker would have raised her. She'd be a full sib littermate to that Unleashed bull that Jason Minert has. And Jay Steenhook out there that had some success. I believe that is right. Come through Jeff Paulson.
Yep. So,
my memory ain't very good, but you do remember a few things like that on there when that one really good there. So
here's our tune in. Here's our champion key lineup. This will be way good.
Good lineup.
Two very high quality steers out here. We decided to go with the young lady steer here. He's probably just a stouter option that's more desirable in terms of his hip design and how level he is there out through his pins. He's also the one that's probably just more ideal in terms of the foot size and shape that he has, especially there in his rear too. Young lady's calf that definitely has a high quality look. Really like this steer here in terms of his body shape. You step in behind the cattle, that dude's round and just robust right there through the center part of his rib. A steer we'd like to change there in his rear end structure. Maybe like to see him just a shot, just more punchy right out the back side of his shoulder. Very, very nice class of two steers there for those young ladies. Congratulations to both of them.
So he talked the minis. I think Dan's ready to talk the keys.
Give these key exhibitors a round of applause here in the heifer side. Really nice set of key females from the first class all the way to the last. But Matt and I were just talking, and there's two of them out here that hit us really, really hard in class. And they get back out here in the lineup. They don't disappoint us. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about these things again. But an awesome lineup. We're going to pick our champion reserve. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Your champion, Kianina Heifer, from Dunlap, Iowa. That's Sarah Sullivan.
Hey, that one's got a list. If we talk about it, I believe that's a Nelson, England, Jason Minert, Laramie Priest, Baylor Bonham, New Area, Stock Martin.
Sarah Sullivan out of Dunlap.
I don't know if I forgot anybody else, but that one is a phenomenal heifer, folks. She's nice.
Yeah, that one is way, way nice. That looks really good. And just so you know, folks, Chad did that without notes. I mean, right off the cuff. I think he's been practicing.
Miss Riley Short.
Them two are in that same class we talked about, the one of Riley. That's a nice heifer. She's fresh and feminine. She looks like she's got a lot of future to her.
She looks very young, very immature in her look, I think.
Reserve coming out of class 112. Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Riley Short, Masonville.
And that was that class of three that worked those three for a long time. Remember that?
It was. I don't know if that one
to the purebred Gilby heifer
is, you know, I'm not sure. Is that a Stutzman heifer? shorts?
I
We'll have to see.
I
We'll get
think it
some
went
out.
through there, but I don't know that for sure.
111.
We're getting ready for the Gelvies. Just 2 Gelvies if you're a Gelvie enthusiast that coming in.
White, Storm Lake third.
I think I
to
forgot.
River Erasmussen of Esterville fourth to Owen Primus
I forgot RJ.
of Steamboat Rock. And fifth to Cody Wright of Independence. That was placings for class 111, Kenina Heifers. Placings for 112, first place, Sarah Sullivan, eventually champion. Second to Riley Short, Masonville, eventually reserve. Third, Logan Golly of Irwin, fourth. To Ben Snedden of Grand Junction, fifth. To Ryan Olson of Calumet, sixth. Maddie McCoy Velisca, seventh. To Addison Moeller of Beeman. Placings for class 113, first place, Mason Roseboom of Haywarden. Second to Jaylee Happ of Washita, and third to Sydney Teat of Wacoma. And finishing up the final class, 114 of Kenina Heifers, Benjamin Axmere first. Second to McKenna DeKalb Dixon, and third, Madison Fisher of Sanborn.
Just so as I rattle on there, Tim, I did forget RJ, I guess. Nelson England corrected me, so it's
Get
good
out
to
here
hear
in
that
your second class,
everybody's
and then
listening
Herbs,
and
asked
paying
permission
attention.
From little man up here, if it was okay with him, if he went ahead and started us off and won, and he agreed that that was cool with him. Young man brings us a steer that quite honestly is an outlier. This breed, in my opinion, is one that, you know, a lot of people just discount and throw away. They're the mini Herfs, you know, but when there's one of that quality, you just kind of shake your head and say, yep, that one's going to start us. Awesome in terms of his body, his muscle presented to the nines. Young man's done an awesome job out here getting him shown. Very, very high quality one there to get us started. Congratulations to him. Young man here in two is one, that steer is by far and away the freakiest, especially in terms of how his neck comes high out the top side of his shoulder. A steer that's very, very expressive in terms of the amount of muscle that he brings to the table. We'd like to see him just transition better there, and his forerib probably be a shot just more accurate in terms of his step there off of his rear too. Very, very nice mini Herf steer there to go in two. Young man brings us Timmy here in three. That dude is definitely just easy doing. You can read that through his body. You can tell that by the amount of condition that he's carrying. But with saying that, we need to freshen that steer up, make him more attractive. But we definitely have to appreciate him for what he brings to the table. Very, very nice class of mini Herfs. Congratulations to those three young men.
Just two entries here in the Gelby show. You've got the March heifer up front this young lady's brought out. Definitely the more capacious type female within this class. One with some shape and dimension to her. Balances up a little nicer from the side. I think that's a heifer that's going to go on to make a nice brood cow for that young lady on down the road. And then we have the second place behind her. Be another heifer that definitely got some length of body to her. You'd like to make that one balance up a little better. But two nice Gelby females here. They'll be your champion and reserve out of this class.
Just got done with our Gelvies on the heifer side. There was only two in that, so they were champion and reserve.
Looks like it'd be the same family there as well.
Yep,
And looks
I'd
like a
say
good way to make your way into division.
Yeah, I would say the sisters, I don't know who, one of them's got
Steer
bragging
side,
rights now.
Placings for the champion Solaire division, for the steer division, actually one class, your champion Wyatt Pasteur of Mitchellville, your reserve Hadley Jacoby of Grand Mound. Once again, class 311, your Solaire steer division, first place and grand champion, and champion Wyatt Pasteur, second, and reserve champion Hadley Jacoby. Placings in the miniature Hereford steer side, first place in class 312, Ellie Henson of Martinsdale, second to Taylor Woods of Sigourney. Placings in class 313, first to Hendricks Wilson of Miles, and second to Hunter Kress of Guthrie Center. Oop, left one out. And third to Jack Murphy of Melrose. Once again, placings for Class 313. First place, Hendricks Wilson, Miles. Second to Hunter Cress, Guthrie Center. And third to Jack Murphy, Melrose.
Get out here in your mini Herf Grand Drive, and obviously 2 classes with just a few numbers. But to be quite honest, this is a pretty cool scenario out here, I guess, for me. I got a two and a half year old little boy at home, and when you see this little young man out here out of the second class doing the job that he's doing and getting that steer stuck the way that he is, I guess the kind of inner dad comes out in me, and that right there is just flat awesome in my opinion. Not only is that awesome, his calf is awesome too. He'll be your champion. Congratulations to him.
I know we're watching the heifer show on that side, but the
comes down for us
little
for
Wilson
reserve.
boy
We
just
have to
got
decide between the young ladies' calf
champion over
out
here
of
at the Mini Hereford.
Class
He's pretty
1
cool.
here. That's probably a shot smoother, probably a shot just better in terms of how he pieces everything together. The young man steer there out of Class 2 is undoubtedly the more stouter and freakier option. We're going to decide to go with him for reserve and just use his muscle and power. Congratulations, buddy.
Your champion reserve miniature Herbert steers, both coming out of the final class. Your champion going to Hendricks Wilson of Miles. Your reserve Hunter Cress of Guthrie Center. Once again, champion mini Herf steer Hendricks Wilson, Miles. Reserve to Hunter Cress, Guthrie Center.
As we get started over here on your Hereford show, we've got Horned Hereford Division. Matt's going to have quite a little bit of experience and talks about the Hereford Division, but boy, it's a very nice class of those coming out here. You have, I wanted to think that one of Chloe Rogers.
Over on, or main Anju steer division over on the steer side. I'll go catch up on the heifer side.
I'm wanting to say she's either a maternal sib or a full sib to one of them two, either the Lemonager heifer that won or the Paulson heifer that won. I can't remember. I think she's one of those. If Hereford enthusiasts listen, might want to pay attention.
Division, your champion going to Chloe Sprague of Altoona. Your reserve to Kesley Sprague of Altoona. That was also the placings for Class 115. Your grand and reserve coming out of the same class. Chloe Sprague champion, Kelsey Sprague reserve. Currently in the ring, first class, Horned Hereford heifers.
Tim, not only as a Herefords as a breed nationwide, they've always been good everywhere else. But I tell you, the last few years, we've really stepped up the quality here in Iowa in the Herefords, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely, for sure. Yeah, there's always been a good Hereford now and then, and I mean, you've judged across the country, and so have I, and you know, we've had a chance to judge some Herefords, and the top end's always been real good.
It has been.
The good ones have been really, really good, but then after that, they had their kind of piecey, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I grew up showing Herefords when I was a wee little boy, a long time ago, and mine weren't near this good ever.
All five of these are high quality heifers.
Yeah, they all got some good
things.
They
got some good to them. I mean, there's variation, but they're still quality, well presented. Yep. You know, good stock.
Everybody, you see several young people taking pictures around the ring here. That's for Hamilton Photos. Those pictures will be available at hamiltonphotos.net, hamiltonphotos.net, as well as your backdrop photos, candids, backdrop photos, hamiltonphotos.net.
Yeah, you get out here, this first class of Herefords, these horn females, again, they are good quality stock. They got good feet, good bone, sound, and they're good looking cattle too.
Looking. That's the thing I was going to say. I mean, these younger heifers are still youthful, but they have some presence to them. I mean, they have some look. Their hair quality, I think, in a sense, has got better. But it's amazing. You take what I would call kind of a nasty, wavy-haired one. These guys here can still present them things
I
to
had-
a high degree
Yeah,
on the Herefords. I mean,
they
actually,
work.
still
They
look
work
good.
their little fingers off on that. I had nasty wavy Herefords. Mine stayed nasty wavy. Mine never got. So I never put enough work in to get straight. Of course, I had the glycerin bars
Hey,
back in the day. You remember them?
We had, I didn't tell you one of the prerequisites we had as far as trying to get somebody to help commentary on the heifer. We had to find somebody that actually had to put up the clippers in the fit job and do the fittings, have moved past that to be able to come up here to commentate all day.
I've gadgetated. I'm out. I've got T-Bone and his group of buddies back there have.
Yeah.
I am transportation and finance now, Chad, and that's all basically I get to do.
There you go. I don't even think I even have a title past sanitary.
Yeah.
Sanitation.
And it's good, but I told Tyler.
Really nice way to start our Horned Hereford drive. A female that wins, very elegant through her front 1/3. You like her rib shape as it comes out of the center portion of her spine and goes down to her navel. Very nicely balanced from her chest floor back to her udder. Very sound structured. Got enough shape and width and dimension. Maybe like to give her just a little bit of pin width when you view her from behind. The heifer that comes in second, boy, you really like the way that her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. Really like her ear set. Like how she's elegant made through that front 1/3. Like the angle to her shoulder and her structural correctness. Maybe just gives up just a little bit of softness of forerib, and maybe like to blow her apart right there at the top side of her tail head to square her up compared to the one that's ahead of you. But very, very high quality. I think that won't do nothing but get better the older she gets. Then young man showing it here in the red vest, that's a Hereford breeder, and I can say that because I am one. I like that. I like your showing in your Hereford colors, and you're dragging a good one. Boy, she's a big bone, big-footed, burly made female that's very long and extended through her front 1/3. She's long spined, long from her hooks to her pins. Maybe just gets a little bit weaker in her loin, gets a little bit narrower when you view her from behind to match her bone and footwork, but very, very high quality. Two females that round out the class, very good in their own right and tight and kind. One of them just needs to be a little bit bolder in her rib shape. The other one needs to be a little softer off either end of her skeletal design. Congratulations, excellent class.
This one's right up Copeland's wheelhouse. Get into these Herefords. I mean, he's got some good ones out there in New Mexico now.
He does. I loved how he talked. He
It's
talked
not
that one
hard
on
to get
color,
amped up
that dark
and get going
pigmentation
here when we
color.
get in this
That means
main
a lot to those
on-two
guys.
breed. The first class comes out, and the young man brings a calf that looks like this. I just went up there and just asked him out of curiosity. To be dead honest with you, I'm horrible at guessing weight, so I just want to know what this calf weighs for a 700-pound calf. It's like somebody honestly sat back there and cookie cuttered him. Not exactly sure how you could make one just any more desirable in terms of his look, in terms of how he's put together than that one. Certainly one that'll be interesting to get back out here. Be very interested to kind of compare him to maybe some more mature, massive ones. We'll see where he fits in, but very, very high quality way to get us started. The decision for us lies between the next two, and quite honestly, the steer in two is probably a shot better presented, a steer that's probably more ideal in terms of the smoothness and the size to his hock and how he gets out and use it. A steer for us, his problem comes up front, probably a shot just further forward in terms of his shoulder. If we could shove that back on his rib cage, that would make him more ideal and just easier in terms of his spine right out the backside of his shoulder, but still a steer that has plenty of product and plenty of look. The white-legged steer is one that honestly, as you step in behind the cattle, that's a big backed, open-up steer that definitely offers a lot of product. For us, he just comes a shot coarser in his pieces, shot more opened up in his shoulder, has a shot more tail head, just like to blend everything together. Very nice way to get us started in the mains with a very high quality one there to lead them off.
We're here to the second class, 117, Horned Hereford Heifers.
Yeah, we started expanding on the color and pigmentation of what Matt was talking about. You know, out there in that West Country and Texas and big cow country, you know, that pigment means a lot. Maybe it doesn't mean as much to us back here in our part of the world because we don't have the sun bouncing off the sand or the rocks and coming up on those udders or coming up on those eyes. But you know you definitely don't pick one just because it's got dark pigmentation. But when it comes down to a tie, you know, that could make the tie breaker as far as a Hereford breeder, Hereford enthusiast. The darker, the better would be my guess. The better, but the darker, the better when it comes down to a tie, probably.
And I bet you a little bit on sale day when it comes to them guys buying bulls in commercial volume, and they ain't afraid to buy them on pigmentation either. And I think that that's important. It's it's different, and that's what's neat about bringing somebody with that expertise from that part of the country to give us a little exposure to that sometimes we don't see. But again, quality class of they're just 3 in this class, but man, they're highly presented, high quality cattle to have some look as they look and talk about.
And when they started talking about it, I was, like I said earlier, I was stalled kitty corner from Copeland and his wife and family in Fort Worth. He was talking about calving out first calf heifers. Yeah, I have 15 or 20. I got 125, 30 head of cows. He has 199. He has 200 head of first calf heifers. Calving ease is important to that. I mean, you just don't want to jack on to half of them,
No, that's one thing I said about calving is really important because
Start off this trio of
we'll talk
herd
about that in a
heifers
second.
with one that is definitely powerfully built from one end to the other. That's a big, powerfully made one. You love the amount of muscle and dimension that one has, the amount of bone and footwork under that one. That one's got a lot of good things to her. Young lady does a nice job getting her showed out here. The next heifer coming out a little more sensible in her size, but it's one that wants to run downhill into the top of that shoulder. It's got a little more chest in her than what our first place winner does. You'd like to give her a little bit more substance from the hock to the ground there, but a really nice complete heifer there in the second hole. The one going out here in third, a very classy made female, just one that's straighter and more upright in those pasterns. You'd like to soften her up the center part of her body to get her up any higher in this class. Thank you.
Guys are moving right along. We're in class 118 of the Horned Herefords. That was a good class that just finished up. First couple coming in here now should be hitting your TV screen here momentarily. Again, nice depth, nice quality all the way through. So far, the breeds we've done, the Gelvies and Keys and Charolais and Charolais percentages, Chad, I think they have been really, the quality's been outstanding. There's the top end is phenomenal.
Steer side placings for class 314, first class, Maine Anjou steers. First place, Grayson Belcher, Blakesburg. Second to Luke Kroc of Mechanicsville. Third, Ty Gonzer of Guthrie Center. Currently in the ring, second class, Maine steers, class 315. One scratch, Hazley Riley of Hamburg.
Yeah, as we get these Herefords again. I know we've been talking about that. Oh, I know we talked about calving Tim, and you talk about that. Even in our country, either you got 200 head you're calving out, you ain't got time to mess with one, or you've got a job in town and you ain't got time to mess with one. So I don't know where we have a scenario where really anybody wants to have to get one of them things in and help assist one out or get one up to nurse if they have to. But you're going to have a percentage that you're going to do no matter what you do.
Oh yeah, that's just welcome to the business. I mean, that's just part of it. Yeah, we don't intentionally. Now sometimes we maybe push the envelope, not on first calf heifers at all. That's never the intentions. But on cows and stuff, we as breeders, you as Simmental and club calf breeders.
First class Horned Hereford heifers. First place, Coy Rogers, Iowa City. Second to McKenna Rogers of Solon. Third to Wyatt Monroe of Truro. Fourth, Kennedy Rife of Columbus Junction. And fifth to Ella Helen of Huxley. That was placings for class 116. Placings for class 117. First place, Leona Mananak of Bernard. Second to Annie Johnson of Independence. Third, Hunter Kress of Guthrie Center.
But yeah, and on the heifer, yeah, that's never anybody's intentions on doing that. But it just catches you off guard. Those guys that have 900, 800, 900,000 head of cows, it's not uncommon. You have 20% replacements. He's got 199 replacement heifers. That is just a lot of them. That's just comes down to it, And you're going to have to touch some. You always got a leg back or a backwards one or something that you got to be there. I'm not saying that, but man, if you could have 95% of them born and up without having to look at them, makes your life way easier, I would think.
Yeah, I wondered. I just seen there where he's got 500 cows, and I should ask you, but it'd be interesting to know. Is that rough enough country where it's hard to get cows stay long enough that you got some fallout due to just harsh conditions, or with the retention level at that high?
No.
We'll have him talk this. Matt talk these heifers.
To start this class off with one that's just simply the soundest structured of them all that's out here. She gets out and she floats around the dirt. Very fresh in terms of her condition, a nice silhouette. She's got some rib and some volume, got some stoutness to her, got a nice look about her. Very nice way to start off our class. Heifer that comes here in second is one that's, she's the greenest one that's probably out here, but I think there's a lot of good in this one. Young man, you just need time. Time's on your side. That's a good thing at this stage of the game. Nice silhouette, good looking, good structured. Just needs a little bit more shape and power to run with the one that's ahead of you. Like I said, I think that'll come in time. Very nice second place. Young lady's heifer that comes in third has an advantage in terms of readiness and a little bit of stoutness down low. But in terms of overall look and design, she's getting a little fat and chesty in that brisket, pushing a little bit of pone, gets a little bit base narrow when you view her compared to the two that are ahead of her. But love the broodiness and the cow power that this one has. Very nice breeding piece. Heifer that comes next is one that just gives up too much show ring pizzazz, but very, very nice cow prospect. Congratulations, you young people.
Into the Horned Hereford now. We've got 3 classes of singles, so this will buzz along here pretty quick now with these guys, and then we'll be ready for our champion Horned Hereford division, champion and reserve. So next up would be the Polled Herefords. Again, a nice lineup of Polled Herefords. Looks like 6 or 7 classes, so guys are moving along nicely. When it's an easy decision, I think they're making great decisions, but they're keeping it moving and keeping it going along, so that's awesome.
It's a single entry here in the February class. Young lady's brought us one that definitely has cow power written all over. That's one that's good in her rib shape. She's not the prettiest through that front 1/3 of any of the Herefords we've seen today, but that's one that's going to go on down the road and make a really nice cow for that young lady. Good and sound, functional female. Congratulations.
It's working out pretty good on this Hereford side. There's still several individual classes coming over here, and I'm just where we're sitting there's next to the steer guys are looking over here, the main steers. I mean, that is a nice lineup of steers. I know you're listening to the Hereford or the Hereford heifers on this side, but it's kind of great to be able to peer over there and look at these too.
Hey, one thing about it, quality's quality. It doesn't matter what sex they are. They're sure good to look at. It's a good, tough class. This single entry out here in this class, this young lady's got a really nice Hereford heifer there. She should, she gets out here, but I think they'll be complimentary her, I bet, here in a second.
Another nice single entry here, but one that's very sound and functional. She's flexible off either end of her skeleton. She has some power to her. I really appreciate how long-bodied this heifer is from nose to tail, and really appreciate her from her length, from her hooks to her pins, and got some width, a base to her, got some body, got some look, still fresh in terms of her condition. Very, very nice female. Sure could have stood a lot more competition.
You're right, Chad. Matt was very complimentary to her. That was a nice heifer for that young lady.
Second class of mains.
Got
and,
one more
quite
coming back in.
honestly, we sat out here, pulled these cattle in side by side and watched them take a lap. Me and Chance looked at each other, talked about just how high quality in terms of presentation, clip job, and these cattle are all the way down the line. We looked at each other and says, okay, where's the bottom, you know, and I'm commending that young man that's down there because this is an extremely good class and one that I think is very, very deep in terms of quality. In our opinion, it comes down to these two. Do either one of them absolutely check all the boxes and are perfect? No, but we'll just tell you what we see. If you're sitting ringside and you watched them walk and watched them go right away from you and you say, hey, the calf you start with is too narrow at his hock, yeah, you're absolutely right, but the problem is the calf that's in two, in our opinion, is too outside of himself in terms of his hock and for what I want to feed, for what Chance wants to feed, and what we feel comfortable with in terms of structure. We're still the most confident in this black calf going forward. When you tie all that together and combine it with the fact that he's the freakiest in terms of his look, absolutely wows you as you step in behind the cattle in terms of the amount of product and muscle he has up on the upper part of his skeleton. Very, very high quality calf that is very well presented. The black and white steer, honestly, when they came in, before I got behind him and watched him go right away, I told Chance, I said, hey, that calf right there is the class winner. And I'm not trying to pick out a single tree within the forest and say, hey, there's one problem, we got to beat him. But when you're in a class of this quality, it just comes down to the minute details from the side. That calf's picture perfect. I've always loved a colored up one. He grabs your attention. He's awesome looking, one that ties everything together very, very well. Very, very high quality, intriguing top pair of cattle there. We just got to square that one up from behind. The black steer that comes in three is Pride Apart. I mean, there is undoubtedly a great deal of muscle in that calf. Love how his neck comes high out the top side of his shoulder. He just kind of pulls you in the longer you sit there and study him. As you back off the cattle, that steer kind of falls out of balance there, kind of really wants to cut up in that rear flank. We'd like to see him just a shot, just more agile as we ask those calves to kind of go and make that final circle there. The same goes for the black calf that the young lady's bringing out next. Honestly, from that calf's shoulder back, he's a contender. That's a stout hip, opened up one that's super square in terms of his pins. We love that guy's turn to his body. Up front is where we run into problems. His shoulders shove further forward there on his skeleton. His neck kind of comes out a shot lower there. We'd really like to just change all that up front, and that would completely change the dynamic of that calf, but still a very, very high quality animal to go forth. The black and white steer is one from the side that we really like, especially when the young man gets him parked and put together. Gives you a very nice, balanced, and proportioned look. As we circled those last five and you watch those cattle go right away from you, he's the most undescript in terms of his shape, closes up the most underneath. We just got to pry that guy apart in terms of his underpinning. The black calf that comes next, buddy, I'm here to tell you, don't give up, because this guy in terms of a fat steer is very, very good. You know, you talk about the basics. You talk about being good in his structure, good in his body, good in his look. He is all of those things. The problem is he's just not eccentric in any one area. And when you get in a class like this, we got to have them extras. But come fat steer time, that's going to be a very, very competitive animal. The black and white steer that comes next is out there in terms of his muscle shape, in terms of the amount of frame and length that he offers. But that honestly comes to his undoing. A calf that's a shot more tubular and harder doing there in his body. The young man that rounds us out, awesome calf, buddy. Still good in terms of his body and his muscle. A calf for us that kind of fell out of balance. We had to find somewhere to go there, but certainly a very, very high quality calf for you to continue down the road with. We were absolutely wowed by the depth of that class. Let's give all them kiddos a big round of applause as they exit.
Back over here on the horned Hereford side, this young lady's got a horned female out here in the senior yearling division that could definitely stand some competition. Big, powerfully built one in terms of muscle shape and rib shape and design. You like that brood cow look that she gives you. It's one that I think is fairly attractive, made from the side, and she does an awesome job of getting that one showed. They're quite the pair out here. Congratulations.
As we get in here, and as Will talked about quite a little bit on that Bang Juice steer class, it was a good class. Now we're bringing into your champion Horned Hereford heifer as they bring on in here, and as we get down through there, I know the just going to be a good lineup of these things as they're coming out here.
There's 6 of them out here, and I mean now,
Yeah.
there's 3 or 4 in there that are way nice.
Starts out as we get, you know, and I didn't, as we did that Chloe Rogers, you talk about a crossover. She's a crossover gal, been top 5 reserve 2 years ago, 3rd overall at our state fair in the steer side, and showed some heifers as well. I know she's always showed some heifers, but, you know, that's a nice heifer.
That's a good one. Yeah, that young heifer's a nice heifer out here. The one behind her is nice, and the young man's got a black cowboy hat on. I think that darker red heifer, that's a nice heifer too. She's put together really nice. It's just a good lineup of females.
Yeah.
I would say these two guys have their mind pretty well made up, though. I think they're going to kind of roll right on into this one. There's 2 or 3 that kind of surface up out here, and
you know, one thing you've done that too, but you get to single entries, you kind of just say nice things about them and kind of roll on. Now you've got to actually sit there and study them and kind of compare them back.
Yeah,
but I think you're right. I think they've got their mind made up.
Give all these Horned Hereford heifer exhibitors a nice round of applause. Outstanding lineup of females out here. As we talked them in class, we got a lot of good that's out here, but we got a lot of different types and kinds out here, obviously, and I think as a Hereford breed, that's a good thing. It gives you lots of different avenues to breed on stuff and do different kind of mating decisions, and I think that's great. You need a little bit of options to choose from. There's 2 out here that suit us the best. We'll go show them to you. Again, congratulations to all you young people. Outstanding lineup of females.
that Rogers heifer wins that one. She's a really nice. We were talking about that. I wasn't being disrespectful to those single entries, but you do, when they get back out here, you have to kind of start studying them up because they're good within their right, but they didn't necessarily have any competition within their class. But now you get them back out here, and then you have to work at them and comparing to the ones that had some competition within their classes. So as they come in here, so as an example, young lady out of class 5 was a single entry. We'd commented on nice heifer, how good she was, and she turns around and she's reserve out here for that young lady in this Hereford division. Nice lineup.
She's a good heifer. That's a nice pair there again as we bring out there in the horns. Now we'll get ready. We'll line up and bring us some polled Hereford heifers where we've got a good lineup of those.
So yeah, if you're
I was trying to get some information. I don't know if we'll have to go to the Pulse to find that out. But I was wanting to think, though, would like to know where that one come from. I tried to get on the Hereford Association and pull up a registration number, but I fumbled around there and I couldn't get it pulled up.
Third class of mains, and to be quite honest with you, obviously you kind of enter some of these breeds and realize that the heat's going to be turning up. And, you know, through these first 3 classes, it's been flat good. And this steer that wins, I guess in my opinion, he does so rather handily. That steer from his shoulder back is absolutely just impressive. You start talking about that kind of body shape being that round out the top side of your spine, that just facilitates for all that added spread and natural dimension and width up high. And still, when you put it together with that type of hip and hind leg, being able to get out and travel ground and cover it so effortlessly, and that calf is very, very good. Now, is he perfect in terms of his shoulder? No, you'd like to lay him back there just a shot, but that's getting awful nitpicky on one that's extremely high quality and presented to the 9s. That young man here in 2, quite honestly, I'm sure he never dreamed of loading that calf and coming to town and being second, because that's a very good animal. Love that guy's how long and level he is there in his hip. Awesome in terms of his structure and how he gets out and goes. A steer for me, just want to just bust him open, just make him more natural and more dimensional right out the backside of his shoulder. If we do that, I think he rivals our class winner relatively well. there out of our last two cattle, we kind of were debating a little bit there, but in our opinion, the calf in 3 is still the better balanced option that just offers a more high quality, just more kind of captivating look from the side. A steer that still has plenty of muscle as we compare him to the 2 that precede him, probably a shot frailer and just one more refined there at the ground in terms of his foot and bone. The calf in 4 has that advantage. He is just more burly in terms of his muscle, in terms of his foot size and shape to it. That calf for us just carrying a shot more chest in correlation to his body. A calf we'd like to see just probably a shot better looking up through his throat latch. Definitely a very nice class with a very high quality one to get us started.
Let me catch up over on the heifer side. Class 118 horned Hereford heifers. First place Spencer Sukin of Gowrie. Second to Reeve Wagner of Hampton. Third to Kendall Knoll of Hedrick. And fourth to Kenan Henners of Centerville. Single entry class 119 Hadley Hopkins. Single entry class 120 Tommy Rabel. And single entry class 121 horned Hereford heifers goes to Elsie Mandernack of Bernard. Your eventual champion was Chloe Rogers, and your reserve, Tommy Rabel. Once again, your champion coming out of the very first class, class 115, Chloe Rogers of Iowa City. Your reserve, Tommy Rabel of Lake Park. Now we're on the polled Hereford heifer division.
We start off our first class with polled Hereford heifers here. This young man's brought a May out here, really green in her condition, but when he gets that one parked and set up from the side, there's a lot of good pieces there. I think that young man's going to have a fun summer with her. She's really long in her spine, good and level in her hip design. You like the shoulder that one has in her. She gets out and goes around the ring. They're a nice pair out here, and this young man's doing a good job getting that one presented. Young lady coming out in the second hole is another one that's definitely green in her condition. She's a heifer, though, that just needs to be a little deeper in her flank compared to that one that's in front of her to get her up any higher today. But 2 really nice heifers that got a bright future.
Over on the steer side, catch up on classes 315, 316. First place, class 315, Scout Locke, Packwood. Second to Trey Fukin of Mount Ayr. Third to Elise Badger of Bagley. Fourth to Jolie Fisher of Villisca. Fifth to Justin Boddicker of Tipton. Sixth to Houston Holdgraffer of Bryant. Seventh, Courtney Decker of Sheldon. And eighth to Carson Litcher of Stanwood. Placings for 316, Main and Jew steers. First place Brent Will Wyota. Second to Blaine Beatty of Russell. Third Clayton Yoder of Reading. And fourth to Jarrett Lynch of Dyersville. Currently in the ring, class 317, Main and Jew steers.
On your heifer side there, as they working through, get through, and who's trying to share this mic in terms of everything out there. Lot going on, trying to share as much with you as we can do into the Herefords there. And I just watched and is taking a picture of that Chloe Rogers who had Tommy Hawk down there, Hawk Livestock. They're helping to get the picture of her champion. I think we'll see where she come from. But that Chloe Rogers, that's a really, really nice heifer. Got a good look. As you can see, watch her on video and check her out on the pulse in terms of getting a little more breeding information on her as well. But again, out here in these polled Hereford heifers, really nice set. We're in class 123, I believe, second class. These are April heifers. Got a Catapult, High Roller, and a Yellowstone. Or Yellowstone, then High Roller is what we've got out here in the Herefords. Danny Harker just talked that, he was one talk that last class of that pair. He is just so descriptive, does a very nice job, and very comfortable as he goes ahead and talks about them. Just fun to listen to. These two guys on the heifer side, I think they do a really good job as they're working together. And you know, we're motoring right on through. I know it's 10:30, but we got a big day, but they're rolling through. They're giving everybody a good chance to get a good look at each one and get a fair evaluation. And as an exhibitor, that's really all you're going to ask of anybody, at a show, because it's bound to, it's just down to opinions of what somebody likes and what their life experiences come out there and go with. So we go down there. He's ready to make his placing. Got his class winner there. The last one in there, I think.
We got a really nice polled heifer here. One that's sure awfully good in every angle that you want to look at her. Very stout, very sound, very functional. She's big boned, big footed, has some width of chest, width of skeleton. You get behind her and watch her track away. She has some good natural width and power. She's big back, big hip, carries that advantage down low. She's bold sprung, very fresh in terms of condition, very nice female. It gets close between second and third here for us, and you guys ringside want to flip-flop them. We won't argue. But Dan and I are power guys, and this heifer just simply has more natural turn to her rib up high, carries that advantage down low. She's a bigger bone, bigger footed female that just simply has more cow power to her. Now, we would like to set her back in the front part of that shoulder, make her take a longer, more athletic stride off those front two, and level her up from her hooks to her pins if she wants to get a little round there. The heifer that rounds out the class, love the silhouette of this female. Gosh, she's so pretty to look at. Love her levelness from her hooks to her pins. Like the way she gets out and motors around the ring. We just get behind her. We don't want to just break her apart and make her stouter in her skeletal design. But very, very high quality, great class of females. Congratulations.
Looks like we had the high roller heifer there, won that class. Now we have 124 will be coming in here. These March-born heifers as we come and start to bring them in there on your heifer side. So we got the 4 heifers. Hunter Anderson has a high roller heifer. Morgan Rogers, Solon, Iowa, got a Cadillac heifer. Schroeder has a Justify. And George Sinclair is, looks like we got an EXR benchmark. I would imagine that probably could be an express heifer herself that George has there in Herefords. But again, just like this at Beef Expo there's 4 very, very high quality heifers that come out here, stand on the rail, and give us a real good look. As I get that right, Hunter Anderson is comes from an Angus family, just diversing out into, I think sometimes different breeds, and maybe he showed some of them already, but he does a dang good job there, coming from Algona, which is a strong area. That we get a lot of show families up there in that north central Iowa. And then, George is just probably new. I'm going to say a little bit new into the heifer game. I know they were a household name here in Iowa as far as showing steers for a lot of years. Had done a good job. Had a lot of them. Gretzka steers has won a lot of steer shows. And I know they've transitioned. I've seen them showing some Angus, showing some Herefords, and kind of branching out there, which makes it good. Just a good family. I know he works really hard. He works really hard at it, and has a true passion. It's sure good to see. Like a lot of the rest of the kids, not just to call him out for that, because the work ethic it takes to put in each one of these projects is huge, and all these young people do have to be able to compete at this level. Just the way the presentation and care has been of these purebred heifers all the way through has just been second to none. So Judge Dan and Matt talking about these heifers, they come back around and get them set up, getting kind of the crunch time where these people got to get them presented to be ready to be placed and pulled. There's just not a lot of spread between them as they confer and look to go over it there. So looks like Matt hands the mic over to Danny and says, "Hey, you go to pull, and it's your job this time." Yep, looks like Hunter Anderson is the one I've got to get the nod to be in the first being the first spot here, looks like to me. CH High Roller is what she is here in the Polled Herefords. Nice heifer. We talked about them doing a nice job. He's been at it, you know, quite a while, but that's a really well presented, very, very nice heifer. Nice pair.
Well, we start off with a heifer here this young man's brought out, and when she hit the ring, she was one that just had that wow factor. You love the way she's designed in that front 1/3, the levelness of her spine and her hip when you set her into motion. Good foot shape under that one. That one's got a lot of good things about her. Just free her up ever so slightly in that hock. But that's one that's got a lot of good parts and pieces there. Young man does an awesome job getting that one showed. Congratulations to him. The heifer coming out here in the next hole, a little heavier in her condition than what I'd like to see her at this time. Her best friend would be a round bale for a little while, young man. Just take that one home and cool her out a little bit. She's getting a little chunky on you, and that affects her when you set her into motion. She wants to get just a little bit wide off those rear two. She just needs to freshen up and get out and go around the ring a little better. She's one that just got a lot of good things to her. She's just a little far along in her condition today. The next heifer coming out, you like this heifer in terms of her broodiness and her cow power. A little coarser in her shoulder design, a little more upright in those pasterns than what you'd ideally like to see. Young lady's got a nice cow, though, in the making there. The next one coming out, the greenest one in this class, just needs a little bit more power, needs a little bit more structure there, improvements in that hock to get her up any higher in this class.
You were talking about the crossover, Chad, about different, you know, some of the heifer kids showing, you know, have shown steers in the past and vice versa and that kind of stuff. When I was down talking to the judges here just a second ago, just kind of getting on, there's on the steer side's a big crossover. It's the Jacobson young man down there, and he's a pig boy, big time pig boy.
I got you.
Him and his sister showed hogs all over the country and did very, 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 very well.
For the Iowa families, that pig thing, we're getting into hot and heavy of pig season there for that. I do know that.
I stepped away to go get a cup of coffee, so the judges came over, and I was giving Dan and talking to him a minute, and Matt, and I said, okay, I said, we've had some questions about like a backstory, if you guys showed together and knew each other, and they go, no, they said, Dan said, I'm older than Matt, but he says, we talk, you know, a couple times a week, and he says, you know, I'm from one of the I-states up here in the Midwest, and he said, I asked Matt, he said, I've known Matt a long time and respect him for his ability to evaluate cattle, and we kind of like him the same, and he said, I wanted a fresh perspective, you know, he said, I get back here and there's a couple, and he said, I just want another good cowman's opinion, so he said, that's the backstory.
Great choice.
And we talked about how good that class was, and to be quite honest with you, I'm a little disappointed in the crowd back there because you didn't say, hey, hold on just a second, this class coming in is getting ready to show you something, because to be honest with you, that young lady that's standing down there on the end, I feel absolutely terrible for her, because I'll be honest with you, I never showed a calf anywhere close to that quality, and for her to come here and be in that position, I don't ever want her to hold her head down, because this class is absolutely packed full of them. When I got called and asked to do this, to be perfectly honest with you, there's not many people I would rather have out here with me than this guy. We're not the most polished. We're not the most, whatever you want to say. We're not the flowery type. But when it comes down to studying cattle and absolutely breaking them down, the guy standing behind me is one that I trust to a great deal. And to be honest with you, we've been absolutely on point all day in terms of where we're thinking. The longer we broke down the cattle, this black calf to me is absolutely just mind-blowing. When you build cattle that are that stout, that out there in terms of their pieces, to be that bold-bodied, that opened up, and then that calf literally is wanting to run out here, and he's wanting to do that because his skeleton is built to the nines. That calf's incredible in terms of his hock, how he gets out and covers the ground, does it so good, and still one that is just absolutely just proportions and balances so well from the side. To be quite honest with you, I don't know what's left to come in this main division, but they better come on with their come on. The black and white calf here in 2, when he hit the ring, whoever put this one together in the back, quite simply knows what they're doing, because not sure we've seen one any better fit, any better put together in terms of his presentation. And I say that because the guys that put that hind leg on that one right there did an absolutely incredible job of making that hind leg look absolutely perfect when that calf's standing. Why I'm saying that is when we get that calf on the go, even though it has the right set, for me, that hind leg has to push and pull and really get to going. I'd like to see him have more flex and reach to that hock. And then as you watch that calf go right away, he wants to narrow up at the ground ever so slightly, but that's getting highly critical of one that I would love to have in my barn at home. The girl in 3, Sweetheart, when they're standing, I love this creature. I mean, he is busted open, he is wide, he is burly, everything you want to say, muscle and dimension, he's got it. For us, those final 3, he's the most restricted in terms of his hind leg design. Like to just see him just get out and travel with a shot more authority there off of his rear too. But that calf is very, very high quality, and I want you to know that as you exit. The calf in 4, man, that thing's got the big radar ears. His neck comes high out the top side of his shoulder. He just kind of pulls you in. I mean, he's got that wow factor kind of a look. As we circled those final 4, that calf right there is the one that closes up the most in his chest. We need to just pry him apart right there in his underpinning, see him wider and just more dimensional down through his sternum, and I think that would open up from there back. But that calf definitely has the big pieces. That one will be very interesting to watch as he continues to mature and fatten as that young lady goes home and continues to work on him, knowing she's got a good one. The calf in 5, when they're parked, we love that calf in terms of his center body dimension and his rib cage. Really stout and burly and awesome in terms of his pin set. Just a calf that's got to be laid back in his shoulder. That calf just gets a shot too far forward there in his knee for us. Like we talked about, young lady, I don't want you to hold your head, because that's a class of steers that will be stuck in my head for a very long time. That calf still has body, still presented very, very well. She's done an excellent job with him at home. As we backed off the cattle, that was the calf that got kind of the most mature about his crest, the most mature about his chest, and maybe fell out of balance ever so slightly. Absolutely awesome class of steers. Thank you guys for giving us the opportunity to sort those cattle. We'll look forward to getting them back out here in the Grand Drive.
Really nice Hereford heifer here to start this class off. One that's extremely good looking, very fresh in terms of her condition, very sound, very functional. You like her length of spine. You like her length from her hooks to her pins. And you get behind her and she doesn't disappoint. You know, she's really bold at the top side of her rib where it comes out of her spine like it should be and carries all the way down to her navel. Big hip, big-ended, nice female. Female that comes second. You like the growth and performance that she has, but she wants to get a little steep in her shoulder and steep in her knee, a little flatter in her muscle pattern. The heifer that comes next is one that we like maybe tone down her color pattern just a freckle, and one that's just really good bodied though, very nice and functional. Just like to see her a little bit and sound her off either end of her skeletal design. Heifer that rounds out the class, very, very attractive through that front 1/3. Very sound off either end of her skeletal design. Just needs to be pulled apart and more opened up and have a little bit more power and performance to run in this class today, but I think that'll come in time. Congratulations.
Moving in with the Herefords, I think we just finished up with Class 125. The Paulson's Koenig's coming in this next class with one, and Carly Heifers has got 2 Polled Herefords coming in this next class, a couple Februaries.
Oh, yep, both February. This would be a fun one to see. Anytime you got somebody that brings a heifer that's has done well nationally at our state fair every time with Koenig, you want to take a look at that heifer. And a little I can tell, she got a high quality look.
Looks all right from here, for sure.
And I don't know, at one time, I think is this a Wildcat heifer? Herefords from out of Wisconsin, I believe.
Could be. I don't know. I could not tell you.
Want to make sure that we give a shout out right. Shivers there at Bondurant. That's your household name that's been shown a lot of years out of out of that area, Tim. They've done a good job, had a lot of success.
Oh yeah,
You know,
these kids have had a lot of success. She's a little bitty old girl, but the family has been around for quite a
Been a
while
long
and getting
time.
after it. You bet.
you know, gets to be generational, you know, just as you see out here. But boy, nice pair. And like again, presentation A1 on both sets of them heifers. Got a good look. You know, the crowd's starting to gather up and around here. I don't know if you can tell on so much on your video here, just backed up to the top, but we've got a nice crowd of folks gathered around. You can see in the makeup rings. Maybe you can't tell in terms of your video feed of where the makeup rings are, but boy, they sure got them good in there as well. Herefords have always been known for soundness. Them guys that stayed in that breed and stayed there for all the years, they just bred cattle and they covered the basics and had the importance of where they wanted to pick on them, weren't they?
Yeah, and that Hereford deal, you know, they go way back, and they're mostly big cattle breeder, big ranch. You know, a lot of those good cattle came out of the West, and as these kids have started coming in there and the quality, they've been ramped up a little bit. There's not a big difference between the ranch cattle anymore and the smaller breeders that emphasize the show cattle. I think everybody's stepped up their game to work on those.
Females that's want to definitely come here for a fight. I'm telling you, this one is built for the nines, and you know, just impeccable in her design, I guess. For me, I love the way that one's designed in her shoulder, the extension she's got through that front 1/3, the amount of power and shape and dimension that she has from one end of her to the other, but yet still real flexible in that hock. Just a really, really high-quality heifer here to start off this class. Young lady's got another one. It's going to make a really nice cow for her. The duo of those come out here, and she gets her show good. That's a really nice little cow prospect for that young lady. Just doesn't have all the bells and whistles that our class winner does.
Got a couple singles coming in the pulled Herefords, and we'll be picking your champion pulled Hereford heifer coming up here pretty quick.
Yeah, as we get through there, and it's going to be a good lineup. Boy, you could tell Danny sure liked that heifer there when he kind of lit right up and got pretty fired up to talk about that Paulson heifer, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, yeah. And that's a pretty easy one to talk about, say good things about, too. She's awfully nice. She probably will be in the hunt here in about 10 minutes, I would imagine. So there's the Herefords are gathering up back behind there.
I would say she would. This heifer, the single entry heifer here, this is a nice heifer. She got quality.
Emmett's got a nice heifer. It's a high roller.
Yeah. Let's have them high rollers coming in through there as well.
That would be at least a half sister to the Kinnick's was a high roller as well.
Carmen Paulson did acknowledge the fact that is a wildcat heifer out of Wisconsin. Dr. Jones up there, I believe, is where they are. Do a good job. I think the little bit I know, Evan
really
Espenscheid,
nice
I think helps him up there too.
Here. Sure could have stood a lot more competition. Boy, she's rugged in her type and her kind. She's big boned, big-footed, big and burly and capacious. She's got some width of chest, width some base. She's got some power out of her hip, and yet she's still long and elegant through her front 1/3. Nice enough in terms of her condition. Very beautiful headed. Very, very nice class winner. Congratulations.
Well, that heifer there is nice too. That's a good heifer. He talked her well. You watch her come in there. I don't know if you guys just left your screen there, but boy, there when she got that back 3/4 view, she's bold. Yeah. She is robust.
And they said Ronnie Schmidt sent me too. I think that was a wildcat heifer too. So he probably related fairly closely to the Paulson heifer.
Ideal in terms of how they're built at the ground, in terms of their structure. We kind of backed up there, and to be quite honest with you, today we're just the most comfortable with the young lady up here that's going to start us off in terms of that guy's body shape, in terms of his turn and the shape to his rib. In our opinion, he reads a shot easier doing, a shot easier feeding, and today that allows him to balance up better. Very, very high quality in terms of his look and structure. Very nice way to get us started. Like I said, the calf into is awesome in terms of his build. Definitely has the muscle and the shape that we're looking for in terms of down his back and over top of his loin. A calf like I said, we just need to chub him up right there in his body, just kind of extenuate his center body and back through his flank. I honestly think if that calf continues to feed and that young lady's able to just get enough corn, enough energy in that calf to kind of cause him to chub in that center body, he would be one to reckon with as a fat steer. The kind of decision for us, I guess, lied between 3 and 4, and quite honestly, you can switch that pair. We decided to just go with the simple, overwhelming power and muscle of the young lady's calf here in 3. If you want to put him in 4 and say that he's not sound enough there, that's perfectly fine, because we'd like to redesign that calf in terms of his hock. But today, for us, we just thought there was enough more power. The black and white steer is one that we love in terms of his look. Love that guy from the side. Everything kind of balances and blends together. As we stepped in behind the cattle, right out the back of that guy's shoulder, we just need to just amplify him in terms of the amount of shape and power that he has. Awesome in terms of his look from the side. Like I said, the black and white steer there that is going to round us out. Really nice calf, honestly, from his shoulder back, big ended. The problem with that calf is we got to redesign him, and his knee, front feet are kind of wanting to go a shot east and west on us there, and that causes him to kind of just be a shot more restricted up front. Very high quality class of market animals there. Congratulations to those kiddos.
Just a single entry here in our Polled Hereford show. This senior yearling heifer is definitely one that could stand some competition. Very, very well constructed. That's a heifer that's really long and level in her design. It's a heifer with a big old powerful hip in her. Gives you that brood cow look from the side, but yet still has that show ring eye appeal to her. Young lady does a really nice job with her. Congratulations to her.
As we get that single entry, you should be bringing our class winners back out here. That's the big September heifer. They're in your Hereford, Polled Hereford Polled show. I'm sorry. We're getting our class winners coming down here to the center. Bring the seconds in behind there, and I think it's a good lineup because you know that Hunter Anderson, he had that heifer. I think won that good competitive class. Kinnick Paulson had that heifer that I thought Danny Harker got really excited about. That heifer right behind there, I sure thought was good, and Matt talked her well. She's a single entry of Emmett Lovren. I thought she was, boy, a big cowy, good heifer. But folks, I'm telling you in person, if you can see them things, but boy, quality is high in this set of Hereford heifers. I tell you, they're very, very impressive, and not to take anything away from some of them ones in between. I can't read her number. That one come out of that class right between there, between Hunter Anderson and Kinnick. That's just a quality animal as well. And I know we're going to get ahead of ourselves in terms of, you know, picking one of this division, but I know we got to pick a top 5, and there's not going to be a lot of room for 5 is going to get logjam in terms of quality, because I tell you start out with Owen's composite heifer. Weisiger won the composites on a high quality heifer, worthy of consideration for a 5. And then Sarah Sullivan had that Charlet heifer that been very, very well documented to have success in the purebred Charlets.
Well, let me
wins
catch
the
up over
division.
on the heifer side. Polled Hereford heifer division, first place, class 122, Caden Hopkins of Halber, second to Olivia Alber of Independence. Placings for class 123, first place, Leona Mandernack of Bernard, second to Kentley Weirson of Cambridge, third to Tommy Rabel of Lake Park. Placings in class 124, first place, Hunter Anderson, Algona, second, George Sinclair, Williamsburg, third to Morgan Rogers, Solon, and fourth to Avari Schroeder of Sumner. Placings for class 125, Polled Hereford heifers, first place, Rain Wagner, Hampton, second to Alexandria Swanton of Bryant, third to Cambry Nickel Gravity, fourth to Avery Harris of Waverly.
We get back out here for our champion polled Hereford lineup, and whether you raise black cattle, purple cattle, or white cattle, I'll tell you what, there's a couple heifers out here that'll truly get you excited in terms of their type and kind and the look that they give you, but yet still the power and the shape and dimension that they have from one end to the other. I think there's two of them out here, though, that really excite Matt and I. We're going to go out here and pick your champion and reserve. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
As they get ready to walk on down, looks like they're Kinnick Paulson.
Champion polled Hereford heifer coming out of class 126. That's Kinnick Paulson of Preston.
She was a February high roller heifer, come from the Wildcat program up there in Wisconsin. Hunter Anderson had talked about that heifer. They locked her well in Class 2. She'll be a reserve champion.
At the 2023 Iowa Beef Expo, reserve polled Hereford heifer coming out of Class 124, Hunter Anderson of Algona. Once again, your champion, Kenny Paulson of Preston, reserve Hunter Anderson of Algona. Let me finish. Placings on that polled Hereford division. Class 126, your eventual champion was first, Kinnick Paulson, Preston. Carly Shivers of Bondurant was second. Single entry, Class 127, Emmett Lovren of Clarksville won that class, and single entry in Class 128, Liberty Sukin of Gowrie.
You know, one thing about it, it doesn't take rocket scientists you're watching when you see the quality of them cattle out there, but you just listen to what them guys talked and how they talked both them two cattle in class. You could kind of pick up on the fact that, you know, one, did they look good, but two, boy, they sure got excited as they described them two heifers in each one of their classes and visited about them. So kind of knew going out there they were sure going to have a good look with them there. But boy, them's two awesome heifers, and just kind of like what I talked about when you talk about.
And over on the heifer side, your Limb Flex division, Limb Flex.
With what we've had out here, you know, this Supreme lineup is going to be spectacular. I talked about the Sullivan Charlet, the Sullivan Key heifer. Boy, them two are you know, have won a lot of stuff. And then we get in here to these Herefords, both the polled and the horn,
Catch up over on the steer side.
both way quality.
317, main and two steers, first place. Kentley Lonigan of Corden, second to Drew Jacobson of Osceola, third to Laney DeVries of Red Oak, fourth to Bria Bowl of Milo, fifth to Haley Hoverson of Sioux Center, and sixth to Libby Seiko of Riverside. That was placings for Class 317. Placings for Class 318. First place, Jenna Funk of Manchester, second to Alexa Fitzgerald of Tipton, third to Brooke Pomeroy of Dunlap, fourth Garrett Cash of Garner, fifth to Kaylee Pudens of Story City. That was placings for Class 318. Class 319 currently in the ring.
As we get down here where you guys probably can't see, maybe one angle you can, looks like they're giving some nourishment to our two judges right here at the moment. They're out here getting them a bite to eat right here in front of us as I'm kind of leaning over watching. If I kind of got quiet there for a second, they're taking pictures right here in front of us. We can watch them cattle get coming around us. You get right on top of them and just sure appreciate you know, the look and kind that them cattle give us. So we're going to get ready to get into the Limb Flex heifers. You know, and that's a division. You talk about the Limb Flex. I think they're showing them things together Nope, I take it back. We have a separate division for limousine. It'd be your high percentage limousines versus your limb flexes. A lot of times they do show them things together, but there's several times here in this state that we've had supreme champions come out of this division of limb flexes or limousines. Both Sarah Sullivan and Kenneth Polson have had success that I can sure think of. Here in a recent past have really done well there. So it'd be fun to see as they bring some out here, and we'll have
get out here in another high quality class of mains, and quite honestly, they just keep coming, and they're flat out good. We're going to leave these top three just how they stand. I'll break them down to you. The young man's calf, we kind of pulled him along the side here. He knew that was the exit gate, and that's exactly where he wanted to go. That calf, when that young man gets him parked, has an absolutely eccentric look, just pulls you in. That calf might be the widest constructed one we've sorted thus far today. I mean, you could flat run a transfer truck down that thing's back in terms of the amount of shape and mass that he has. Still, he's awesome looking up through his chest and about his crest. And in my opinion, that's where he has the advantage over the 1 and 2. He's not only more extended and better about his crest, he's also probably a shot more laid back there in his shoulder. The 1 and 2, in my opinion, he kind of boggles my mind, and I say that because that steer, when he actually relaxes and goes, I think his structure is okay. And with that being said, that's me getting extremely critical on one because we're in this type of a caliber of a class. When that young man gets him parked there, I mean, he absolutely kind of pulls you in. I love that guy's body shape. You talk about one that's round and robust about his rib cage, and that just allows for all that added spread up high. For me, that calf wants to kind of come up right there in his loin, wants to get it down under there in terms of his pins, and I think he compensates for the fact that he's maybe a shot straighter right there in terms of his hock. Loin comes up, tail head goes down to kind of give that hawk a shot more range of motion. If we can just kind of give him a shot more flex there from behind, I think that kind of changes that entire calf. Very, very high quality one, though. I don't want to seem like I'm getting critical on him. I'm just trying to break him down to you. The calf in 3, honestly, from the side, he can start. He's the one that I think's the most ideal in terms of the length to his hip. He's awesome in terms of his look from the side. As we ask those cattle to take that final lap, he's the one that closes up the most at the ground. For the amount of shape that he has up high, I just wish he'd stay more genuine and true in terms of his underpinning. Just pull him apart ever so slightly right there behind his shoulder. If we're going to give up muscle and power, we got to be better looking and better moving to kind of tackle those top 2. The young lady in 4, this calf is presented awesome. I asked her, I said, do you have fun blowing him at home? She says, heck no, it takes way too long to get him dry, and I can understand why, because that calf's blessed with the big hairs. He's presented awesome. Young lady does an incredible job of getting him stuck. When that calf's parked right there and you're ringside and you haven't seen him walk, you're sitting there thinking, why in the world is that calf that far down the line? That's the reason, as we ask the cattle to go, he's just the most restricted off of both ends of his skeleton, a calf that we got to just see get out and go with more agility. The calf that rounds us out, I mean, absolutely one wide-built creature. And honestly, that kind of comes to his undoing for us. He's the widest and the most opened up at the point of his shoulder. Like to just smooth him and make him more attractive about his shoulder and his neck. And then that calf kind of gets a shot awkward there in terms of his hind leg, kind of wants to get up under himself. Very, very high quality class of animals. Congratulations to those steer exhibitors.
All right, over here on the heifer side, I think we got our judges in there. We're going to bring that first class. Should be 2 heifers. I have on my sheet here anyway. A Wallace and Dodge. Look like we have them 2 coming out here. So we have officially started the limb flex portion of your Beef Expo, Iowa Beef Expo Heifer Show. them guys should have a little extra energy to them. They should have some bounce in their step and really get ready to sort after they got a quick bite to eat there. It was a little bit early, but going to be a long day. Going to be a long day for them. Going to have had a lot of quality, a lot of good. But there again, Limflex guys we talked about, boy, they bring us some quality right off the get-go again. They've got two heifers, have a lot of look. One's a Primo, first one in here, and the other one is a Crown Royal. So that one would be a Lemmy sired as we get out there. And one thing, I have learned about the Limflexes, where they would be a composite breed for the long of the short story, it says, is, they have to have half Angus, either black or red, to make up a Limflex. So you've got to be registered on both sides of their pedigree to make that. So I think that's an interesting twist that they do different than say a Maintainer, Key Composite, Foundation Simmental. You can have a commercial cow of some sort, different breeds in there to make your percentage. But the Limflexes, you've got to have a papered Angus, Red Angus parentage to either side on your Lemmy bred female. And I think there's some other ins and outs in terms of how much, what percent of different breeds you can have in there. But I think the gist of how I understand it is where it's at. So didn't take them long, didn't get set up. Dan Harker went ahead and placed the two, kind of left them there as they stood. And he's going to talk them here just in a second. I take that back. Matt Copeland is going to talk these two after Dan placed them, kind of a tandem group there. Here's Matt.
Boy, what a really nice way to start off our breed here. A very bold-sprung, capacious kind of a female that has a look to her, very fresh in terms of her condition, very sound and mobile off either end of her skeletal design, and got some power with the chest and with the base. Female that comes in second, you like the growth and performance this female has. You love her length of body. She too sound structured, gets a little narrow in her chest cavity for us, gets a little flatter in her rib shape and her muscle pattern. Two outstanding females. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Aubrey Wallace there of Harris, Iowa, with her Primo sired Limflex heifer. Now we get into two single entry, another Dawson Book from Logan, Iowa, comes in here with our single entry here in class 130 here today. They'll roll him around, put him in the spot, talk him, and kind of keep moving where we can move through. And then looks like we just have Hayden Holderfer from Bryant, Iowa. And boy, those folks always have some quality. I know that heifer will be sure nice. And then 132. Oh, I guess there it is, Sarah Sullivan. I missed her up there. I talked about her having some Limflexes there. That's a November heifer. Hey, that one might be a highly decorated one too. I think she's done some well with that heifer already too, isn't she? With that junior national champion. Also, top 5 Cattlemen's Congress Open Show.
Yeah, big heifer.
That's a heifer that's really nice in her overall design in terms of the way she gets out and goes around the ring, the hip shape and dimension that she has to her, the true muscle down her top. It's a heifer that's good and flexible off of both ends and gets out and goes. Just a really high quality heifer here in this class.
Well, Chad and I were kind of taking turns going back and forth a little bit. Going out, I had a little dad 911 needed some fitting products and stuff, so can you run and do it? And so I left Chad a little high and dry to go do that. But on the way out, I went out through the makeup ring. It's beautiful outside. Cattle are outside looking awesome everywhere. And it was fun. There was a lot of comments, a lot of people back there giving their kudos. We have been getting tons of texts and Snapchats and Facebook comments. Please, if they got questions, I've been going down and talking to the judges to find out if somebody asks questions and doing that. So if there's something you want to know that's not too in-depth or not too
really nice
needy, let me know.
Female right here. Now this one's got the bells and the whistles. And the good running, the gear to go with it. Good looking, fresh in terms of her condition. Perfect size, good length of body, length of hip. You get up on top of her, she's got a lot of shape down her top, throughout her hip, and carries that advantage down low. A lot of width of base, a lot of width of skeletal design. Very, very, very high quality female.
So having said that, again, into these Limflexes now. got one more class, a single entry. I think Sarah Sullivan's got one in here. Got another single entry, and then we'll get in there. But I mean, not huge on numbers, but man, oh man, you talk about nice cattle. Another group of cattle that have kind of surfaced back up. Lemmies have always been good cattle. They kind of everything's a little cyclical and kind of up and down. But here lately, these Lemmies and Limb Flexes have come out, and I mean the Sullivans, the Schaefers, some of those guys they have made some beautiful females out here right now, and this is going to be a great lineup. Again, mostly class winners because there's not a lot of them, but really good cattle.
That's just incredible in her overall design and the look that she gives you from the side, yet still really good in her lines. You love that about her, but powerfully constructed female, awesome footed, good in her knee, good in her hock, gets out and goes around the ring. You just love this female from all angles when you get back and you study her. Awesome one here in this class.
Getting lined up to bring in our champions or our class winners, and there's a couple seconds, I believe, in there. 1 second, so it'll be 4 class winners and a second for our champion Limb Flex. Then we'll be going into the limousines, the higher percentage limousines, where there's just 3 within that division. And then we'll start into the highly competitive high mains. And there's 5 or 6, appears to be 6 classes in that.
Even if we just did screw up the top pair, the crowd up there that clapped at least made us feel good, I can tell you that. And to be honest with you, we're splitting hairs between these 2 black and white calves. I'm not really sure that either one of you jumps out and says, hey, I absolutely have to win. I'll break them down to you. The black and white steer that we decide to go with, quite honestly, if you're at the 3/4 view, he's undoubtedly the one that's more put together in terms of his shoulder blade, how it lays back into his forerib and his heart, how all that blends together. And honestly, he's quite a bit more shapely right out the backside of the top of his shoulder as well. Is he a steer that's perfect in terms of his hip design? No. Is he a steer that's got a shot more chest? Yes, but a steer that, in our opinion, checks the most boxes and offered the most quality in terms of balance. The black and white steer that the young man's got here in 2, when he gets him parked, I mean, that thing's neck is a mile long. He's got a wild look to him, and he can absolutely pull you in and say, hey, I need to win, and I like that about him. I'm all about cattle that are built out there on the edge, and I think that this steer is that. With that being said, like I talked about, he's a steer that needs to be busted open in his heart, busted open in his forerib, and then as we ask the cattle to go, and we also need to see that calf just reach out and go a shot better there off of his rear too. Kind of wants to get a shot tighter right there in the middle part of his spine. Of those remaining 3 cattle that we had out here at the end, the black steer's definitely the outlier. He's the longest bodied, just the one that has the most frame probably also. But in our opinion, he is also the steer that probably read the hardest doing right through the center part of his body. A steer that in our opinion definitely has the muscle up high. But then as we watch the cattle go, he also wanted to close up underneath. We just need to see more oomph and more power down through the lower part of that guy's skeleton. The black and white steer of the remaining 2 cattle, bottom line, he's got more product. Yes, he's a shot more conventional in terms of his look, but on the bottom pair cattle, we decided to go with just muscle and product. The black steer's probably just a shot better looking, a shot better in terms of his balance. A steer, in our opinion, as we stepped in behind the cattle, was just the flattest and most generic in terms of his shape, but is still a really nice structured, really nice bodied calf for that young lady to continue with. Very nice class of main steers with some different types and kinds up top. Congratulations to those kids.
Well, I don't know if you guys are paying attention to what Matt and I did out here in terms of class winners, but from our first class to our last class, this is a high-quality set of cattle where they're limb flexes, but I'm telling you, these are good cattle from one end to the other. We're as excited about the 2 that we're going to use for champion and reserve out here as anything we've seen all day. Really, really high-quality cattle that are as good, I think, in terms of structure and foot design as anything we've seen. two really, really good ones we're really excited about.
Tim, they sure bragged on these things really well. We got, I believe that to be Sarah Sullivan again. You know, we talked about before she come out here, and I do believe that is that one that won the Junior Nationals. But, boy, she looks incredible, doesn't she?
She is way, way good. The Holgrapher boy was reserve in that division. I told people listening when you stepped away, what a great division.
Heifer
Yep.
going to Sarah Sullivan of
Oh.
Dunlap Reserve. Hayden Holgrapher of Bryant.
I'd be curious to see what her pedigree is, this one here. I wonder if she goes back to
Smaller classes.
some of those, to one that's won before.
First place, Aubrey Wallace Harris. Second to Keaton Dodge of Terrell. Placings for class 130, single entry, Dawson Book of Logan. Placings for class 131, first place, Hayden Holgrapher of Bryant. And placings for class 132, single entry, Sarah Sullivan. Once again, Sarah Sullivan with your champion, Hayden Holgrapher with your reserve.
When I had to make the dad run to go get some Sullivan stuff, Chad, I saw Jeff Paulson in the makeup area, and I said, hey, do you want to give me and Holcamp a little cash to make sure we say nice things? He said, go ahead and just tell Chad that I paid you cash, and Chad, your check's in the mail.
Yeah.
So go ahead and say nice things about Paulson. He
There you
said,
go, yeah.
your
Yeah,
check,
Jeffrey,
I got cash, your check's in the mail.
Yeah, I'm glad he gave you the PG version that he might have give you a time or two. Knowing him, I know he's offered me some helpful criticisms in the past. I think is how maybe you might want to say that a time or two. But
He was just pure attaboys for us, both of us.
I bet he was.
He thinks we're both doing a great job. And it's funny taking that trip out there. It's, like I said, it's beautiful outside right now. People are in a good mood outside.
Yeah, that one does have, I believe, Adona's and Diva's ear tag in her.
319, main Andrew steers first place, Parker Shala of Riverside. Second to Brady Cohn of North English. Third, Lane Summerfeld Walker. Fourth to Hayden Sewer of Anita. And fifth to Shelby Johnston of Rhodes. That was placings for class 319. Placings for class 320. Main Andrew steers first place, Ian Spangler of Tipton. Second to Nolan Minson of Manchester. Third, Dylan Manning of Waukee. Fourth, Tiana Kinzinger of Alden. And fifth to Charlie Sherman of Riley. Currently in the ring, the final class of steers in the main Andrew division.
So we've got, we just have 3 limousine heifers here in your limousine heifer show. We've got 2 out here in this first class, April to March, and then we've got a November heifer come in next, and we'll pick us a champion limousine as we go through. But this pair here, it matches up very, very nice.
Yeah.
So we got out here, this first one, she's got some stoutness and power. You guys probably looking at her from the side. We're looking at her kind of on top of us. But boy, she's got some dimension to her. You look at her this way, but the one in second, big bodied. So we'll see what these guys, how they like, and after they conferred and talked about them. Because we can give you, me and Tim can give you our opinions all we want to, but it really doesn't make no difference on the day, though, does it?
No, we're not getting paid today. Those 2 boys down there walking around in there with their hands in their pockets, they're the ones getting paid today. This is the way it works. That's the beauty about this this business, this industry. You got good livestock guys giving opinions, and I hope everybody realizes that, grandmas and grandpas and everybody listening. It's our opinion, their opinion, and Chad and I judge. It's our opinion, so don't take it totally to heart. It's the way we see things, and we all like things a little different. I'm a Chevy guy, not a Ford guy, so it's not a big deal.
Totally different, their types and kinds. This young man's female we start off with is definitely unique. within this breed. She's one that definitely shows you a lot of characteristics in terms of the limousine muscling down that top and into that hip. She's a little further along in her condition than what I'd like to ideally see. That's a heifer that's got a lot of good parts and pieces to her. I think in today's industry you can breed her and mate her a lot of different ways and still end up with whatever your outcome is in terms of your breeding program. I think very unique breeding piece there. The next heifer coming out, it's a heifer that's very nice in her own type and kind. Little more chest than what our class winner is. You'd like to give her maybe a little more shape down low from stifle to stifle, but that's a heifer that's got a lot of good to her. Young man does a really nice job getting her presented.
Judge Dan Harker talked that pair of heifers. They're very, really good as the way he's been doing here all day. And now we come into single entry.
Wow. Look at this thing coming in. Wow.
Last class,
that's
the
a high
main
limit. That's a
hasn't
nice heifer. Look at her coming
disappointed.
in.
The black and white steer, in our opinion, we've been kind of walking the top 2 or 3 here again, but in our opinion, within this particular lineup, this calf's the outlier in terms of having enough muscle, enough dimension, being pulled apart all the way down through the lower part of his body and still blending all that muscle and power together in a very attractive look. Is he absolutely 100 in terms of his structure? No, probably not. Like to just see him just a shot more accurate and more coordinated there on his rear too. But that's an extremely high quality one that gets us started off in a very good fashion. The kind of cream colored calf here in two, if you're off to the side of them or sitting back in the stands, I'm sure this calf has a very captivating look. I mean, that neck comes high out the top side of his shoulder. He's so clean down through his chest. His balance and proportions are awesome. Bottom line, as we watch those cattle come right at us, he's the one that wants to narrow up in his chest. And if we're going to kind of take a shot back in terms of muscle and not pick the stouter one, we've got to be sounder, and we didn't think that was the case here. That calf also needs to just have more set and reach to his hock. Very high caliber one there to go in two, though. The black and white calf in 3 is awesome in terms of his body. Very easy feeding, low maintenance, kind of a fat steer look to him. A steer, in our opinion, of that initial trio just fell out of balance in terms of his forerib, shoulder, chest, and how all that fit together up front there. If we can kind of tweak a few minor things, that calf definitely becomes more in contention. The steer that the young man has here is a shot more like lower to the ground, a shot more moderate, and we actually appreciate that. Love that guy through the center part of his rib cage. Steer for us, as we step in behind the cattle, there's just not enough to him. That steer's got to be broader and more opened up in terms of his pin set. We got to kind of mow that tail head down and get it to set more ideally there in between his pins. The same goes for the young lady's calf in terms of his tail head, his pins, and how his hind leg is designed there from behind. Still a really good looking one that has enough body. We just kind of need to get its pieces to flow together a shot better there. The Baldy steer, in our opinion, of the remaining 2 cattle, we just trusted his structure long term as these cattle continue to feed and fatten. We just trusted his structure up front in terms of his shoulder design. The young lady steer undoubtedly has more power. Just a calf that we were the most concerned with in terms of his structure going down the road. Very nice class for those kids. Let's give them a round of applause.
Boy, a nice single entry here on our side, and boy, she is good and could have stood a lot of competition. I really like this female. Very sound, very good-footed, great body, great rib shape up high, stout enough, good-looking, fresh, very, very high quality. Congratulations.
Tim, I'd like to say that I think them guys seen like you did. It's pretty obvious to tell that heifer had a lot of quality. They sure bragged her up pretty well there. That individual class winner there, I'm going to say it's Chloe Bruce, Emerson, Iowa.
Yep. Looks good, yeah. And this is, again, not very many in this division, but
Man,
it's only 3. But, I mean, that Chloe Bruce, that heifer,
she's got
that
some
thing's
good to her, don't
she got a lot of good things to her. I was going to say I gotta shout out from a Lemmy breeder, buddy of mine. I mean that all respectfully. That these are good. I'm not gonna say for a Lemmy. This one is just that one's just good cattle.
What a unique set of females that we have out here, and two of them are very unique, and they're all three of them very, very high quality, very good, very cowy, maternal looking type of deals. It's very, very nice. There's two heifers out here that suit us the best. We'll go ahead and select those two right now. Congratulations again, young people.
Looks like he's coming around to get that big heifer we've been bragging on.
23 champion purebred limousine heifer coming out of class 134. That's Chloe Bruce of Emerson.
Young man who won that second class, or the first class, he knew he had to be reserved after she got picked in the single entry. He's like, hey, come get me. Hey, there's no suspense left.
Ryan Benchoof of Winterset. Once again, champion limousine heifer going to Chloe Bruce, reserve Ryan Benchoof of Winterset. Moving now into the high percent Maine and Jew heifers.
Get into to this now. Not that the divisions have all been tough. The different breeds have all been really, really tough. But I'm telling you, we're going to get into this main and maintainers and foundations. The key main steers has been in the other ring across from our ring we watching, and I mean them steers in that thing were phenomenally good. I mean the top end of them is like woofy good. And now we're going to get out here into these main heifers, and I think there's 7 classes I counted.
I think there's 6.
6, my bad. I counted wrong again.
But I think if you take the maintainers of Maine Angus and the high mains, there's no doubt that Iowa is a Maine and Jew state.
There's a lot of them, yeah.
I don't know. Blake Nelson probably ain't listening, but if he was, there'll be a strong showing in them 3 divisions here in your Maine and Jew side of your show. These would be your high percent Maine and Jew cattle. What do we got? Just 3 heifers in his first class?
Yeah, 2 Mays and a June.
Driving 80 and a pair of Gronks, it looks to me like.
So within that, shout out to my wife Karen. She's the den mother for the Iowa Maine and Jew kids. You know, she's the junior advisor, and she was telling me I think she had 100, and she will text me and tell me I'm wrong, but I think 143 junior Maine and Jew exhibitors here. Now that's steers, high mains, low mains, and Maine Angus and maintainers.
Yep.
And then she said of that she had 153 pay dues. So that's pretty good. That's a lot of kids.
Steers class 321. First place Brooke Conover, Sully. Second to Heidi Kipp of Yale. Third to McKenna Burmeister of Raleigh. Fourth to Ross Lynch. Gurundi Center. Fifth to Greenlee Giroux of Ainsworth. Sixth to Dalton Zidlicki of Decorah. And seventh to Emma Whittaking of Green. Currently in the ring is your selection for champion and reserve Maine and Jew steer.
So the high main heifers are going on our side, on our left side, and the champion main steers on the other side. And I told you, I said that den mother Karen would tell me I'm wrong. She said she ended up having 183 kids, Iowa kids, pay their dues for the Iowa Junior Maine and Jew Association. So yeah, the mains in Iowa, that's 183. That's a lot.
That's going to probably be close to as big a breed of anybody, though, wouldn't it? Because I don't think even the Angus and Heifers were that size. But I don't know. Awesome. We'll steal this before Will gets out here. 91 to talk about. You know, Olivia Stout out there who's showing second in that class. And what's really neat to see, I know, just following her, knowing her family as she grew up. But on Snapchat there, she did an internship in Washington, D.C. on the political side. I thought that was, to get to that part of the world is very, very interesting for her to have a young person to get out and give our be able to get to that part of it. I think it's huge. I think she deserves a shout out for that.
Oh, for sure. I was going to wait. These guys are going to talk. I'll chime in a minute.
I was lucky enough that I had 2 boys, and I never had a little girl that I could never tell no to or anything. And Matt and I were just sitting here talking, and he said it's like looking into a crystal ball here in a couple years. He's going to have a little girl out here doing this same thing. But This young lady's got a really high quality heifer. She's giving her some fits here now, but when that heifer's parked out here, super, super attractive from the side, deep bodied, really youthful in her overall design, a heifer that's extremely sound and gets out and goes around the ring really, really well within this trio of heifers. She's one that sets back nice in that knee and gets out and flexes off of both ends. Just a really high quality heifer here to start off this class with. Young man's heifer here in second, definitely the powerful one of the class. She's one that's got a lot of mass and dimension to her, but she's one that wants to get upright in those pasterns when you set her into motion. You'd like to give her a little more flex to that knee when you ask her to get out and go, but an awesome built one just needs to be a little truer to ground to get over the one in front of her. The next one coming out, a very productive oriented kind of heifer. It's a heifer that's got a nice look to her from the side, not the biggest boned individual, not the biggest footed one, but one that's relatively nice in terms of her overall design. Just needs to have a little more heifer there to get her up any higher in this class. Thank you.
Over on the steer side, our judges for the day in the tan jacket, coming out of Tennessee, Springville, Tennessee, Chance Young. Chance's family own and operate Young Brothers in Springville, Tennessee, and his wife Gretchen have 4 children, Paisley, Gus, Hattie, and Dottie. And Chance earned a master's degree from Murray State University and is now an ag education teacher there in his hometown.
So we got
the gentleman out there is Mr. Will Core of Greenfield, Ohio. Will originally is from Selma, North Carolina. Attended Black Hawk East, where he was on the Black Hawk East Junior College judging team, and they were named 2013 national champions. After his time there at Black Hawk East, he went to Western Illinois University, where he got his degree, his BS in ag business. He's had the opportunity to judge all species on various local, state, and national levels. Will, alongside of his wife Lauren, who I believe is here, and son Stokely, now reside in Greenfield, Ohio, where they own and operate Coeur cattle. Coeur cattle's main focus is raising and selling high-quality cattle, show cattle in multiple breeds, to be offered in their show heifer sales biannually. Will's greatest joy comes from being able to provide show cattle for junior members and working alongside them and their families at all events. Once again, that's your judges, Chance Young and Will Coeur, over on the steer side.
Well, this heifer class over here, I mean, to tell you what, this is good stuff here. We've got the McClure that has had some success in some different breeds, always do a good job.
Also,
the
let me remind
Ballinger
you that
heifer.
right up top there, if you have some loved ones at home or anywhere actually, wants to see your children show up here, have them dial into liveauctions.tv, liveauctions.tv. Go to the Iowa Beef Expo, and not only will they be able to see them show, they will be able to hear commentary on the steer side from Mr. Noel Ernst and Mr. Ryan Habiger. Over on the heifer side is Chad Holtkamp and Tim Loudon up there giving the play-by-play. So big thanks to liveauctions.tv, sitting right up there in the crow's nest.
Tim, we just got our shout out. Glad to see you, Jay Bradley, give us a nice shout out for the folks listening. Anyway, if you've been able to find it and know where you're at here on liveauctions.tv, we appreciate their support for what they do here during this week of the Iowa Beef Expo. But I was trying to say, Tim, and this lineup of heifers is, man, we got some names out here, the folks that have had success, showing heifers, and man, they've got quality, they've got look. I've said that, and I go on record, maybe I change up in each division, but, as I watch nationally, I think probably the most impressive is the high mains have actually been the most impressive division almost. I think some of the very, very best ones have been the high percent main and Jews. Would you agree with that? Would you agree with that, Tim, or what's your thoughts? I think breaks it apart?
I think the ones that have made the most strides in the last 3 years have been the high mains. I think the maintainers definitely started it off because they were just so good. They were so elegant and good, and they go down to a quarter, and then you go up to 5/8, just short of a 3/4 for a maintainer. So within that, you got a lot of very, genetic pool to pull out of, so you can breed the best on the best. But here lately, I know that's been a big push. We're in the mains, obviously, with Karen being the den mother, but Tyler's on the National Junior Board. But we've really emphasized the high mains coming in there. I think that's I think they're good cattle. Everybody, the mains got a little bad rap about being, the club calf thing and all that kind of stuff, which is fine. I mean, we got to get the bone and power somewhere. But we as breeders, we've really concentrated on, smaller birth weights, more grow, more economically important traits, I feel. And there's outliers in every division and everything. Everybody's got their own market, their own niche.
Right.
But these high mains have gotten really good, I think.
The other thing I think from an observer, and we do still breed main and Jews at our place as well too, is we're starting to get back into having a few more choices that are purebred bulls. For the longest time, we were kind of stuck in there of bulls that we liked were 3/4 bloods. It's hard to get your percentage up very fast when you're trying to do that, even though you do have the ability to round up with that, but you need a good purebred option. But I think there's these purebred breeders have brought us some options that are purebred cattle that do give us a chance to to upgrade a little bit, as you say, percentage wise is made it good. So
and that's working good. Karen just texted me. Olivia Stout's going to be work for the National Pork Producers this summer as an intern, which is
gotcha.
awesome.
Yeah.
It's going to be a great. She's a great advocate. Go back to the Junior National. Our whole junior program is led by Lindsay Broke out of Kansas City. Executive director is Blake Nelson, of course. But Lindsay's got a great junior. There's a lot of good junior programs out there. There really are. The Heifers are good. The semis are good.
One thing about Lindsay, every time when we do Best of Barns, she's always up there in contention for one of the best junior nationals.
Yeah.
I mean, they put a lot of effort in it. It is one absolute A1 junior nationals that you can get to go to, and how they run that.
Riley Barber's in there. Brett Barber's daughter. She's a Hereford gal, from West Texas.
Okay.
Dale's her grandpa. Great young lady. But they get in there and they do that. But Olivia, she started doing contests and started working stuff. She was a shy young gal. She came out of her shell at those contests and the junior nationals, was able to get her thoughts together and do well in those and kind of springboard her into, the Washington, D.C. opportunity, the pork producers opportunity. So a lot of good things happen in the junior program.
Yeah, that's good. That's great to see. We had, as we get, is there making the two decisions between McClure and Johnson? Looks like Max McClure just got the nod to be our class winner. He's got a Sweet Willie heifer.
What an interesting class of females here. A lot of give and takes and a lot of different types and kinds. The heifer that wins does so for us just in terms of she's ready. She has some boldness of shape to her. She has a nice look. She has some power. She has an added advantage in power right there into her tail head and carries that advantage down low compared to our heifer in second. Like her front end mobility, sure like to change her off her hind two pasterns as she goes, make them a little softer, tone her down on her clipping right there a little bit. The heifer that comes here in second, very, very nice. She's not one that captivated Dan and us right out of the gate, but you really analyze this heifer, and there's not a lot wrong with her. She's very sound. She's very functional. Just gives up a little length of body and a little bit of stoutness right there from her hooks to her pins compared to our class winner. But, young man, that's a good one. Keep feeding on her. I think good things will come with her. The heifer that comes next got a little bit more shape and width and dimension up there around her tail head. But she wants to get up in the center portion of her spine, wants to get a little steeper in her shoulder, and the way that front leg takes out, we'd like to see it take a longer, more athletic stride as she hits the dirt. Heifer that comes next, same way, a little steep in her shoulder as well. Like to see her take a more athletic stride off through her front too. Got a lot of rib and volume to her and stoutness. Sure like to tone down the fit job on that underline. That's getting a little excessive for what Dan and I like. Heifer that rounds out the class, good kind of female. Very elegant through her front 1/3, loads of growth and performance. Just need to add some body and width and dimension to her. She gets along further, she'll move up in the class. Congratulations.
Alrighty, here we go. Obviously, when you get called to sort, you kind of look forward to certain things, and obviously when you're sorting through breed steers, you know that the mains are going to be one of the top ones. And honestly, this lineup right here, that tells you why. The crowd's been building, and honestly, I know exactly why, because I guarantee you, I have no idea what's left to come or no idea what's coming tomorrow, but I would sure think that the one that's going to win this deal is going to be in the hunt. With that being said, me and Chance, we're 100% on the same page in terms of the one that's going to win. We definitely got to do a shot more study in there for reserve. I'm just going to go through right quick, and because in my opinion, these cattle are of the caliber that deserve to get talked. I'll just kind of run through them briefly, tell you a little bit of what we see, what maybe our little pinpoint issue is with each one of them, and then go show you which one I like. With that being said, don't want to get critical, but at the same point, I want to break them down in the best way that I can. The calf up front, we talked about him in class. I mean, cookie cutter. Not exactly sure how you could design one or make one look any better at 780 pounds. That calf's presented to the nines, incredible looking. Like I said in class, we're going to have to see if he ate his Wheaties this morning. Get him back out here with the big boys, see how he stacked up. And honestly, I think he stacks up really well. He's definitely in contention out here. You know, it's like me and Chance sat out here and talked about when you breed cattle, when you feed cattle, when they're younger and smaller like this, it's harder for their problems to come to the table. So quite honestly, we really tried to break that calf down, maybe even harder than some of the other ones, just because the longer they mature, the longer they're on feed, the more their problems come out, in our opinion. To change that one, we'd like to lengthen him out of his hip. Calf that we'd like to see just a shot longer and just more extended there in terms of his hip design. A calf that just got a shot weird there ever so slightly in terms of his ankle, but I think his joints are awesome. Very high caliber one. Calf out of the class 2, absolute freak. There's parts of him that are the best of any of them out here, and there's also parts of him that you're like, wonder if that's going to fit together. For us, honestly, the biggest issue with that calf is we take him on a hike there. That calf just wants to close up underneath. We'd like to see him just more pulled apart there in his underpinning. The calf there out of class 3, that calf is very interesting, to be dead honest with you. He's not the wildest looking. He's not the stoutest. He's not the ESTs, but he is the one that's just super complete. Love that calf in terms of his body, his muscle, and how everything fits together. Maybe if you're going to break him down, you like to take that shoulder and shove it back on his framework. Gets a shot more upright up front, but that's being extremely critical. The young lady there in class 4, we kind of broke that class down and got nitty-gritty with it because that class was that good. And to be perfectly honest with you, when we get that one back out here, when you have a class that's that high quality, you hope that class winner comes back out here and proves it. And to be honest with you, he does. I mean, that calf is impeccable in terms of his muscle, his body. Everything about him fits together so well. He's not one of those rope-necked ones. In my opinion, his neck's long. It kind of gives you that, hey, I'm going to feed to a fat steer kind of a look. To be honest, the good Lord ain't made a perfect one. You could say, hey, we could lay him in a shot smoother in his shoulder. But in my opinion, you got to have an engine to get the caboose that he has. The young lady there out of class 5, honestly, when the cattle are parked, that one is as good as any of them. I love that calf in terms of his rear 2/3. That guy's hip and hind leg and his agility is absolutely incredible. He, like the class winner there out of the 3rd class, maybe a shot further forward there in his shoulder. Maybe a calf that just want to lay that back on him and make him a shot more comfortable up front. But like I said, when that young lady gets him stuck there, it's at a very, very high level. The young man there coming next, that we talked that calf, that's the stoutest one we've seen all day. Undoubtedly, if you're into big backs and big muscles, that one checks the boxes. And when he's parked, that one is absolutely intriguing. Our problem with that one is we just got to have more flex and reach to his hock. The black and white steer that comes next, he won that class because of his fundamental basics. Maybe just doesn't have quite the bells and whistles as some of these other cattle out here, but a really easy feeding one. Then the calf out of the last class, wild looking, awesome in terms of his color pattern. I've always liked them colored up ones. They really draw your attention. That calf for me, as big as his legs are, as big as his muscles are, maybe need to give him a shot bigger foot, maybe a calf that needs to be a shot better right there in his hock. I don't want y'all to think we're getting critical, because I guess in my opinion, it's absolutely just impossible to build cattle and breed cattle and raise cattle that look like this. So I want to commend you for this lineup. We're absolutely enamored by them. We'll go out and show you the one that we like. We'll study a little bit more. We'll pull in the second place to this calf and show you our reserve. Please, let's give this entire Mainon Jew breed a big, big hand. We'll go out and show you your champion.
Your 2023 coming out of Class 317 is Kentley Lonigan of Corydon, Iowa. Second in that class, Drew Jacobson, Osceola.
I know we've been listening to Will get excited and talk about how good them steers were, and he did go on, and them things from where we're sitting are just incredible. But we've got a pair, as you're focused in on this heifer show, a pair of really, really nice heifers. And I kind of got watching there, but boy, I tell you, they sure bring it. They sure bring it in a hurry, as these two guys have been talking about these and walking them around and taking a look at them for a little bit. But kind of waiting to see. Usually, as long as they talk, they about right now to make a decision and give some indication. But they're just talking and discussing here right now. Looks like we're going to get the knob.
That's what I appreciate about the guys on the heifer side. Not taking it away from the steer, we haven't been watching them as much. But with Dan and Matt over here on the heifer side, if it's easy and they understand and it comes together for them, man, they just go ahead and place it and move on. But then if they get into it and they need to take time, they're slowing down and really looking through them. And I've figured this main thing get a little tight, but they're good cattle.
I believe it looks like that is that Braden Smalley. Do you know Braden?
I can do not.
He looked like he's out there against the young Holmes girl there with a beautiful, beautiful presented heifer. Boy, just maxed out to the nines in terms of that crew getting one ready. She may not be very big, but she sure knows how to stick one. Been around it for a while. I know that she sure got a passion for this.
I'd have a passion for it too if I had one that good. I mean, that makes it easy to have a passion.
Yeah.
That one, nothing against the little boys, man, but them are.
It's a nice pair.
Them are two nice heifers.
Hers, it looks like, is an end game. The deceased bull of Jones's done such a good job. Young man's heifer, if I got him right, it'd be a Garth. Garth's had a very strong representation here pretty fast in these high mains. You know, and I wasn't sure to be for sure. I thought maybe he worked a little better in terms of the main Angus side, but obviously he's working well in the high main Anjou side alone. But boy, they've got some debate here. This is probably the most debatable they've had in a place in Tim, and I just as we go out here, as they're discussing and you know, just trying to get it
2023
right.
Reserve champion main Anjou steer coming out of class 316, Brant Will of Wyota.
Yeah, they're studying these, and they deserve to be studied. These two are really good.
And
from up here,
Reserve, Brant Will of Wyota.
and they deserve some talking from up here where we are. There's a lot of give and take in these two heifers, and not so much because they are very identical in their makeup. I'm looking at the computer screen side profile like you guys are seeing. I mean, they're elegant fronted. They got a nice bend in the knees. They got a good hind leg to them. Cattle are really put together, really nice. Young people have a good crew behind them. So look like they just rock, paper, scissors, and the young girl's going to win. Perfect.
Well, folks, we apologize for taking a little extra time, but Both these heifers are very, very high quality, and it just comes down to personal nitpicky preferences. Guys ringside want to flip-flop these two. Dan and I sure won't argue that with you at all. The heifer that wins for us, though, we just simply like her in terms of cow power, and we're cow men, and we like some power and shape in them. And where this heifer really excels is at the top side of her shoulder blade, all the way down to her heart. She has more muscle, and she has more muscle right there and squared up into her hip. She's a very, very nice bodied, very nice balance from her chest floor back to her udder. She's big boned, she's big footed. She has a really nice look about her. If we're going to critique on them, and they both have some structural issues, we might like to see her just handle that rear pastern just ever so slightly, a little softer. But when you get them with that much power, they're going to have to walk a little wider, and that's just fine with us. Here's the heifer that I think has a future built for the long haul. I think this one's better days, may not even be this summer, but sometime in the winter, young man, you're going to have one that's going to be awfully tough to turn. She is so elegant made through that front 1/3. Love the way that her head comes out of the top side of her shoulders, but she gives up just a little bit of power right behind her shoulder blade and into her hip, and we'd like to see her handle that hawk just a little bit softer, but I think that's really good. Very, very close pair. Awesome 2 pair of cattle. Folks ringside, these are great. Heifer that comes next, a lot of power and performance in her. We just like to see her lay a little bit more angle into that shoulder and take a longer, more athletic stride off that front end to get her up any higher today. But very cowy, very broody, very, very good. Heifer that comes next is one that's kind of like the one that's in second, built for the long haul, built for the winter. Very angular, very sound, very functional, very fresh in terms of her condition. Got all the right pieces, just needs more power for us from end to end in her skeletal design. The 2 heifers that round out the class, very high quality, just need to be softer off either end of their skeletal design and give them a little bit more elevation in terms of frame score.
Yeah, that was a really, even all the way down through that, that was a really, really a good class of females. Being the, not necessarily a homer, but Miss Lindsay Broke is watching at home or listening on the car or wherever she's doing today. I said, hey, anything you want me to shout out? So is this a shameful plug? Is that okay? Can you do that?
It is, yeah, you could, yeah, that's fair game. What's her plug? What's
so just Junior Nationals. The main Angie Junior Nationals are June 19th through the 24th. Grand Island is where we got to go this year. We'll also be doing the Semitalls in Des Moines there, the second week of July. But anyway, the main Junior Nationals are June 19th through the 24th. And then they're having a leadership conference this year. They did one last year, and it's July 18th through the 22nd, ages 14 through 22. Last year they ended up going to Oklahoma State, down in Oklahoma, lost the thought, Blaine, Secretary of Ag for Oklahoma, Lucky Strike,
yeah,
Blaine, Arthur, sorry, Blaine, if you're listening, I apologize. But anyway, so they took the kids to down to the Capitol, and Blaine talked, and the governor talked. They visited Animal Science. They went to major breeders in the area. Absolutely, Tyler went on. Absolutely had a great time, and then turn around. So this year they're going to Colorado. So they're going to send her out of Colorado State. Look at things out there. So if you have a 14 to 22-year-old, you don't have to be a main angio enthusiast. You want to get interacted into just the livestock industry and just outside of a breed, great opportunity. So,
hey, not to get political on that too, but you talk about two differences you have to see, because Oklahoma's got a great governor. Blaine is Secretary of Ag, but Stent is Governor Stent in Oklahoma.
Yep.
Very, very big supporter of that. And, you know, we talk about Kim Reynolds here in Iowa.
Yep.
Boy, we're sure proud of her as a governor. She does a good job. And it'd be interesting to see what they have to say. I bet the governor of Colorado doesn't come talk to the youth and get maybe as involved as what the other ones. I hope he does, but I know he's not as supportive of ag as what those other two governors we talk about. And like I say, and I know everybody talks about Governor Stent as far as a great governor. I think he is, but you know, Governor Reynolds here in Iowa, I think she is very, very big advocate of the cattle side
and the
farming, agriculture.
Yeah.
I mean, she gets it. She does as good a job as anybody.
And she's like us. She's a Southern Iowa gal by address of Highway 34. I live south of 34, and I know you do too. So Southern Iowa, shout out there. But yeah, she's out here during the state fair. She's involved. She comes to the cattle, the big still Governor Steer Show, Charity Steer Show. She's kept that thing going too, and huge advocate for kids and for agriculture. So that's awesome. So.
Right. Hey, as we you jump back in here and we talk about how great that class was, but we got some big names on paper. You look down here of some people showing, and then boy, you look up there, and I mean,
look at T-Money's.
Not a poor heifer of this group.
Look at
these things are
Tanner
good.
Curtains. Look at T-Money's heifer. You talk about a big, bold, burly rip. Oh my goodness, she is a nice female. They're all nice. I'm not just picking T-Money out. I'm just saying that one's pretty wolfy.
Pretty good. You got the Riley Short out there. You got
Riley,
McCullough. She does a good job.
Yeah.
I know
she won showmanship, senior
I
showmanship
can see it.
yesterday,
Good for
Friday,
her.
whatever day it was.
Yep. We slide them things down here. Taylor Deppy, right out there. Did they just pull her, or is she getting? She got pulled. So we get talking about McCullough, Short, and Curtin, the three we get out here, and I mean they just talk about showmanship out here. Man, all three of them get them lined up, knocked down, and set up. I'd say there's been different days these guys have won their fair showmanship, all three of these, at their age levels.
I guarantee you they have been at it. I know
Long time.
Tyler's been blessed. He's done very well. There you go, the
Riley
girl.
Short.
He's done very well, but I mean, these young ladies, they get plumb right after it now. They can show them.
Riley's heifer's a Garth.
Boy, sometimes you have one of these classes where you look up and you see one walk in and it just grabs your attention and you kind of gravitate to it the rest of the class. And that's what this young lady's brought out here. She's brought one out here that in terms of overall design is just impeccable to me. I love the extension that this one has through her front 1/3, but yet still gives you that cowy, broody look. That's one that's good in her structure when you get her out and you get her going. I love the foot shape and design that one has. The swoop to that center part of her body, the amount of shape and dimension that she has in that hip and carries it down to stifle to stifle. I think that's a really high quality heifer to start off this class with. Congratulations to her. Young lady here in the red sweater's got one that I think just in terms of type and kind closely follows that first place heifer. She does a lot of things right. I'd like to clean her up a little bit there in that chest floor. She's getting a little far along in her condition, but that's one I think is really good in terms of balance and eye appeal, plenty of rib shape, plenty of brood cow look to her. Young lady does an awesome job getting that one showed. The one coming out here in thirds, another one of those that really gives you a nice look from the side. She's got a little bit more brisket shoved out there on her compared to what her second place is. I'd like to tone her down in that tail head a little bit. She wants to get that tail head up on her when she's out here on the move, but a really high quality heifer young man does a nice job with. Next heifer coming out, another one of those excellently presented kind of females. Wants to run downhill to the top side of that shoulder a little too much for me within this class, but a big bone, good structured type female. Just needs to be extended and picked up a little bit there in that front end. The next two heifers coming out, ones I'd just like to give a little bit more look, a little bit more balance and eye appeal to. Thank you.
So those guys talked about that class. Boy, that was Short's heifer. Boy, she looked good. We're going to get in here. Kale Plug from Charlotte, bringing us a Memphis Mafia. Boy, what's that semen bring here today? That stuff bring 1,000?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, I
2,000?
think it brings $1,000 pretty easy.
Pretty handy. It
now
just
that
kind of
he's
steadily keeps going up, 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 up.
We sold some Gronk in our junior auction, and
Yeah.
so thanks for everybody that supported that. We raised a little over $16,000 for Iowa Junior Mains at our junior auction here at the Beef Expo. But that Gronk semen, they sold 6 units. Thank you to Beaupre and Eric Walker and Marty Van Vliet. But the first 2 units bring 800. The second 2 bring 8 1/4, and the third bring 850.
That front 1/3, very capacious, very bold sprung, very stout female. Has some bone and some foot underneath her. Gets around the ring relatively free and easy. Very nice class winner. Sure could have stood a little bit more competition. Congratulations.
Yeah, one thing you get about
get out here in the limmies, and obviously young man's going to be our champion, and quite honestly, very deserving. Steer that's awesome in his structure, really good in his body and his muscle. A steer that this young man should be very, very proud of. Congratulations on your breed champion. Very high quality steer.
We've got single entry out here, Tyler. So Tim's just telling me here as we come out here, a full-blood heifer. She was champion full-blood at Fort Worth, champion full-blood Cattlemen's Congress at Oklahoma City. Her mother was champion National Junior Heifer Show.
Yep.
Nice red and white, high percentage mane here. This young man's brought out in senior yearling. It's got a lot of nice pieces to her. It's a heifer with plenty of shape to the center part of her body. Good in her structure. You like the front knee that one has, and the shoulder, and the angulation that she has to her hock and her pasture, and just a real nice functional female here within this class. Congrats.
Fred Nessler over there.
Well, as we get there, Tim, looks like we're going to bring us some class winners back out here and pick us a champion main end ewe heifer. I think when you were gone there, I was talking a little bit to the crowd there about how stout this lineup of breed champions are going to be coming back out, or just what we've seen so far today.
Oh, it's
I don't know where you line them up. I mean, it is just spectacularly elite as you bring them things out here.
We're 5 breeds into it, and we could have the top 5 right there.
That's what I said.
Yeah. I mean, the key, the Charolais, the composite, the Lemmy, the high Lemmy was outstanding. The Lim Flex was pretty salty.
Very good.
Very salty. I mean,
well, she was only a National Junior Show winner.
What the heck? Yeah, right. And you get these 5 class winners out here. These are pretty wolfy as well. I mean, that's Tyler wanted to bring the full blood, and I'm good with that. It's just from people to see what the full blood looks like and come back through there. This is
full blood's come a long ways. That one for just smoothness, soundness, cleanness of joint. She's high end that way, isn't she?
Yeah. It's you don't feed them red and white ones like you feed them black ones. They're it takes a little. Their growth curve is way longer, and which is good, which is fine. I think this fall, summer, I think that one gets some more time to get it put on. She's done really well now, but she's gonna be way cool this fall.
So who we got out here? Kinley Richardson.
Yep, that's what I got.
Max McClure.
Okay.
Keston Holmes, if I get that right.
That's what I got.
The Holmes family there in Washington County, Iowa, does a good job.
I got Riley.
Riley Short.
Yep.
As we talk about the Herefords here, we chose to go with the one that's probably just a little bit more balanced and proportional from the side. Now, when we get out and we analyze that one out of her front end, or his front end, he's probably not quite as attractive up through that front end as the one here in second. Maybe gives up a length of body, but when we set that one in motion, probably a little bit more athletic off both ends. 2 high individuals here to start off the Hereford show.
As we get them guys discussing, I tell you what, is just as quality of each one of these classes we're at. You knew we was going to probably get here. Crowds thickened up here. Seats have got a little tighter right there behind the judges, where you can see as they're going through there, and guys leaning forward. I think there's just a lot of these that are in contention within this division to come out here. So I can't really tell if they're talking about the Holmes heifer or the Short heifer, as they're both kind of looking, or they're just kind of talking and looking that way. I don't know. They're talking to the big heifers. And maybe I shouldn't shortchange it.
I think they're into the full blood.
T-Bone's the one they're talking about.
I think they're into the full blood.
Could be. Hey, there's nothing wrong with biased reporting.
I'm sorry, that's just the way it is.
As long as you throw the disclaimer out there, that's where it's at.
Yep, I'm going to throw that out. No, we know she doesn't stand much of a chance in here, but she is pretty cool for a full blood, and I will say for a full blood.
Yep.
I think we're going to try to get a full-blood division coming in the future. We thought we had one this year. We were just a little late to the game. So another
Yep.
Iowa breeder bow episode is real big in the full-bloods. And T-bone, we've got a handful of them now. So, and they're nice. That's the nice thing about this breed. You talked about the high mains coming back. We come back and breed these full-bloods. You know, that guy right there has got a chance to put some genetic diversity back into these fresher breds.
We need a shot outcross in there because we get backed up in that corner pretty tight
Yeah.
within a lot of them breeds. But Dan's ready to talk the heifers here.
An exciting lineup of high main females over here. You start out with this May that this young lady's brought out here. That's going to be one to be a force to be reckoned with on down the road in terms of maturity, just not quite there within this class. And you go all the way down through the senior yearling. Just a really nice, respectable lineup. There's a couple heifers out here that get to be a challenge for us to pick the two of them apart. I think they're both very, very high quality. They got a lot of good to them. Personal preferences, there's one that sorts itself to the top in terms of power, but yet still has the look and the structural soundness we like to see at the end of the day. We're going to go out here and pick your champion, follow up with the reserve. Congratulations to these main exhibitors.
Congratulations to the
Your
Holmes
champion
family.
high main coming out of class 137. That's Keston Holmes from Ainsworth. And your reserve coming out of the class right behind her, class 138, Riley Short from Masonville. Once again, your champion high main coming out of class 137, Keston Holmes of Ainsworth. Your reserve, Riley Short, Masonville.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, Tim, and excuse me there, and I'm going to say that I believe that might be one that come from Nick Fitzsimmons. I think I've seen Nick out there to the back, and I definitely know Ty Webster is pretty close in hand as far as helping getting them things dressed, and then that Holmes family has Eric Ray, helps them on a full-time basis, which is talent on talent on talent when you look at the team that he's put together. Done a good job. Man, I tell you, that's a high-end look to a heifer, and congratulations to them guys there. Very, very impressive. Good heifer and a very, very good division. And there's no doubt, I think that one there is still in one that's in contention for a top 5 when you look and study her for some quality. But you're going to want to tune into the quality of this is going to be to be really high. So now we're moving into our main Angus division.
Let me catch up over on the heifer side. In the high main division, which we just selected champions, first class 135, first place Kinley Richardson, Lake City, second to Tucker Jackson of Waukon, and third to Olivia Stout of Marble Rock.
Second class of Hereford steers, and certainly some quality here, with especially within this initial duo. The steer that wins, bottom line, he looks like a show steer. That guy was blessed with the good hairs. One that's really, really eccentric up front in terms of his neck. From his shoulder back, he's awesome in terms of his body shape. Really square and dimensional there out of his hip. A steer that's definitely not perfect in terms of his shoulder design and how he gets out of his front end structure. But the problem is our second place has the same issues. We're very comfortable with the one that starts, just in terms of his presentation and high quality look. The 1 and 2 from his shoulder back, honestly, he's in contention and very, very high quality. That dude's awesome in terms of his body shape. Really good in terms of his hip and hind leg design. That steer's carrying a shot more throat, shot more chest, and then wanting to kind of go a shot east and west down low in terms of his feet design up front. We fix that guy in terms of his shoulder, and he's very, very high quality and gives that one that wins all he wants. The young ladies steer here in 3. Honestly, when you're up on top of the cattle, you can see him winning. I mean, that guy's big and dimensional right out the backside of his blade. Super stout, and really opened up about his hip. A steer for us as we back off the cattle. He just falls out of balance. His chest sits down lower than the center part of his body. He kind of really cuts up back through his flank. If that steer would continue to chub and just mass through the center part of his body and his chest don't go out of him, I can certainly see that being a very, very high quality fat steer. The young lady that rounds us out, awesome structured, long-bodied animal, just a steer that just needs more to him. You step in behind him, he's just the flattest and most undescript there in terms of his shape, but still really confident in that calf's ability to feed as his structure and his body just continues to read long-term.
Boy, what a great way to start off our main Angus show. Hey, now if this one doesn't get your blood pumping, I don't know what will. This young and this good, boy, I think, young lady, the future is very bright for you. So sound, so functional, good bone, good footed, great balance, great symmetry, good looking, great upper rib shape, great power out of her hip all the way down to her quarter. Really, really nice female. Female that comes in second, a lot of growth and performance in this female. Just needs a little bit more show ring pizzazz and a little shot more bone and foot underneath her to run with the one that's ahead of her. Nice pair of females.
Tim, I guess as we're talking here, we don't even have the mic on, but we talk about, I think Blake Nelson kind of a big key on that of bringing in the main Angus division, and it's been a very powerful, very, very, very powerful set of cattle that are brought in here, and they got tremendous good and just fun to look at.
Yeah, that main Angus division, the parameters on it are 3/8 to 5/8 main. The rest Angus, and then there's an open 1/8 that you can have in there. So it's predominantly main and Angus, but there's no genetic defects, pH, THA free,
what
DS
about color
free.
too? You can only have white in certain spots.
Only white on their udder, kind of like an Angus from their navel back. No white on their, maybe on their switch. I don't know that for sure. Maybe a few white hairs in their switch, but no white on their legs, no white on their heads, no spotted up. So solid. Of course, they have to be pulled. So it's a division. The cattle are good, and this is the one that this division of cattle are just getting better and better and better. And it comes back to you talking about the high main heifers, the high percentage. Well, now we're coming back in and breeding them to the Angus, or vice versa. You use an Angus cow and a 3/4 blood main bull. But a lot of these are.
But we're kind of split between Angus sires and then main and juice sires, where we would see. But yeah.
Styles, Gars, Paradoxes in there, Gronks, 24 karat Gronks. So yeah, it's almost like class on class, almost like every other one is a Angus and back to main sired. So that's pretty cool. These are good cattle. They're good functional cattle. And there's more and more of them around the country. There's a good division here today of main Angus heifers.
Yeah, got a lot of strength there. And boy, they sure talked about that lock heifer, won that first class. Just loved her for her age. But start looking down the sheet, there's going to be some good stuff.
The same way that they are. This will be one. This one will be two. I'll break them down for you here. The one up front here. If I'm going to get critical on this one, I'd probably like to give that one a little bit more flex out of that hock. But when we study this one and the length of the body and the stoutness and the squareness out of the hip and how elegant that one is up through his front 1/3, we like that one, and we're going to call that one sound enough. The one here in second maybe balances up back into that flank just a little bit better, but when we analyze that one on the move and out of that hip, does he have enough true muscle? And he wants to reach up in under himself and get a little going east and west when you study him out of his front end.
Got some debate over here on your heifer shows. We listened to them guys talk about the steers there. We take just a little bit of break as Chance talked about those a little bit. But You know, these three are very tough. They're very, very comparable, very compatible type cattle. We've got a Primo, a Style, and an Air Jordan. So I'm not sure what Air Jordan is, but Style and Primo kind of cross back over. Got Kendall Burns to be third, 2, and 1. So just reverse order how they come in there. So Cole Miller, a Charter Oaks, on his Primo heifer is going to be our class winner. Listen to Dan Harker talk this class now.
As we analyze these females and we start at the ground and we work our way up, there's one heifer that comes to the top of this class in terms of foot shape and size and still puts everything together in a very eye-appealing package, and that's going to be this young man we start off with. I think that's a heifer that's sensible in her size, yet good in her design. You like the rib shape and the dimension that that one has, the way she lays in that shoulder, good hip in that individual. I think that's just a logical class winner for us out here. The next heifer really follows the type and kind of our class winner out here. A little further along in her condition in that lower third than what our class winner is. I'd like to change that one a little bit there in her foot design off that front end, but a really similar built heifer that follows our class winner. The next one coming out is kind of the challenge for us. It's a heifer I'd like to change in terms of her condition out here today. She's a little past where I'd like to see one at this stage of the game. She's one that wants to jiggle a little there from her neighbor back when you set her into motion. I'd like to change that heifer in her hip design to get her up with the two in front of her, but a very nice high quality heifer that's excellently presented.
Get out here for your champion Hereford, and three classes that definitely had some quality down through within them classes. We get these three class winners back out here and definitely have some differences in terms of type and kind, but quite honestly, I think we kind of put that aside and just decide to go with the highest quality one, taking nothing away from the young lady up front because she's actually the soundest option out here within this particular drive. But as we work our way up, that steer just doesn't have enough oomph for us today. We need more natural width and muscle. With that being said, it kind of comes down to these two steers out of the last two classes. In our opinion, you got to decide to go kind of with a steer in there out of the second class that's maybe a shot more moderate, maybe a shot more balanced from the side, or you go with a steer there out of the third class that has a shot more just foot and bone, a steer that maybe is a shot longer bodied, but a steer that also maybe just kind of tucks up in that rear flank a shot, maybe just carrying a little extra chest. So there's kind of, you can flip a coin and decide to go either way. For us, we're going to stick with the balance and symmetry of the class there, the class winner there out of the second class. She'll be your champion, and we'll follow right behind there with the young man out of the third class. Congratulations.
As we get in this class here of 143 on your heifer show, main Angus heifers, March born.
Over on the heifer side, back to the high mains. Placings for class 136. First place, Max McClure, Burlington. Second, Dwayne Johnson of Macokota. Third, Caden Olson of Nevada. Fourth to Clara Ballinger of Moravia. And fifth to Jacob Schilling of Colesburg. That was placings for class 136. Placings for class 137. And your eventual champion, I believe, first was Keston Holmes, Ainsworth. Second to Braden Smalley of Nevada. Third to Leighton Elmquist of Audubon. Fourth to Landon Tipkin of Wyota. Fifth to Anacota of Bellevue. And sixth to Brody Bredinger of Spencer. Placings for class 138. First place, Riley Short, Masonville. Second to Madison McCullough of Allerton. Third, Tanner Curtin, Oxford. Fourth to Taylor Deppy of Bellevue. Fifth to Caden Olson of Nevada. And sixth to Tucker Carroll of Guthrie Center. 139, single entry Cale Plug. 140, single entry Tyler Loudon. Your champion went to Keston Holmes of Ainsworth. Your reserve to Riley Short of Masonville.
As Brad was telling you there in this Class 143 March Heifers, going to be another really good class as you come out here, and you want to go through just first glance as I watched them come out there and go. They're just very, very impressive. 2-3, I suppose the young man,
on the heifer side, first class of
Cal
main Angus,
Pryor, to
first
have a
place.
hat on.
Scout Locke Packwood, second place. Kelly Marshuk of Iowa City. That was class 141 of main Angus.
Boy, the differences in them is pretty minute, isn't it, Chad? I mean,
Boy, it is. It's close. I mean, I tell
they're
you,
good cattle.
Want to go from up here, you know, we kind of see some, you know, bigger outline stuff. We don't get to see the details they see on the floor like them guys judging, obviously. But, man, I just don't see a lot of differences as you come out here. Somebody's going to go, going to be sixth place, fifth place in this class. I'm going to go home and think that they didn't do well.
Get out
but
here and get
they still
started
got quality.
in this key division, and these two exhibitors get us started in the right fashion. Bottom line, the young lady steer just overwhelms the young man steer in terms of muscle and mass. That steer's got the big hairs and the big legs. Very, very attractive in terms of his structural design there as that young lady asked him to lead. We thought that was the logical place to go. There's no doubt that the young man steer is absolutely wilder necked, better chested, and fresher in terms of his condition. But quite honestly, we probably wish he was a little bit further along, and in terms of his condition, that would just give us a shot just of a more easier feeling that steer was going to go on and feed and be able to just mass up and chub up. But definitely a high quality looking one that definitely has some wild pieces. Very nice pair of cattle there for both of those young people.
Yeah, you were saying somebody's going to stand fifth or sixth in this, and they're going to go, what in the heck just happened? It's like, man, do not be, again, it is nitpicky. I mean, there's that sixth place heifer from up here.
Way nice.
Over on the heifer
Way good.
side,
Way nice.
class
And I'm not saying the other
142
4 or
main
5 in front of her aren't
First place, Cole
nicer. I'm just saying she is way nice.
Rosenboom of Bussy, and third, Kendall Burns of Oxford.
So we're down to, I guess I should pull up that young man right there in the front. What is his number? 139. Taylor Lozum, Fort Atkinson, Iowa. Addison Bruggeman, be a heifer there to win that class. Young lady's had a lot of success and done a good job.
Class off here, boy, good looking. I mean, perfect silhouette, nice balance. Really like the symmetry that she has, and yet she's capacious and bold sprung and good out of her hip and her hind leg in terms of muscle and power and bone and foot. Just a really nice place to start. Heifer that comes next here in second is one that's no slouch either. Very, very high quality female. Maybe gets a little narrow chested. Maybe wants to get a little bit flatter in her heel compared to the ones ahead of her and smaller footed, but high quality female. Very nice pair. The big stout burly heifer comes next, and we appreciate the power and the width and dimension that she has, but she's just, from a balance and symmetry standpoint, she doesn't hook up right at the top side of her shoulders. Wants to get a little round from her hooks to her pins when you set her into motion, but very, very bold sprung, very stout and thick-ended. Just like to make her just tie all the cool pieces together a little bit better, but boy, what a unique breeding piece. Heifer that comes next, very nice silhouette, probably a little truer in her top line of her skeletal design than the heifer that's ahead of her. Just gets a little too narrow chested, a little too flat muscled for us. The two females that round out the class, both high quality. One needs a little more growth and length of body. The other one just needs to be a little bit sounder structure and better footed off either end of her skeletal design.
Let me catch up on a couple divisions over on the steer side. First single entry limousine steer will be named your champion limousine steer. That goes to Jack Plug of Charlotte. Moving on into the Hereford steers, placings for class 323. First place, Cambry Nickel of Gravity. Second place to Katie Johnson of Independence. Placings for class 324. First place, Lexi Cundy of Zwingle. Second to Hayden Wade of Oxford. Third to Emma Davison of Calamus. Fourth to Callie Nickel of Gravity. And placings for class 325, Hereford steers. First place, Wayne Vanderlinden of Knoxville, and second to Kyra Struve of Preston. Your champion, Hereford steer, Lexi Cundy out of class 324. Your reserve champion, Wayne Vanderlinden out of class 325. Once again, champion Hereford steer, Lexi Cundy. Reserve, Wayne Vanderlinden. I'll catch you clear up on the steer side here. First class, Kian Nina steers. Class 326. First place, Courtney Decker of Sheldon. Second place to Kane Wolf of Donahue, currently in the ring. Class 327, Kian Nina steers. Once again, all the ring shots and the backdrops can be found at hamiltonphotos.net, hamiltonphotos.net. Don't forget to tune in to Live Auction TV, liveauctions.tv, for both rings being commentated, actually. Chad Holtkamp, 10 Loudon on the heifer side, Noel Ernst, Ryan Habiger on the steer side. Liveauctions.tv. Go to the Iowa Beef Expo.
Really nice class of February main Angus heifers here. This young man brings out one that wins this class for fun, in our opinion. You step back and analyze this heifer in terms of her overall design and the look that she gives you from the side, the substance of bone, the good foot shape that's under that one. I think that one just really comes to the top of this class pretty easily for us. The next one, really big-bodied, heavy-built kind of female, a little chuffier neck, a little heavier in her brisket than what our class winner is. But I think in terms of fundamental groundwork and sound structure, that one logically goes into the second place hole for us here today. The next heifer coming out in the third deal, really similar to our second place heifer here, but a heifer I'd just like to make a little better in that hock. She wants to get a little more restricted, a little straighter in that hock when you set her into motion than what the ones are in front of her, but a really powerfully built one. Just needs to be a little fresher and a little truer there in that hock today. The next one coming out, really long-bodied, capacious kind of female, little chuffier in that neck, carrying a little more down into her brisket than what the two are there directly in front of her, but I think a heifer that's got a nice future in terms of a cow for her. Next one coming out just needs to balance up, have a little bit more eye appeal to get her up any higher today. Thanks.
Well, they sure bragged on that that class again in the main Angus show of being really well. We'll just do 144. Now look, we've got kind of a duel of para heifers should be coming in here next year in this next class. Unless I'm off one. As we get in there, side track, look like we've got yeah, it looked like we had apparently we had a scratch of 2 head in that last class there, so we didn't have them two back out here. So now we've got a champion run. So apparently in your program, if you went to on 145, we had 2 scratches there. Looks like, because now we're coming out here with our champion at this point here. So I don't know what happened. I wasn't listening probably very good. I don't pay attention. If you know me, you know that'd probably be accurate. We just kind of go and move around here. So I think that's what was waiting. But I think we ended up having 2 scratches there. So. And we get, as Matt and Dan are both working their way around there and taking a look at trying to figure out what we've got. Another good lineup. And as as we paid attention, I think I said that earlier, if you just listen to how they talk them and where they're at in terms of intention, that one comes out of that first class, a lock heifer. Boy, Matt sure talked to her of being high quality. He loved her, for her age and where she could go and what she could do. So, I think that is one that's probably definitely in contention there as well. And the Bruggeman heifer, I know he talked to her really well. Cole Miller, that was a tough class and left them in there as he brought them in there. I thought that was good. And then we've got Tim, help me out. Who's the boy there in the turquoise shirt at the far end that won that class? Is that Holderfer or Jansen? Would you know the difference?
I'm going on. It's a Holgraffer boy.
What's that?
I think it's a Holgraffer.
Houston?
I would say so.
321. That's a high quality heifer. Come back. Matt coming back over on close inspection, talking to Dan. As you can see, got his hand over his mouth so people can't tell what we're discussing. But I think they're just trying to decide where they want to go. But I don't know where you go when they put them in park and have them set up like they do and give you a really good look. It just not easy to look at. Yes. I think both of them 2 scratched. Tim was asking, I don't know that for sure, but I know I was waiting for that class to come in, and then they brought our class winners for champion.
My bad. I was chitty-chatting. Imagine that. I was not paying attention. Chad's going to fire me.
Well, I don't know about firing you.
Reprimand. I've already had lunch.
Keys and definitely some quality on down the line. Quite honestly, this calf hit the ring and very just high quality, highly presented animal. Not many hairs out of place on that one. Love that calf's look, and then would have that kind of neck and extension up front, be that robust and awesome about his body shape. Still a calf that's very agile as we get him out on the move. I guess we never wavered from the fact that one needed to go ahead and get us started. The calf here in 2, young man, obviously fighting him a little bit harder-headed one. And honestly, when that calf gets out here and shows himself, that's a very high-quality animal. That calf for us, as we ask the cattle to go, maybe a shot just straighter in terms of his shoulder, maybe a calf that just wants to kind of narrow up as you watch the cattle go right away. But honestly, that calf, in terms of his foot shape, how he's designed at the ground, in terms of his hock joint, and how that calf just reads in terms of his smoothness of build, in my personal opinion, that calf's only going to get better down the road. Definitely a bright future for that young man. Here's the decision within the class for us is between 3 and 4. And quite honestly, if you want to flip them, hey, that's cool. I'll listen to you describe them. The black and white calf is the one that hits us as the highly presented one. He's got the big legs, the big hairs, and is dressed to the nines. That calf, in our opinion, just doesn't have enough muscle. You compare him to the initial duo, that calf is the flattest one out the backside of his shoulder of the top 3. And then for as stout and massive as he is in terms of his feet, he just needs more oomph as you step in behind the cattle. And quite honestly, the calf in 4 has that. He's wider backed, bigger pinned, and certainly has more muscle packed onto his skeleton. For us, that steer just needs to be a shot better in terms of his hip design. You can study him there as he exits the ring, kind of wants to drop his pins, get up underneath himself. If that right there was kind of constructed a shot differently, that calf could probably run on up to the beginning of the class. The calf that comes next, the young lady here in the vest, those are some big legs, and that calf has some very eccentric pieces. With that being said, he probably read a shot just harder doing in terms of his body for us. He needs to just get more just chubbiness and more shape right there to the center part of his rib for us to deem him acceptable as he continues to feed. The exact opposite for the young man that comes next. That's an awesome-bodied, just really smooth-built one. Quite honestly, there's not just a big hole in that one, but the longer you sit out here and study the cattle, you ask yourself, is there enough of each thing? You know, is there enough bone? Is there enough muscle? And if so, that calf is very, very good. I think that calf would be a very, very good fat steer as that young man continues to work on him going down the road. Calf that comes next, honestly, from the side, really nice in his lines. Love the way that guy's so level down his top and awesome out the backside of his shoulder. He just closes up too much underneath. Got to be wider in his underpinning. The black and white calf has more muscle. He's the calf that we call the straightest within the class in terms of his structure off of either end of his skeleton. And then the smoky calf that rounds us out. Nice bodied one that can get out and motor. Just a calf that needs more muscle, needs more punch to really run. Congratulations, awesome class of keys.
Folks ringside, let's give all these main Angus exhibitors a great round of applause. Awesome lineup of females. Dan and I were talking that this might be the most uniform set of females that we've had out here today. And they're all very high quality, and they're all very good, and they have a lot of good to bring to the main breed as in terms of cow power down the road, whether you want to raise show heifers or bulls with them. I think they're all really good. You know, Heifers my breed and Maine's my second breed, so it really excites me to get to talk these things. We got a calf down here on the end that I think is very unique with all the upside to go, and then we have a couple of bigger ones down here. Obviously, they're further along in condition. You kind of see what you get, and yet they still have the youthfulness and the design and the mobility to be contenders down the road as well. So their upside is just as impressive as our young ones. This decision wasn't easy for us. We'll go show you our two favorites. Again, congratulations all you exhibitors. Great round of females. Let's give them a nice round of applause, folks.
All right, as he talked to him, he knew we loved this heifer here, that lock heifer. He did sure liked her.
2023 champion Maine Angus heifer going to Scout Lock out of Packwood, Iowa.
He liked that one.
Bo Epic.
And
Come
your
right
reserve
out of
champion
Bruggeman.
going to Addison Bruggeman out of Lake Park, Iowa. Once again, out of the first class, I believe, class 141. Scout Lock from Packwood. Reserve Addison Bruggeman of Lake Park.
No. Nice pair of heifers coming out of that division there, and them with that lock heifer, that Maine Angus division again. The Maine Anjou breed is gonna have some good representatives out here. So congratulations to those guys. Those are some nice stuff there in the Maine Angus. So now we start over, keeping the theme in the Maine Anjou division. We're going to get into our maintainer heifers. Should have first class here of 146. Should be a May single entry heifer, so we should be able to kind of wheel her in and wheel her out, I think, as we get rolling, but makes for a good deal. Fun to see as we watch as we're there. Got Wade Bruggeman coming down here to congratulate his daughter for being reserve in that division. I know she's done well, good family, works hard at it. Got the Locke family that's had some success. Dave comes wheeling down here. Got Hunter Locke helping her sister out to get that thing in here and set up.
Here comes the maintainers, first class of maintainers.
Yeah, that single entry. I think we'll be able to get this one right.
I think we got this one nailed. And there's 8 classes of these maintainers. This thing will get wolfy. In the middle of this thing, it's going to get tough.
I think it'll be stout as well, won't it? Yep.
And looking down through here, there are a lot of them, not quite as like in the key deal where you've got kind of back and forth, or the in the high main, but or in some of those crossbreds.
Female here in our maintainer show, definitely one that could stand some competition. This young man's brought one out, very complete in her overall design, really feminine through her front 1/3. You like the hip shape that one has, the muscle she has down her top, but yet still has that breed cow look to her. Congratulations to him.
But I was saying about these, getting these maintainers, there's some primos. This next class is going to be a broker. But a lot of them are sired by main bulls, you know, so that's kind of cool. That's nice. That's Kendall Brimmer's got a Simplify in there, driving 80.
Yeah, but there's a lot of them main and Jew bulls. If you know, for especially depending on what you do, making heifers, even making show steers, you got to breed some mains that's got some bone, some power, some foot. Wow. Then you can get out there to a lot of them cows to give you something that's still registrable, but yet still something going to make a good cow at the end of the day. So.
Imagine that. The broker's got a baldy face. She's pretty. She's nice, too.
A broker and a baldy. She's got to be unbeatable.
She's got to be, she is nice.
I'm hanging my hat there that she's got to win. What do you think? She got to win. She's a baldy. She's a broker. Has to win.
Got to make the top 4 anyway.
Hey, we don't. You think she'll make the top 4
of this class?
Yeah. I got you. I got you. She should be good.
But she is a high quality heifer, though. And all teasing
nice
aside, she's a nice heifer.
Oh, that's Peyton Busing. They always do a nice job. They bring some quality stuff. There again, back to that thing. Them kids change a lot as they get a year older. You don't hardly recognize some of that stuff as they go. As they're getting them out here, we got a lot going on. We've got our key steers over on this side getting well. We've got some pictures taken right down here in front of us. Makeup ring sure packing right up in there, and we've got our 2 heifer judges talking and watching. And they talk about guys that want to pick something with some power, some substance to them. They're watching them things go away from them, and I think that's so important rather than just being. They're not just silhouette guys. They want something that both them guys know the power of a cow herd and a cow and making some, and it's good to see. And I think they've done a good job of getting us elite lineup of heifers to come back for tomorrow for what they've seen so far.
Oh my, we're for sure. Chad and I were just talking about that. Nothing against these divisions coming up at all. So don't say the show's over, and I don't mean that. But I told Chad between the Charolais Composite, the Charolais, Limflex, Lemmy, the Herefords, there'd be times when we've judged and done top 5s. We would love to have any of those division winners and the finals and to go. Without the mains and the semis and high semis and low semis and all the mains. I mean, man, you could make a top 5 out of the first 5 divisions and just absolutely be proud as punch of them.
Yeah, it's going to be a must-watch, must-want to tune in to see them if a guy just appreciates quality.
Nice class winner here, this baldy boy. She
Oh, look at there. We nailed it.
Boy, really extended through that front 1/3. Love the way their neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder, connects there in the top side of her skull. Very chiseled from her jaw to her chest floor, and yet When you make one that chiseled, usually you don't think about power, but this one has a lot of power down her top, out of her hip, and down her lower 1/3. Good bone, good footed, sound structured, very, very nice female. Brockle-headed one that comes next, good looking too. Maybe just gives up just a little bit of the structural integrity off her hind two. Wants to get a little short strided there, but loads of power, loads of body, loads of good, really good looking through that front 1/3. Very, very nice second place heifer. The two heifers that round out the class are similar in their type and kind. Very high quality females. One of them we just need to add some depth of body to. The other one we just need to make a little softer and better off her front too. Great class. Congratulations.
Tim, I got as witnesses out here. Everybody is watching there. What just happened? What went down?
Just so you know, the Baldy broker won, Chad.
Won her class.
Won her class. Chad was here first, even above and off to the side. Chad nailed that one. The Baldy broker,
yeah,
maintainer, got to win, but by God, he was right.
Win.
And I will say that I'll be the first to say that. I said she was a nice heifer, and she is a nice heifer.
Very, very nice heifer. So we're bringing in class 148, another class of April. So the maintainer's big enough. We broke that into two classes there, it looks like. So looked like Brock White had a nice heifer in there as I bring him in here. As you watch them walk in. Boy, another high quality class coming in here. These things again, I think all of these have got quality and kind and do some things there to a high degree. Very, very impressive set of heifers.
Another big class, another 7-head, man. I tell you what, they just keep rolling at you.
So we got to get you some Bashernal made. May we all. Here I am, good as it gets, Irish whiskey. Not a one of them the same. A few with the same pedigree, but totally different sires all the way across.
Yep.
As we got Danny working the front of it, Matt working the back of it. Things just give you a good look. So would we have, with what you talked about paid membership, how many of them would be showing between steers and heifers here of Iowa, the main NG side with Karen talked about? 183, would that?
There's 183 paid dues. I bet there's 140 that have shown.
Yep.
That'd be individual kids. I mean, that'd be brothers and sisters.
Right.
But maybe 150-ish.
There's a lot in the main NG steers.
Oh, there was piles of
God,
them. My God.
That
That was a
set of
stuff.
steers.
Yeah.
Impressive. Powerful.
Yeah.
Way good.
And those kids, they'll do. And I mean, with Grand Island being home for our junior national, a lot of them will travel. They'll come out there too. That's why we have such good support from our big senior members and our junior fundraisers. Man, these kids, they have fun and they enjoy it, and they're competitive. They want to beat each other in the ring, and they're best friends outside of.
Over here for this one, to be dead honest with you, this class of keys is just flat good. To be perfectly honest with you, I've never sold a steer that looks anywhere like these three do. So to be honest, I'm absolutely all in on all three of them. Very high quality. I'm sure come State Fair, that one down there in third, if he does the right things, he could pistol whip this one, and this one could pistol whip him. To be dead honest, we're going to tell you what we see today and how we break them down. Bottom line for us, the yellow calf is the most complete. You walk those cattle in terms of his structure, in terms of his foot quality, and in terms of how he just gets out in motors, we're the most comfortable with his structure. And then when you tie that together with the calf that is so eccentric up front, has an unbelievable amount of just body and muscle out of his hip, could you open that one up in his heart? Absolutely. But in our opinion, what makes that one so good, he's squarer hip than the 1 and 2. He's better in his shoulder design and better in his hock design than the 1 and 3. So there's our one that's going to lead us off. Congratulations. The calf that comes in 2 is absolutely wild looking. awesome in terms of his shoulder, in terms of his knee. Love that guy's body shape and his design. He just reads like he's going to feed. There's no doubt about it. When we get to this level, for us, as we ask the calf to go, he kind of wants to get a shot rounder out of that hip, get a little bit lower there in his pins. But at the same time, when we criticize him for that, that also allows him to just get out and cover the ground with a shot more authority, a shot more athleticism than the calf in 3. So you kind of pick and choose where you want to go. We were more comfortable with that calf structure over the calf in 3. When we were talking those final 3 standing out here, Chance goes, hey, that one we're getting ready to put 3rd. He's presented to the 9s, and I'm sure he's supposed to win because of his presentation and how well he's put together. But the problem with it is the longer that calf's out here, the more he wants to fall apart for us. That calf right there, he always wants to kind of carry his head a shot lower. We think that's because his shoulders shoved farther forward there on his framework. Calf wants to get kind of easy right there behind his blade. Is he the biggest legged? Is he the stoutest? Yes, probably. But for us, we just got to have him just a shot better in terms of his shoulder design, maybe even have a shot more flex and used to his hock. But that's a crazy high quality one to be standing in 3. The black and white calf, when this young lady gets him parked and gets him set up, he can run with the rest of them because that's a big back, big-ended one that's certainly presented very, very well for us. That calf's just got to move better out of his hock. He just got too straight there off of his rear, too. The young man's big-haired, big, long kind of steer that comes next is one that for us just read a shot harder right there in terms of his body. We got to open that calf up in terms of his forerib and heart, but we still thought he had more product and more muscle than the white calf that's going to round us out. The calf there that's going to round us out is nice in his body shape. We just thought he needed to be a shot better looking to really run with those initial ones up in front of him. Very, very high quality class with an impressive trio to get us started.
Over here on our maintainer side, boy, one that sure rises to the top relatively easy for Dan and I. Really like the extension of that front 1/3. Love the way her neck comes out, top side of her shoulder. So beautiful headed, and yet still has a very maternal head to go along with it. Very nicely balanced from her chest floor all the way back to her udder. She's bold ribbed up high, carries that depth of body down low. Big back, stout hip, stout-ended, good bone, good footed, very sound, very high quality female. Female that comes next is one that's very, very bold in her center rib shape, going over there to her lower body cavity with her depth of body, but yet one that gets maybe just a little plainer right there into her front 1/3 and a little shorter hip than the one that's ahead of us. But boy, that's a good one. That is a real close pair. Congratulations. Heifer that comes next, very nice off the profile. Love the silhouette that she has, like her length of body. Wants to toe out up front, needs a shot of depth of lower body to get any higher today. A big, capacious, bold-sprung female that comes next. Maybe wants to get a little steep into her shoulder, maybe a little easy behind her shoulder blades, a little short stride off her hind too. Heifer that comes next, one that you really appreciate the length of neck that she has, but she wants to get a little round in her shoulder and round from her hooks to her pins. Like to change that bound, or we get her up a spot or two. The 2 females that round out the class are high quality, just need to be more mobile off either end of their skeletal design. Excellent class of females. Congratulations.
We had Kinley Holmes there trying to join her sister in terms of coming out here in the division, wins that class there. I believe that's a get you some, but they talked her really well. I mean, just a beautiful heifer. So as we get out here, we're coming into 149. There should be 4 heifers in this class. As they get out here, boy, we got a beautiful baldy heifer coming in there. As they come out here, and a set of 3 blacks. I don't know if I'm going to go out on the limb yet again and talk about a baldy, but maybe I should because she does look good. We got what do we got here? We've got a I'm going to say that that Baldy
All right,
would be
let's
out of
get
the
you up over
Peace of
on the
Mind.
heifer side.
Maternal Maid,
First class
Icon.
maintainers, class 146, single entry, Tyson Lilligard from Bondurant. Second class, 147 maintainer heifers. First place, Peyton Busing. Stockton second to Cameron Hagman of Kalmar. Third to Taryn Carroll of Guthrie Center. And fourth to Bentley Hoskins of Jefferson. And placings for class 148 maintainer heifers. First place, Kinley Holmes, Ainsworth. Second to Brock White, Storm Lake. Third place to Reed Hansel. Fourth place to Joaquin Wales of Wyona. Fifth to Charlie Dyer of Grundy Center. And sixth to Ty Becker of Williamsburg. And seventh to Reagan Buskell of Rhinebeck.
All right, we're putting them things in motion here on your heifer side. Guys watching them get out there and go. And I don't know if I can see them numbers, but like I talked about, we've got a Peace of Mind, a
Over
Maternal
on the
Maid,
steer side,
Icon.
Division, class 3, 22nd, second class of Keys. First place, Kinsey Campbell of Corydon. Second to Lane Elmquist of Audubon. Third to Addison Hokeson of Corning. Fourth to Abby Finley of La Villa. Fifth, Claire Nibe of Melrose. Sixth to Cooper Oberbrockling of Prohl. Seventh to Andrew Clint of Bettendorf. Eighth to Jolie Fisher of Villisca. And ninth to Anson Swalla of St. Mary's. Placings for class 328 Kianina steers. First place, Andrew Matthias Fairbank. Second to Drew Totemeyer of Columbus Junction. Third, Ada Lund of Corning. Fourth, Chloe Bruce Emerson. Fifth, Caden Larson of Guthrie Center. And sixth to Kiera Myers of Decorah. That was placings for 328 Kianina steers currently in the ring, class 329.
Really cool made Baldy female this young man's brought out to win this class. I think that's one that when you look at her from the sides, very exotic through that front 1/3, but yet still gives you that awesome rib shape and turn and dimension that you like to see in one. I think that one's got a bright future in front of her for that young man. Just a really nice competitive heifer here to start off this class with. The heifer here in second, just really complete. That's a heifer. It's awful hard to poke a hole in her. Is she the biggest, stoutest one in the class? No. But she is complete. She's sound in her structure. She's good in her foot design. Just a really nice, logical second place heifer here within this class. The heifer coming out in third. Heifer has got a lot of nice parts and pieces with her. She just doesn't want to compete in terms of coming out here and dancing with that young lady today. She just needs a little better attitude to get her up any higher in this class. But heifer's got a lot of good things to her. It's just hard to see her out here. Next one coming out, you just like to give that heifer a little more look, a little more stature to get her up in this class. Thank you.
Cole Snyder there won that class, that Peace of Mind heifer, and she had that look you could talk about they've been looking at. So now we're getting into 150, 3, 4, 5 heifers. Gets us about halfway home on these maintainer heifers. As we go, may we all simplify. Cross over a page, do what's right. What color is she? Yep, she'd be a gold color one. Another one of the men, Peace of Mind. Same as the heifer that won the last class, got some baldy on his face. I think Jason Minard's got him a couple baldy bulls this year. He had out there, and then we got to drive an 80 heifer. Again, a very competitive class of maybe heifers with some parity, I guess you could say, pretty even. in terms of top to bottom within that class. Not there, maybe not quite the stick out that we've seen in some of the other classes as far as like easy to go. We'll let them two guys tell you that, but I'm just kind of a general observation. We work out here just super nice heifers, very complete. Got some compliments to all of them, would look like to me, but nice set of heifers. They come out here and going around the ring. Guys getting a good look at them. It should be Matt's turn to talk about this group of heifers, but again, I can't say enough about how nice a job these two guys have been. I think they're easy to follow. I think doing a good job. I think I could follow along in terms of what they say from a descriptive standpoint. Matches the cattle. You don't have to look at the cattle to listen to them talk. They do match up, and I think that's really, that's a very important thing you need to have in your show judge. I think both of them do really good that way, and he goes, makes a quick pull. We've got the first one out of there, and I will say too, big fan of Will Core
quite
over here.
honestly, another back
on the
to the
steer
bone
side
class
too.
of key steers, and honestly, all three of these cattle have their advantages. But the longer they're out here, this snip-nosed steer, I guess, just overwhelms us in terms of the amount of power that he has. That dude is one big backed animal that's super stout and opened up. A steer that not only does he have that much power up high, but then when he goes to the ground, his feet match it. It's one thing to be big-legged, but then when you go underneath that and you have that size of foot and still you have all that muscle and be able to move the way that he does, very high-quality animal there. The calf in two is one that honestly is intriguing to us, and in either way, I guess our decision came down between second and third. The longer...
If there's a medic in the building, please go right over here to this corner. If there is a medic in the building, immediately, please go to that corner where they're waving their hands. Sorry about that.
Just for your attention as we go here, for you crowd to listen there, we've got looks to be maybe a medical emergency going on here, and one of them in the stands here. So we might have a small pause as we go through here, just to give you an update here if you're watching. We'll try to update you, but I know it kind of got quiet here for a second. We've got some people moving that direction. Brad Hook asked for medical personnel. We've got out here.
Sorry about that. No matter how important this is, it's not more important than somebody's health. But get back into these steers here in 2 and 3, and quite honestly, we could talk them either way. I guess the longer we broke them down, the more comfortable we were with this steer in terms of the roundness of his body shape. I guess that steer also read a shot shorter in terms of his length of body. That's a steer, in our opinion, that's also just more ideal in terms of the shape and set to his hock and how he gets out and uses it. That steer is not perfect in terms of his spine. We'd like to see him just a shot more relaxed there right in the center part of it, but a very high quality animal. When this calf in 3 came in, I told Chance, I'm like, hey, there's a heater. And quite honestly, he still is, young lady, and I hope you don't hold your head down. When you have him parked right there, that calf is impeccable in terms of his balance, in terms of his look, in terms of how smooth he is and ties everything together. The longer he's out here, he kind of reads a shot longer in terms of his body, a shot flatter in terms of the shape to his rib cage, and then to get ultra critical one, that's one that is asked those initial 3 to take a lap. He just kind of has a shot more set to his hock, kind of wants to get up underneath himself there. But in terms of an easy feeding, awesome balanced one, that one certainly checks a lot of boxes. The young lady's calf that comes next, high tying, big back, certainly has a great deal of power right out the backside of his shoulder. Bottom line, he just has to move better off of his rear too. The black and white calf that comes next, really capacious about the center part of his rib. A steer that's really square and nice there out of his hip. Another steer that in terms of his structure for us, we got to see him just flex and use that hock with more authority. And then the calf that rounds us out, a steer that honestly probably has a shot more product than the black and white steer. He's a steer that maybe read a shot more compact in terms of his front end, a shot shorter right there in his neck and how his shoulder and everything blends together, but still a big backed, stout-ended one that rounds us out, that has a great deal of quality for that young man. Congratulations.
Really nice baldy heifer here to start this class off. One that's sure good looking, good body, capacious, got some power to her, got some nice structure in this class. Just a very nice class winner. Congratulations. Baldy heifer that comes next simply does so just because of the cow power that she has. She's broody, she's stout, she's thick-ended. Maybe could be a little bit better off either end of her structure or get her any higher today. Young lady's heifer that comes next is one that has got a nice look to her, gets a little round in her shoulder, round from her hooks to her pins, little up on her pasterns. The two females that round out the class, they have growth, performance, and power in them. They just need structural integrity and show ring pizzazz to get them any higher today.
Well, just to get back to you here, folks, looks like we've kind of got they're working on him there. Dr. Thorson, one of our very own medical doctor there, is over there talking to him, and we're back, and they give us a green light. I think he's going to be, okay. Don't know if he passed out, lightheaded, what happened, but hopefully we've got that thing under control there. So we've got our class of maintainer heifers in this class. Sorry if I lost track. We should be like on 151, I imagine.
I think we're on 51, I think, yeah, Chad.
Yep, we'd have to go through. They got that class through, but, yeah.
Again, it hasn't,
we got the EMTs here now, too, and, yeah.
Yeah, we sure hope prayers to that gentleman that got a little lightheaded and his family. We hope everything is good there with him, and he's sitting up. He's getting a little color back into him. So yeah, thankful to have a broad community and a vast community in our cattle showing family to come to the rescue and help everybody. So
yeah,
it's all good.
Good to see you. You bet.
So yeah, back into this. This maintainer thing is wicked deep. I mean, my goodness, these cattle are built well and good looking rascals. Holy cow! I figured that Harper and Copeland would slow down just a little bit when they got out here in this division, just because the quality is so deep. But these boys are walling right through it pretty good and getting right after it, making a nice run here. So got our class placed, so they're moving on. 152 will be next.
Really high quality maintainer female here to start off this class with. This young lady's brought one out that in terms of body type and kind, just excels within this trio of heifers. It's a heifer that's really good in her joint design. It's a heifer that's awesome in that rib shape, good and extended through that front 1/3. Just a very high quality heifer that wins this class really easy for us. The next one coming out, a little more moderate female, definitely one that's easy flushing and easy doing. Going to make a nice cow on down the road for that young lady. And next heifer coming out, just one that needs to man up, kind of pound up, be a little bigger and stouter to compete within this class. Thank you.
Got to go from there.
That was a big-bodied, big, broody heifer that won that last class. I mean, she's a big machine. Uh-oh. Here you go, Chad. Here's another Baldy.
Hey, there we go. Hey, I like my odds in this one too.
This one's an icon.
We've had what we're gonna have three Baldy winners maybe here if she can hold on to her there.
Yeah, at least this one's a main. This one's main sire. This one's an icon.
Icon, yep. We had the broker sire, and I think we had a Peace of Mind that won a class in there too. So we're gonna be balded up there a little bit. I kind of like my odds here. Clara Ballinger usually does a good job of bringing us some good stuff every time.
On the heifer side, class 149, maintainer heifers. First place, Cole Schneider, West Branch. Second to Reese Glenn Creston. Third, Bailey McCollum of Coe. And fourth to J.C. Delaney of Fairfield. That was your class 149 maintainer heifers. Class 150. First place, Jamie Hellick of Garner. Second to David Swanton of Bryant. Third to Taylor Yates of Villisca. Fourth to Delaney Yates of Villisca. And fifth to Savannah Moeller of Beeman. And placings for the last class that was just in the ring. First place, Skylar Coffey of Garden Grove. Second to Anna Reeks of Lawler. And third to Jonathan Delaney of Fairfield. That was your placings for class 151. 152 currently in the ring, maintainer division.
You get back out here to the maintainer side with these females. Claire Ballinger's got a really nice Baldy female, and an icon daughter out here. Taking nothing away from the rest of this, but man, she is they're all just super feminine. So yeah, emergency medical specialist Dr. Thorson. Glad he was in the house to help us out. It's pretty cool.
Side, placings for class 329, Ken Steers. First place, Mallory Cohn, North English. Second to Cash Johnston of Rhodes. Third, Chloe Rogers, Iowa City. Fourth to Ellie Neal of Fairbank. Fifth, Drew Tuttle of Winterset. And sixth to Ethan Timmons of Mechanicsville. Currently in the ring, class 330, Kenny Steers.
I don't know. Got a lot going on, a lot of directions as we get out here. We're starting to make some pulls out here. Down to 2. Dan Harker got 1. Baldy goes second.
Another really deep class of keys over here on this side, and bottom line of the initial trio, we elect to go
Wade
with the
Spencer.
calf that, I mean, there's no hiding it. He has the least amount of holes. That calf is awesome from the side in terms of his design and balance, awesome in terms of his body shape. Is he the stoutest or the biggest legged? No, definitely not. But of the initial trio, I think we call him stout enough. He's the soundest option that we have. He's the steer that we decide to go with. Congratulations, young lady. Of the initial trio, when they're standing, this young man's black calf says, come on with it, because that is a big back, big-ended one that is loaded full of muscle. He's presented to the nines. Bottom line, when that young man pulls him to lead, he's just got to go better, got to be more agile off of both ends of his skeleton for us, but that is one that is jam-packed full of muscle. the white calf in 3. If you want to switch that pair there within 2 and 3 and say that the white calf's more athletic and has more range of motion, we're not going to argue with you. The longer the black calf was out here, he read a shot coarser in terms of his shoulder. He's a steer that even though from the side his hock design reads awesome, when we step in behind him, he's kind of wanting to push it on the outside of his framework. The young man's black calf that's leaving the ring, a big-footed, stout-ended one that was carrying too much chest, kind of fell out of balance for us. The young man's black steer that's going to come next, big back, stout-ended one, really, really, really just packed full of muscle. But honestly, that comes to his undoing. A steer that's just too tight off of either end of his skeleton, kind of ties a shot lower and has a shot plainer of a look. Young lady that's hanging in here with her baldy calf, really wanting to fight her and be a little bit of a handful for her. She's stuck in here though. That's still a nice bodied one that's stout out of his hip. Just a calf that just carries too much chest, doesn't proportion right as we back off the cattle from the side. Really nice class of key steers there.
Really nice heifer here to lead this class off with. You love her in terms of her upper rib shape. Carries that advantage down to her navel in her body capacity. Very nice balance from her chest to her udder. Very sound, very functional, good looking. Got plenty of power. Very, very nice female. Female that comes here in second. You really like the extension that she has through her front 1/3. Love that cool baldy face. But once it get a little jammed up in her spine when you set her into motion, drop her pins, kind of get up underneath herself off those hind two. We change that. She wins the class relatively easy. Heifer that comes next is one that just gives up simply too much cow power with the base and with the chest for us. The heifer that rounds out the class, just a nice kind of a female, maybe just wants to run downhill, rolls up front, too much for us. Very, very highly competitive class. Congratulations.
All right, as we're coming in here, the Memphis Mafia heifer won that last class. A black heifer, boy, she was sure nice. Now we're getting our last class of maintainer heifers. There's 3 of them in this class. Got a Primo, an I-80, and a May We All. So a little bit of variation from a sire standpoint. Not a lot of variation when you look at the cattle and you bring them in here and you get them set up. 3 very, very comparable, high-quality, well-presented heifers here for these 2 guys to sort and go through. But, you know, we talked about there'd be a good division out here in these maintainers. You know, the main Anjou, and we talked about the main Anjou breed as a whole. Karen leading the way there for the juniors here in Iowa, but the Iowa breeders are, you know, across the country are showers of these main Anjou. I mean, these things have been impressive.
Oh,
been a
yeah.
good set.
And the thing of it is, you're going to get out here, and our champions are going to be, like, way good. I mean, the main Angus were good. The maintainer, I think the one that wins is going to be way, way good. The thing of it is these divisions have been so deep, there's just not that one outlier. That, like the Charlet heifer, great division, really good, but there was one really, really good one, you know.
Right.
Out here, when they get out there, they got to scratch their heads and readjust their ball caps to get to that one, because there's like 4 out there that could win, or
They
5.
do all the way through, yeah.
All the way through. So there's not one that just leaps out to let them win, or not let win, but
because there's so many good ones.
there's so many good
Yeah.
ones. It's so deep. I
Yeah,
mean,
a little different how they sort themselves up and out.
yeah, sometimes the good ones just surface to the top and move on. Well, these you got to get so nitpicky to get the differences. Like this class, those are nice heifers. There's some differences in them for sure.
Yeah,
and
they
it
got
sorts pretty good for me. But having said that, though, you know, there could be whatever one of those guys' pet peeves are could be in that, and they're not going to like it. You know,
Right.
But that's a good set of. This is a good set of big heifers.
they make some cows too.
Oh, I'm mean.
They got that extra broodiness, extra rib.
I got some oof to them now.
As them guys talk about them, trying to figure out where they're at, and if I got that right, we're probably. I don't even know if we'd say we're halfway through the day yet, are we?
I don't know.
At first, I thought we was 100 class, but I think somebody said like 110. So we'd have to be to 155.
Oh no, I think there's 187.
What do you got?
Oh no, you're right. we get to the
If
percentage.
Karen is listening, she'll know. I think Timmy's starting to count, so I'm afraid he's going to take his shoes off in here a little bit once he got past 10.
If I didn't have to bend over to put them back on, I damn sure would do it, but I've got to
Leave him
bend
back
over.
out. Hey, we got us a class winner here. Drew McCullough.
Yep.
Congratulations to Drew Allerton there on his Primo
Class of
heifer.
January-born maintainers. We go ahead and use the one that we think puts everything together in the most complete package in terms of structure and balance and eye appeal. She kind of comes to the top within this trio of heifers in the logical first place for us here today. The heifer here in second, a big, stout, powerfully constructed one, a little wastier in that brisket than what our class winner is, but a heifer we feel just falls into that second place hole pretty logically in terms of type and kind. The one coming out here in third's a heifer that we can just get this one put together. She wants to drop there in her spine when you set her into motion. She gets a little off there in those rear two. She just needs to handle herself better on the move to get up any higher within this trio of heifers. Thank you.
Okay, Drew McCullough wins that last class. She was a primo. She is a big-bodied, good-looking heifer, I think. Now we're getting ready to bring in our...
It should be our class winners to pick our champion maintainer heifer.
It'll be one of the bigger divisions. There's should be 8 class winners out here coming in here for the champion heifer. Here comes your Baldy, Chadley.
We have some storylines. We have the Busing girls, got that Baldy broker we talked about. We've got Kinley Holmes trying to join her sister with a division winner here at the Iowa Beef Expo at our Get You Some. Got a Peace of Mind Baldy heifer, comes out of that next class. That was a good heifer. Hey, we got a Blaze Face heifer coming right behind her that we had. We had a little medical
McCollum?
issue right
Is
in
that
there,
that-
and I kind of lost track.
Is that Bailey?
We kind of got in there. The next one, it's got to be, her hair's over top, but it's got to be Skylar Coffee. They're down there by Brad Hook area. They've done a nice job. Follow them on Snapchat. You know, they got a corgi puppy from us there that seen some pictures of their faces before. Kind of
Puppies and kids. Can't go wrong with puppies and kids, Chad.
Nope, can't do that. And then they're in that Drew McCullum there in the very, very last class. And then the Memphis Mafia there, Wade Spencer. They're from Logan, Iowa. He's out there next to last class. So we pretty well have everybody covered, except I should need to go back and probably just call out the kid in the first class. Who won that very first class?
Tyson Littleguard.
Well, hey, no wonder that's on hard to figure it out. He's single entry, wasn't he?
I got that one right.
He don't look
All by
like
myself.
a single entry out
No,
here.
that
He
one's
looks
pretty-
like one of
that
quality to
one's
come
pretty
out of a
good,
good
too,
class.
I'm telling you now.
Flat out intriguing pair of keys here to get us started within this particular drive. Young man brings us a colored up one here, and from the time this one hit the ring, he was just overwhelming in terms of the amount of just product that he has. That guy's awesome in terms of his rib cage, really, really flexible as we get the cattle out on the go. Can you say, hey, that dude's got a little bit of shoulder, or hey, that dude needs busted open in his heart? Yeah, I guess so, but when you back it up with that kind of body shape and that kind of rear end, I guess it doesn't bother me one bit. The black steer here in 2 is one that is absolutely just intriguing in terms of how high his neck comes out the top side of his shoulder, how awesome he is in terms of his balance and design. That calf's joints and angles read perfect as he's standing. Maybe a calf that we'd like to see just a shot more coordinated from behind. Maybe he wants to just pull his hock in ever so slightly on the go. Maybe wants to twist in and get a shot more pigeon-toed up front as he comes right at you. But that's getting awful critical on 2 very, very high-quality animals. The white flank calf that we have in 3, if you have him further down the line and say, hey, that one ain't got enough muscle, that's perfectly fine. But the problem is, of the remainder of the cattle, we were the most comfortable with his structure going forward. That calf reads really green in his condition to us, and I think as that calf continues to mature, his structure and his look are definitely going to be on his side. The calf that the young man here in the vest has when he gets him parked he's high quality, buddy. I mean, that's a big-legged, big-ended one that's packed full of muscle. For us today, he's just struggling too much off of that non-show side rear leg. I don't know if he caught a sheet of ice outside or exactly what happened. He's just really wanting to favor kind of that one rear leg. We got to have him just go a shot better out of his hock there. Young man with the calf next, awesome in terms of his line. That calf is big backed. That calf will actually shock you when you step in on the cattle in terms of the amount of shape right out the backside of his blade. But he's one that just read a shot more tubular and kind of harder doing there in terms of his rib. The young lady's calf that rounds us out actually has the advantage in terms of his rib cage, but for us was the most concerning in terms of his structure. But that's an awful high quality one to round out a class. I want her to know just how good that steer is. She's done a very good job with him, getting him ready to come to town. Let's give all those exhibitors a big round of applause as they exit.
Get out here in our maintainer lineup. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Outstanding lineup of females from our first class to our end class. Very, very nice. A lot of different options, a lot of different types and kinds. And being maintainers, you would think that because you don't know what the percentages are or what brings them to a head. But very, very nice females. It comes down to 3 or 4 for us out here. The 3 or 4 that we like, we think they all have the gas to go the distance in the long and make the long haul, and yet have good look to them. They have power, they have some body, they have some functionality, and look like they're going to go ahead and make a good cow. You folks ringside, select your 2. We'll go show you the 2 that we like best. Again, congratulations to all you exhibitors. Outstanding lineup.
Just as you thought, Matt was very complimentary of this group of heifers, and boy, it sure looks from the outside in that they have got some quality and got some good. I thought maybe they was going to take right off and go get him one, but
There they go.
what do we got here? Hey, Baldy Broker. Should have known it.
Should have known. Baldy Broker. Should have known.
Should have known.
Maintainer heifer coming out of the second class, 147, Peyton Busing of Stockton.
And is that out of the third class one, Chad?
That'd be Kinley Holmes. We talked about her wanting to join her sister out here in the champion. She's going to be glad to be get a piece of it for reserve, but competitive nature in her, I'm sure she probably wanted to be right aside of her sister rather than be a side out. That gets you some heifer well presented, look good. Congratulations to Ty Webster, his crew again of A1 getting one dialed up in there.
Kinley Holmes from Ainsworth. Once again, your champion coming out of class 147, Peyton Busing, Stockton, Reserve. Kinley Holmes, Ainsworth.
That lineup probably deserved. That could have been a top 3, top 4, top 5 pretty easy. That was that thing was deep and good all the way through.
Finish up the placings on the last 2 classes of those maintainer heifers. Class 152, first place Wade Spencer, Logan. Second to Clara Ballinger, Moravia. Third to Carly Axmer of North English, and fourth to Luke Steffener of Sperry. Final class maintainers, class 153, first to Drew McCullough of Allerton, second to Leah Muff of Ventura, and third to Taylor Jackson of Waukon.
Starting with the mini Herefords, there'll be a bunch of them. A lot of littles coming in now.
Next division on the heifer side, miniature Herefords.
First class of miniature Heifers here. This young man's bought a little calf out here. I think they said it was a November born, but just a really complete, nice little miniature Hereford calf. Young man's doing an awesome job getting that one presented and showed. Congrats.
Let me catch up over on the steer side. Kianina division. Placings for class 3. 30. First place, Kara Olson, Calamus. Second to Kelton Kralik of Creston. Third to Ryder Hogan of Lennox. Fourth, Miles Buckenstead of Manchester. And fifth to Colton Finley of La Villa. Placings for the last class of Key Steers, class 331. First place, Mason Shala of Riverside. Second to Ava Noonan of Bernard. Third, Brock Bowman of Glidden. Fourth, Tyson Maurer of Ladora. Fifth, Hunter Siebel of Ainsworth. And sixth to Hallie Fitzgerald of Tipton. Judges Chance Young and Will Core now selecting your champion, Kianina steer.
Got another nice single entry mini Hereford here. Boy, a heifer that's got a lot of future to her. She's got a nice look, good body, sound, got some stoutness to her. Very, very nice. Congratulations, young lady.
Again, kind of got tight in there a little bit. The mini Herefords, Rose and Bloom, Busey, Iowa. Had a little July heifer. Congratulations to her. We've got a good set. And I tell you what, a lot of you guys watching right now probably know about the mini Herefords, but man, they have gotten them things really, really good in a hurry. I know they've been popular for their size, but their quality has really, really stepped up and really made them things really good. So we got two classes there now. We got a class of 5 that I'm sure have some competitiveness to them. We've got some young people here. It's just a good place to start as they get going to go in there and just, you know, as fast as how they go and they can be a good place to match them up and get in there, just as we've seen on the steer side. Charlie and Devin's little boy won the steer side on a nice calf, and he just, you know, paired up with him, and he's just a young fella. And a lot of these exhibitors here are pretty little, and you got a calf there you can match them up with. Makes for a really good fit. I know doing that National Junior Miniature Hereford show there a few years ago there in Chillicothe, and just everybody is just so helpful and energetic and want to help the kids do what they can do and get out there and present them. But I get that side of it, but boy, from a competition side, them cattle were very, very nice, just as you'd see again, as you talked about. We've had several here in Iowa that have done really well. I don't see they have that, but the Shea family there that has shown several national champions in that mini Hereford side. I'm sure some of their genetics are in here. I just don't see the little girls out here. They've graduated up here in the Iowa side to show they're at a higher level that you see quite a little bit. But it's fun. Both them two guys out there judging are both dads. They can appreciate
Get out here for the
enthusiasm.
Key, and we talked there in the mains earlier about how impressive that lineup is, and this one follows suit with it. If you will, before we go into talking, give each one of these exhibitors a big round of applause. Absolutely awesome lineup of them. We'll just run through them real quick. Young lady out of the first class, lightweight steer that's burly in terms of his muscle, burly in terms of how big-legged he is. He probably don't have quite the bells and whistles of some of these others, but certainly a high-quality calf for that young lady going forward. The white calf out of class 2 is one that honestly I think his better days are only ahead of him. And I say that in terms of the fact this young lady's doing an awesome job with him. He's wanting to fight her a little bit. But I love this calf in terms of how eccentric he is up front about his throat latch and his head. But then when you're that incredible about your front end and have that type of body shape, I personally deem that very, very impressive. Now, when that being said, is he just the absolute most agile one out here? No, if we're going to break down structure, he maybe gets a shot tighter right there in his spine. Maybe just need to see just a shot more flex there in his hock. But one that I think when she's got him parked there is absolutely presented to the nines. The yellow calf that comes out of the next class, we landed on him within that particular drive. because he was the most complete one, and he still is that out here. Is he the stoutest? No. Is he the most massive? No. But that calf's extremely well put together. We love that calf from his shoulder back, just in terms of his hip and hind leg, and how he can get out and travel ground. You ask yourself, is there enough to some of these ones up here to rival some of these ones right behind them? And I think that's the honest question with this yellow calf. Is there enough? Is there enough punch right behind his blade? Is he woofy enough to really tackle some of these big boys today? And I think that's where your head's got to be with that particular individual. The white snip-nosed calf, honestly, the longer we're out here, the more impressed we are with him, just for the simple fact, when you're that big backed, that big hipped, and your feet are that big, and you can still move the way that calf does, that's very, very impressive. To me, there's two animals that are out here that are overwhelming in terms of the amount of mass and dimension that they bring to the table. That's that calf and the calf out of the last class, where the white snip-nosed calf has that, advantage within that particular pair. I think he has that muscle, has that dimension, but has it with a shot better, just shoulder design, how his shoulder lays into his framework and how smooth he is up front. I think he has that added advantage. Very, very impressive creature. Has God created a perfect one? No, I haven't seen him yet, but that certainly is one that I think is very, very, very good. The calf there out of the next class is one that we landed on in terms of his structure and build. Maybe as you compare him to the calves on either side of him, maybe not just the punch and the muscle that they have, but still a very well balanced one. And then the calf out of the last class, we talked him, and I mean, when that dude walked in and you step in front of him, you get a little scared that he's gonna eat you. I mean, he's that massive, that cracked open, and that wolfy. You have to ask yourself, is he gonna stay together in terms of his shoulder and forerib? That's the question. If he does, then there's no stopping him. I think the decision lies between a couple of them out here. We'll go show you the two that we like the best today. Once again, give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Over here on our mini Hereford side, boy, we got one that she's sure awfully nice. Good looking, good bodied, sound functional, good bone, good footed, stout made heifer. Young lady's doing a great job. Keep up the good work. Our young lady that's coming here in second, she's got a really nice one too. Maybe just gets a little shorter from her hooks to her pins than the one that's ahead of her. But boy, she sure got a nice female that's very attractive, very bold sprung. You like the power that she has. Very, very nice. I think young lady's got a great project in front of her. Then the heifer that comes next is one that's very good in her type and her kind. Maybe gets a little bit steep out of her shoulder and rolls up front. Very high quality. Young man's heifer that comes next, great silhouette to her. Just needs to see a little bit more power and bone to her. Young lady that rounds out the class doing a tremendous job. Her little heifer calf's just green and skinny yet. Give her another 90 days on feed. The ball game will change. Congratulations to all you young people.
Your 2023 Iowa Beef Expo champion, Kiani Steer, coming out of class 329, exhibited by Mallory Cohn of North English. Your reserve, coming out of the final class, exhibited by Mason Shawa of Riverside. Once again, Mallory Cohn with your champion, Mason Shawa with your reserve. Charlotte Steers up next.
As we get ready, kind of continue there, real good class there. I thought a really good effort to start that class, as he talked about being made good and just a good group. So now we're going to work our way into a set of April heifers. Look like we should have a group of 4 of them out here in this group of minis. We kind of log jammed as those champion keys go out, trying to get her cleaned up.
Heifer side. First single entry miniature Hereford goes to Jack Murphy out of class 154. Class 155, also single entry, Bernadine Rosenboom of Bussy. Class 156, first place, Addison Woods. Sigourney, second to Emily Allen of Tiffin, third to Riley Wayrick of Boone, fourth to Jace Murphy of Melrose, and fifth to Bristol Hay of Webster City. Currently entering the ring, Class 157, Minnie Heifers.
Got our minis brought back out here. You got our 4 out here is kind of just loved watching the body language of these two guys as they get talking to them, and Danny Harker laughing a little bit as he talks to that guy. You can see it from the back there, and Matt coming up and sure visited with a kid and spend a little more time looking at the kids, talking to the kids as he is probably judging the cattle. They'll make a pass around here. They'll be able to make their mind up to get them placed right as they go out here in a little bit. But just fun to see. Just as you said before, Timmy, little puppies and little kids sure make you smile the whole time. Yeah. And them little kids out there making them guys, two judges, smile good.
And this is a breed that's just, they're getting better. I mean, they started off as, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, kind of a novelty, but man, oh man.
Yeah, they're past the novelty side.
They're past the novelty side. They're good cattle and they look good. So we just got ran into and ran by T-Bone and Haley and Gabe, and a couple of these buddies came up here. So that's not only these little kids that come up here to the expo have fun, but there's
all of us like to come here and have fun. You get to see some people. You got some like-minded people you get to see and visit with, and
the college kids are coming up here. And college boys and girls are coming up here and hanging with the 8, 9, 10-year-olds too. So that's awesome. They all looked up to him. I know Tyler looked up to kids, looked up to you, Chad, when he was coming up through the deal watching you judge, and now there's little people looking up to our bigger kids too. It's awesome.
Good to see. Raber, or Addison Raber, please tell her to come down to the announcer's booth. I have something she's probably going to want. Definitely.
So I think that's the toughest thing judging the show here. And you're Minnie Heifers, you like all the kids, and then you've got to ask somebody that we're gonna have to pull you out here first, young man, on the wrong order. But you got to put that aside and do your task.
Well, and that's the thing, I guess, and that's what's showing this in these cattle do. And I mean, they start these little guys, these little boys, these little girls. This I think is a class of little boys maybe, but they start them so young. So I mean, you learn to be a gracious winner, and you learn to be a gracious loser. I mean, it's one person's opinion. You just got to do it. So
that is one of the big values I think that we do learn in showing cattle. Not only, I mean, we could go to a long list, but I think life is competitive. Life's not fair. Life's not easy. But you gotta have and respect that. This is not a participation where we're not doing participation ribbons. We're trying to identify the best one.
Yep.
But yet everybody has got good to be involved in this.
This class of miniature Heifers, young man we start off with, has definitely got the most complete, well-balanced heifer in the class. He's doing an awesome job getting that one out here showed. Just a logical class winner for both Matt and I out here. We really like that one a lot to win the class. The painted up legged one here, young man Scott, he does an awesome job of getting that one showed. That's one that when he gets her set up and setting there, gives you a really nice look from the side, balances up really good, and actually pretty good in its structure. The big stout one coming out next, young man Scott's one that's definitely definitely got some power and some shape down that top. Just not quite as sound as what the two are in front of her. The next one coming out, we'd just like to change that one as it gets out and goes around the ring, make it a little softer there in those pasterns. Congratulations to all these kids.
As we're going, we kind of hesitate there a little bit. Don't know if Jay Bradley is going to jump right in there and talk a little bit. But again, nice class as we come through here. You know, this is a big division of mini Heifers. We just got 2 in this class, but we still have 3 more after this one, 4 including this one, before we can actually get down and name us a miniature show champion.
And again, they've been nice. The quality's good. The quality
is way good, and lots of them.
But we're moving right along. We got Foundation Red Angus up on deck next, 3 of them, handful of Red Anguses, a couple Slayers, and we get into the Shorthorns.
Do we got Shorthorns and pluses?
Shorthorns, yep, them pluses.
We got plenty of good show left out here, that's for sure.
Okay, I have yet another prize that was turned into the food shack over there. It is a Motorola phone with the cutest little Pomeranian puppy on it. If that rings a bell to anybody, they might want this back. I don't think it's the same person with the purse. Wallet. Once again, Addison Raber, you're probably going to want to come see me.
As we get out here and start your shars and get out here and kind of these lighter weight ones, I guess this painted up one, we never wavered from the fact that this one needed to get us started. Big-footed, big-legged kind of cattle, and honestly what gives him the nod to go ahead and get us started, he's by far and away the most agile and the loosest in terms of his structural build. A calf that gets out and travels and does so really well. We're very comfortable with that young man getting us started. Congratulations to him. The calf in 2 is one that's really well balanced, really well put together, especially in terms of the upper part of his skeleton. Awesome in terms of his lines, really square out of his hip. Really nice looking one about his front end. Maybe a steer we'd like to see just get out and travel just a shot better, but he's still more accurate and more agile in terms of his step off of his rear 2 than the next 2 cattle in line. Honestly, from here, if you want to flip-flop them, that's perfectly fine. This young man's steer, when he gets him parked and set up, still has a really high-quality look. He's still a big back, square-hipped one. Bottom line, he's just got to move better, and the same goes for the white calf that comes next. A big-haired one that the young lady's done a very nice job of getting him ready to come to town. Just a shot too straight off of both ends of his skeleton, but still a chubby bodied, big-muscled one there in 4. The young lady that comes next, kind of a longer-bodied, more extended calf, and we're okay with that, but you got to have the muscle and the body to back that up. He just read a shot too flat and juvenile in terms of his shape right out the backside of his blade. The 2 calves that remain are 2 kind of longer, extended, really nice looking cattle. We thought the white calf had a shot more shape. The young lady that rounds us out, really nice from the side. Just the flattest and just the most generic in terms of his shape, especially down through his stifle and lower quarter. But a very nice class of shars to get us started within this particular division.
Boy, another nice mini Hereford heifer here on our side. One that's very stout and thick-ended, good-bodied, good-looking, very sound, very functional, just a very logical place to start. Young man showing his heifer here in second, does a real nice job putting her together. She's very attractive through her front 1/3. Maybe just like to set her back in her shoulder and give her a little bit more flex to that knee and front pastern compared to our class winner, but love the rib volume and the power that she has.
one more time, if you were over at the food shack here getting something to eat and you forgot your Motorola phone with a little Pomeranian puppy on, you might want to come get it. Oh, not yours. Okay.
All right, we've down here to single entry here, so we're working our way. What do we get to? Would this be Taylor Woods at 159?
Yep, 159. Yep.
Single entry won't take us long to get through this one. If you've been wondering, following along, this is a January 28th heifer. I sometimes have a hard time following along on birth dates on the size of these miniatures. I kind of leave that alone, but just you want to follow along at home if you did. Then we got a class of 2 and a class of 1. And then we're going to pick us a champion miniature Hereford heifer. And I tell you, whoever wins this division is going to be significant because this has been a good lineup.
Miniature Hereford female, this young lady's bought out. Really balances up nice. It's one that you like the looks of her from the side. She's good and level in her spine, and you like her hip design. Gets out and goes around the ring on a really nice set of legs. Congratulations to her.
Yeah, to win this division is going to be no small feat either. Pardon the pun, didn't mean it that way, but I'm just saying, really good cattle. A lot of classes, several of them out here.
Lots of them, and good.
And they're nice cattle. They've got some good quality things to them. And I know we're not on the steer side, and I know we're making the comments, but again, we've got a great job these 2 days of we get a peer over the thing. They kind of got the Charlet steers going on over here too, and we're watching that. Man, what a good lineup of steers over here! I tell you, this steer
show's been good.
Steer show's been really good. We've been
and you guys listen along. You can hear him go, but boy, when you can tell when the quality gets good. I won't be watching, but you listen to get fired up when he gets talking. Yep. He gets some passion in his voice, and you look back over there, and you can see some quality stuff.
Yeah. We haven't been following them as closely, but man, it looks like they were sorting them up to the top really fast too, and getting right after it. They're doing a nice job. So, but back on the Hereford side, mini Herefords, we got class 160 coming in, 2 of them in that class. Then we got one more, and we'll be picking our champion mini Hereford.
Yep.
And then going into the foundation Red Angus's and Red Angus's.
What do you think are different things could have a showman of the mini Hereford side have to take a break for a second? Where could we lose our showman? Boy, it could be a lot of things.
Could be something shiny. Could be a squirrel.
Could be grandpa. Could be grandma. Could be.
Look at this little dude coming in.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, he is like knee high. Goodness, I mean, he can't be but what, 4? Is he 4?
Boy, I was going to say 3.
He might be even 3.
He'd be pretty little. Got a good heifer though.
Got a really nice heifer.
Can't see the number on there by no means, but
is that is that little Clausen?
West Bend maybe? Could be, I suppose.
If they come in the right order.
Jason Murphy. Pair of Decembers. Yeah, both them judges, they're down there, hands on their knees, they're bent over, they're checking him out.
And that says something, because Copeland's not very tall.
Degree. Look at him. He's over there. He didn't even pay attention. He's putting a scratch. He's putting a scratch on his belly. He showed his kids. He's like, would you two guys leave me alone? I'm showing a calf here.
I came out here to
guys
show
interrupted
this
me.
thing.
Look at, they're wanting to talk to him. He's going to take it for a circle. Heck with this. I'm going to just go. Time to walk.
Oh, man.
You got Danny Harker's face. He's a laughing and a giggling, got a big old smile as he watches him go. He just did what he wanted to do. Then we got a young man right behind him. Boy, he's trying to get that head cranked up, trying to get that thing. He's like, I'm here to show.
New division over on the steer side. Class 332 Charlet Steers. First place, Trevor Riceberg. Hartley second to Riley Steffes of Nevada. Third, Dayton Weaver of Mobile. Fourth to Elise Badger of Bagley. Fifth to Peterson Ashley of Webster City. Sixth to Parker Reese of Manchester. Seventh to Olivia Mon of Gredinger. Once again, that was 332. Charlet Steers currently in the ring, class 333.
Our little guy, he is hanging in there now. And by God, he's going to win her. Way to go, Copeland. The
Danny,
little bitty
give him
dude.
the one. Everybody wants to get him the high five.
Oh, there's a high five and a knuckle. He don't know. He could have been 47th, and he's just tickled.
He doesn't care. I'm in town.
I'm in town. I got me a nice miniature Hereford heifer, and I'm just walking.
This man's just 4 years old, but he sure did
Four.
an awesome job showing this one. And he's got a good one. And to go along with it. Boy, a nice broody-made female that's sound and functional. She's stout and thick-ended, good-bodied, just a great pair right there. Next heifer that comes in, young man is doing a great job sticking her as well. She's very elegant through her front 1/3, just gives up in terms of length of body and stoutness and power for us. Excellent pair of females, even better pair of kids. Congratulations.
Well, that at home, I tell you what, now that is, the cool thing about it is these little ones are going to grow up. There's been, what was there, 15, 18 miniature Hereford exhibitors in this deal. And they're not, oh my God, look at this little bitty girl coming now, Chad. She is adorable. Holy cow, they just keep getting cuter.
Bristol Hay.
But I'm telling you what, they're going to come along now, and they're going to grow up and go. This is the future of the expo. These little bitty people.
Yeah.
That little boy, the one the last one was 4 years old. This little girl ain't been much older than that. She's 4 or 5. But they are going to come on now. There's a lot of them.
She is color coordinated. All right, they're going to stop right here just in the middle, talk to her a little bit. She's
I don't even know who she is, and I might buy a picture at Hamilton, Diane Hamilton's picture shop. Golly, she's cute.
Hereford. Her name is Sweetie. They get along great out here. Really nice, well-balanced one. She does an awesome job getting her show. Congratulations to her.
all right, Tim. That should bring us a big old lineup of these little kids coming back out here.
Should be our champion mini Herefords. There'll be 8 of them, 8 class winners. Don't have quite that many seconds, but we do have 8 class winners to come back out here. So
we bring all these seconds. That could be just, they're going to be into mass confusion a little bit.
A little bit. I might just bring my
we
class
better grab
winners.
a few more. We better grab a few more ring people at this help.
The ring people are stretching right now to get in the right. They're picking their own to walk in with, which I think is probably a pretty good idea.
Getting to this Charlet class, and to be dead honest, I apologize a little bit there on the stop in for taking a minute. I'm not really sure there's an exact right answer, and I think you can talk them either way to us. And just for today, this white calf, I guess, is one that we just feel more comfortable with in terms of his mass, in terms of his shape, right down the backside, right out the backside of his shoulder. He's a steer that reads very expressive and just so dimensional there over his loin and back out of his hip. A steer that undoubtedly is awesome in terms of his balance from the side. Are either one of them, what we would deem quite good enough in terms of their structure? No, to break down their structure a little bit, this steer's probably set a little bit further forward in his shoulder than the one behind him. I wish both steers were better in their hind leg and how they reached out and just grabbed ground, but at the same time, this one's probably a shot square and more just genuine in terms of his hock shape and the squareness to it. He's going to get the nod today. The calf in 2 is absolutely wild looking. I mean, when she can finally get him stopped and he stops pushing on her, that is one that ties his neck as high as any of them we've seen today. Still has a great deal of body and mass. A steer that, fighting the halter, really just kind of hard to study, to be dead honest with you. Kind of wants to pull that hock in from behind, just get a shot more uncoordinated there, but very high quality pair of them. Young man's calf in 3 is honestly right down the middle of the road, and I'm not saying that in a bad thing. He's big enough footed, he's big enough bodied, he's big enough muscled. Maybe just doesn't have quite the extras as the 2 that precede him. Would really like to open him up as you study him from the 3/4 angle right there in terms of his forerib. The white calf that comes next of the bottom 2, bottom line, there's just more product. Those 2 cattle both need to be better moving, so we went with the stouter, just more wolfier option. The young man's calf coming next, one that kind of tucks up in his flank, falls out of balance, but still a nice bodied calf that certainly has a nice look to him. Congratulations to those exhibitors on a very interesting and just kind of hard class to piece together, but a high quality class at that.
out here for our miniature Hereford lineup. It's exciting to see all these young kids out here and the enthusiasm that they have and the excitement when they come out in the ring. You know, the miniature Hereford deal is a little different than what Matt and I are used to doing every day, but it's obvious for these kids that's what they want to be doing, and it's exciting for us to see them out here having a good time. We think there's two out here that come to the top for us. One of them just really complete individual. The other one's got a lot of neat things going for them. We're going to go out here and pick your champion reserve. Congratulations to all these little fellas.
We got the high five going on there in the miniatures.
And your champion, miniature Hereford for the 2023 Iowa Beef Expo, Leighton Tipkin of Wyoda. And your reserve champion coming out of class 160, Caden Clausen of West Bend. Well, let me finish up the placings over on the mini Herf side here. Eventual champion in first place out of class 157, Leighton Tipkin of Wyoda. Second to Tate Taylor Bloomfield. Third, Hayden Hoskins of Jefferson. Fourth to Jackson Sprague of Audubon. Class 158, first Ben Muff of Ventura. Second to Emmett Llewellyn of Minburn. Single entry 159, Taylor Woods of Sigourney. Class 160, your eventual reserve champion, Caden Clausen of West Bend. Second to Jace Murphy of Melrose. And single entry rounding out the mini Herf division, Class 161, Bristol Hay. Foundation Red Angus next, then Red Angus division.
All right, as Tim talked about, it seemed like about all the mini Herefords want to come up here and get their picture taken, so we're getting some pictures taken here, right here in front of us. You can kind of see on your camera, kind of log jammed in on this side a little bit, but we're going to start our Foundation Red Angus. Not a big division here, but we got a good set of Red Angus heifers coming next, but we've got a single entry here, and then I've got a pair of reds composites in that next class, and then we'll pick us a champion composite Red Angus. So beautiful red baldy heifer here that's got some maternal look and good to her. So Breeley Stephan, Wyoda, Iowa, on a June Silvera's Tomahawk. What we've got. So there, the two judges confer right there on top of her. Danny's going to talk, say a few things about her.
Nice percentage Red Angus female here. Real functional, sound, and correct type female. One that's definitely going to make a nice cow on down the road for this young lady. You love that one in her design. Through her front 1/3, big powerful hip in her, and plenty of rib shape at this stage of maturity. I think a very nice functional one to start off our breed with.
On the heifer side, we're bringing our pair of two. We got a sharp red baldy heifer coming out here in this spot here, real time. And then we got a fusion, Haley Dodge. Coming out here, moving them right up along in there. Judge is getting them a look on there.
Again, there's only 3 in this division, 2 classes, a 3 head. But I mean, these cattle have got some good to them. It's Foundation Red Angus.
Smaller black Motorola with a little dog. What kind of dog is it? Pomeranian dog on it. Left at the food stand. The purse has been claimed. What's that?
Again, these Foundation Red Angus, real angular. Cattle are easy to look at. Got some body to them and move around the ring nice. Not a lot in this division. This
Placings for
purebred Red Angus are next.
Charlie Steer, first place. TJ. First place, TJ Jakey of State Center. Second to Brooke Conover of Sully. Third to Logan Ferris of Eldora. Fourth, Brenna Hagman of Kalmar. And fifth to McCoy Llewellyn of Minber. That was placings for class 333 Charlet Steers. Currently in the ring, 334.
Really nice composite red female. Is bold sprung, got some power. She has some growth and performance, added advantage in bone and foot. Just a really nice female. Female that comes in second, got a nice silhouette. Young lady does a nice job showing her. Just gets a little bit too narrow and frail throughout her whole skeletal design to get her any higher today. Congratulations.
So as you get them out there, we'll have us a pair of baldies here competing again. Danny Harker, he's got that Simmental in him. He's that Simmental guy. He kind of like that little white on the face again. Can't get past it.
He thinks they're brokers, obviously. Thinks they're brokers.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, we got them set up here from the side. We just pulled them in. We parked them. Have them guys take a look. Copeland grabs the mic. Said, here, we're ready to go.
Well, folks, ringside, let's give all these composite red Angus exhibitors a nice round of applause. Outstanding set of females. Not a lot of numbers, but good quality. The heifer that we like the best will be coming out of our first class, young man out of our second, and she'll be your reserve. Congratulations.
We were right. There is a backlog of little mini Herefords taking pictures, though.
Yeah. Hey, congratulations. I tell you what, they're, they're going to get a jump right there in line and be in contention, and they're not, whether or not they do or don't get in the top 5, there's going to be a lot of good quality cattle ain't going to make that top 5 that they're going to get stand in the side of. So congratulations to them.
That's the
having a winner, division winner here at the Beef Expo.
Not taking anything away from them. They might make it, but they're going to have the best seat in the house, man. They're going to be out there and watch them. And how many kids, though, over the years have dreamed about making the championship drive? Just to be out there,
be in front of the crowd. And
a very intriguing class of Shars, and to be dead honest with you, this initial duo of them they're both completely different, and it's kind of what suits you. I'll tell you the differences that we see today. The calf that we're going to start with, in our opinion, he has the definite advantage in both of our opinions in terms of his shoulder design, in terms of how opened up he is, right out the backside of his elbow, right there in his heart and his lower forerib. I feel like that calf's just more robust and round right there, right out the backside of his shoulder, and just has a shot more product today. As that steer, and this is a question I asked Chance, and I guess at the same time, we're not out here to say, hey, is he going to State Fair, or hey, is he going to Kansas City? That one does hit us a shot more moderate. You ask yourself, is he just big enough and long enough, to go be a 1,380-pound fat steer come Iowa State Fair? I don't know, but I'm just telling you today, in terms of his body shape, in terms of his shoulder, in terms of how everything fits together, he gets the nod. The calf in 2 is longer and more extended everywhere. There's no doubt about it. He's a calf that's definitely just better looking up front. For us, as you step in on the cattle and study them from that 3/4 or quarter-inch view, we wish we could just blow him apart right there, right out the backside of his shoulder, just accentuate that in terms of his heart and his lower forerib. That calf's very well put together. Love his hip and hind leg design and how everything kind of flows there on the move. Very, very high-quality duo. The calf in 3 is one I joked around with the little man here. I said, there won't nobody spraying black paint around your calf, was there? And he said, yeah, I guess so. This calf is very high quality, though, to be standing 3rd. Awesome in terms of how round-bodied he is. And I'm very impressed in terms of that calf's body shape. Really stout down through his stifle and lower quarter. We appreciate that about him. That calf's just got to go a shot better off of both ends of his skeleton. The reason why he beats the calf in 4, there's more product. The young lady's white calf from the side is awesome to look at. Very good in his design and silhouette. We just got to have more of him. The young lady's steer that comes next is one that maybe just hit us a shot, just kind of shorter coupled and more jammed up in terms of his front end. A calf that just kind of gets a shot more hook-legged. We'd like to see him just plant and just have more authority there off of his rear too. Of the remaining 2 cattle, kind of the darker colored calf that the young man has here, there's no doubt that he has more natural width and just more natural muscle. Just a calf that kind of doesn't have the extras to run with the one in front of him. Young lady's calf definitely has the frame and growth advantage within class. We just got to have more product to go with all that length.
Over here in the Red Angus ring, we got a really nice effort to start off this class with. One that's tremendous in her body shape and design, lays in nice and neat in that shoulder for the broodiness and that brood cow look that she has to her. Doesn't disappoint you when she gets out and goes around the ring. A good-footed, good-moving individual. Logical class winner here. The one here in 2nd, a little greener in her overall type and kind. Got a bright future in front of her. Just needs some more maturity, a little feed, and a little time on down the road.
Is that we get into some of that, what we've had there. Boy, she just looks, she looks spectacular now.
She was cowy, she was sound, sappy-bellied.
Dark red, good color.
She is just fits right into the mold, looks like to me. I mean, these guys are stamping them the kind they want, for sure. And it's easy. Again, it comes down to quality. They're picking good quality cattle.
Boy, there's a pair, but boy, it looks like a damn nice one coming in here about now.
Yeah.
What do we got here? We got the freeze branded one. Got the mark off for the freeze brand.
Kenley Knoll and Michaela McCartney.
I don't necessarily want to go out on a limb and say something, but boy, that one out there is good.
Yeah. She's very nice.
Very nice.
While we have a little break here, just want to say, I want to thank Chad again for the invite to come. As we've done judging contests together and worked that. This is, he's asked. Karen said she would do chores and Kev out cows.
We get
like,
back out
I'm
here
coming.
for your champion, Char, and this lineup is very high quality. Very happy with the class winners that we have back out here. But to be perfectly honest with you, I'm not one to really hide my emotions very good. When you have 2 cattle that are just that good in terms of their structure and that sound, and then they're also the most massive, most mature, the stoutest ones out here, it only makes the decision that much easier. We're going to keep the 2 cattle together out of the last class for Grand Reserve. Congratulations.
Very high quality female here on our Red Angus side. I love the structure that she has. She's got a good look to her, like her length of body, length of hip, like the power that she has. Good bone, good footed, Very nice balance. Maybe pushing just a little bit of chest in terms of condition, like the leader up there. That's a very, very good one. Heifer that comes here in second, very high quality, has some growth and performance, just needs more muscle and bone for us to get her any higher today. Congratulations.
So going back to my comments, thanks for Chad for the invite. It's a blast being up here. Got the opportunity to know these judges pretty good. We're sitting up here in the crow's nest with the cousins, Noel and Ryan. We go back and forth sharing snacks. It's a blast. We got the best seat in the house. So congratulations to everybody that's running the Iowa Beef Expo. Mallory, I think she's done an outstanding job. Been hearing really good things about the outside. It's organized. Tons of volunteers. Thanks for all the volunteers and the paid staff. I mean, it's been running good on from what I see, Chad.
It has been good, and Kim Lewis and Jenny Studer need a shout out too.
Absolutely.
For the two advisors. I know they're the ones that made contact for me to get to you to want to have us be up here and do some commentary stuff, and I think it's good. It takes a lot of undertaking to pull this off.
For the last class of Charolais steers, class 334, and your eventual champion winning the class, first place Maxwell Tarks of Underwood, second to Andrew Mathias, your eventual reserve champion from Fairbank, third Riker Giroux of Ainsworth, fourth to Briley Means, fifth to Rayleigh Amos, sixth to Baron Davis of Bloomfield. Rayleigh Amos of Griswold, sixth to Baron Davis of Bloomfield. And seventh to Leah Canagaiter of Cherokee. Canagaiter of Cherokee. Once again, your 2023 Iowa Beef Expo champion, Charolais steer, goes to Maxwell Tarks, reserve to Andrew Mathias.
Start off this class of Red Angus females with one that's really eye-appealing and has the balance that we like to see in show cattle out here. This young man's got one that's excellently presented out here. Really good in her joints and her bone work there. You like the body shape and dimension that one has to her. Just a nice little brood cow he's brought out here. Heifer coming out second, really long-bodied individual. A lot of pounds of performance in that heifer. You'd like to see a little deeper in that center part of her body to compete with the one in front of her, but a nice brood cow for on down the road for that young man. The next one coming out, another one, just a very complete, well-balanced little female. Gonna make a nice cow.
Getting started here in the Angus breed, and steer that comes out here and quite honestly I guess wins and does so for fun within this particular drive. This steer is definitely the most balanced as we back off the cattle, one of the more stouter featured cattle that has a good amount of foot and bone under him, a steer that has a really nice body shape to him. Maybe not perfect on his front too, but within this particular drive he needs to start. Young man's calf that comes next is really nice from the side. Bottom line, he's the skinniest one and the greenest one within his condition, but of the remaining cattle, he's still the calf that was the soundest in terms of his structural integrity, and a steer that still had the most shape right out the backside of his shoulder. The young man's calf that comes next is one that you appreciate for the amount of just true muscle shape that he has out of his hip, especially for this breed. But the problem is that calf is just not structurally right in terms of his shoulder design, a calf that we'd like to see just a shot just looser and more agile as we ask the cattle to go. The young lady steer that rounds us out probably has an advantage over the young man that precedes her, but we thought for that dude's age and just for his maturity, he definitely needed a shot more just shape and mass as we stepped in behind the cattle.
All right, let me catch you up over on the heifer side here. First of all, the Foundation Red Angus division. Single entry in the first class, Class 162, Briley Steffen of Wyota. Class 163 of the Foundation Red Angus, first place Clay Engler of Wheatland, second to Haley Dodge of Terrell. Your champion coming out of Class 1 is Briley Steffen of Wyota. Your reserve, Clay Engler of Wheatland.
Nice heifer here to start this class off with. Just does so just because she's so nice balanced. She got good symmetry to her, good lines, got a nice look to her. You like the lower body capacity that she has. You liked her with the skeleton, with the base, the power that she has. We might like to relax her on those hind two ankles just a freckle as she gets out and goes, but very, very high quality female. Female that comes here in second is one that's got a good look to her. We just like to open her up, then her chest width and with the base and her skeletal width, just stouting her up from end to end, and she gets a spot higher. But boy, you like the growth and performance that she has and length of body that she has. The heifer that rounds out the class, young man's doing a nice job. Got a big stout female here. She's the most powerful one. Just needs to be more mobile off either end of her skeletal design.
Let me catch you up over on the Red Angus, purebred Red Angus side here of the heifers. Class 164, first place, Emily Collison, Rockwell City. Second to Delaney Engler of Wheatland. Class 165, Red Angus females, McKaylee McCartan of Pocahontas wins the class. Kennedy Knoll of Hedrick is second. Class 166, third class Red Angus, first to Luke Pladson, Harpers Ferry. Second to Colton Griffin, Mobile, and third to Sage Cornelison of New Virginia. And final class of Red Angus, Class 167, first place, Clara Smuck of Iowa Falls, second to Callie Nickel of Gravity, and third to Blaine Cornelison of New Virginia. Now in the ring, your champion, Red Angus female.
As you heard Brad say that.
Second class at Angus, and this young lady definitely brought one. Not only is he the highly presented option, he's also the stouter and just a more opened up option that just offers more product and more muscle. I guess we never wavered from the fact that that one needed to lead us off. Taking nothing away from the young lady here in two, because that is a wild-necked one that's really nice in terms of his hind leg design and his body shape. Just a calf that got a shot to A-framed right there behind his shoulder. We just got to pry him apart and just give him more natural dimension as we compare him to the one that leads us off. Congratulations to both of those young ladies.
Over here for your champion Red Angus female, a nice lineup of class winners in the respected seconds out here, but Matt and I think there's two that come to the top of this really easily for us. We're going to go out here and pick our champion in reserve. Congratulations to all these kids.
Your champion Red Angus heifer coming out of Class 165, McKaylee McCartan of Pocahontas. Your reserve going to Emily Collison of Rockwell City. Once again, that's your champion Red Angus heifer, McKaylee McCartan. Reserve, Emily Collison.
last class of Angus here on the steer side of things, and quite honestly, a pair of cattle that, in our opinion, you kind of call structure a wash between them. You side with this, the stouter, more opened up option that has more product, and that's why the young man gets the nod. Definitely a steer that's opened up right out the back side of his blade, a steer that probably also hits the ground on a bigger square foot. Very nice calf to get us started. Young lady steer kind of wanting a fighter here. Probably a little bit longer, more extended option that definitely has a shot of frame to him. Still a nice body-shaped calf, but a calf that gets pretty uncoordinated there in terms of his hind leg. And like we said, if we're going to call structure a wash, she was just a lighter muscled option within those two cattle. Still a very nice feeding steer. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors.
Over here on our heifer side, we just have two Soler females, and they're both very, very high quality. The one that wins will be our champion, will be one of hers first, one's in second. The one that first, boy, I think this one's really, really very high quality animal. Boy, she's good bodied, big bone, big footed, stout ended, and yet still very attractive through that front 1/3. Boy, she looks like the kind that go out there and just raise bulls all day long and be really, really competitive. One that's reserved in this division here, a very nice female. She's very sound. She's very functional, good looking. She just needs some more time on feeding some more groceries. Congratulations to you two young people.
As we get, we just had to pick the Soler, and I didn't get a chance to talk. We had a lot of people in between there, but boy, them two red Angus heifers were sure of quality as well too. I just wanted to make sure that you guys realize kind of what we thought of how nice they were and how good they look. So. So they sure quality stuff to look at and go from there. So the Solers were good. I didn't get as good a look at them as they come out there. They'll be out there. They get back down here, take some pictures would be good. But we've got started. We got the first single entry in there in the Shorthorn heifers.
Single entry here with our July-born Shorthorn female. Young lady's brought one out really good in her lines. You like the youthfulness that heifer has. She gets out and goes on a nice set of rear legs and plenty of flex in that knee. That's a really nice heifer. I think's got a bright future on down the road for her. Going to make a nice show heifer for that young lady.
Get back out here for your champion Angus. 3 classes that definitely had some quality within those particular drives. Young man got back out here, and the calf's not wanting to be participant in the Grand Angus drive, but certainly a quality animal. We kind of, study these class winners out here, and I guess me and Chance are both very comfortable with the Grand and Reserve. In our opinion, the Grand is one that has the amount of shape and muscle that we're looking for, especially for this particular breed, and is also the soundest option. Young lady out of the second class will be Grand. Young man right here behind me, the calf's not wanting to cooperate. Still the second highest quality animal. He'll be reserved. Congratulations to both of them.
Another nice single entry here in our Shorthorn lineup. A very sound, functional female that's good-footed and good bone. She's got some power to her when you get in behind her, down her top and out of her hip. Good body, good looking, just a very good competitive female. Sure could have stood some more competition out there.
Well, moving into the Shorthorns, I just got. I just said we were very quiet. Got to talking. We were talking live auctions and Superior on the side. So we're back in here. We're back into the Shorthorn ring. There's a backlog back down here in the picture lineup. So we're gawking over that thing as we're in there. So we're into the third class of Shorthorns, class 171. Appears to be 5-6 classes of Shorthorns. And then going the champion Shorthorn and get into the pluses. Still got a lot of evening to go. Got percentage Scimitals and purebred Scimitals left. So it's going to take, we'll be here for a while. It's going to take a while, but it is fun. We are having a great time. The kids of Iowa should be commended, and the families. This heifer side has been like off the charts, way, way good. And again, peering over to the steer side, man, the steer thing is just way good too. It looks like the jackpot season and IJBBA point run spread across Iowa is going to be really good this year, because I mean, these kids are from all corners of the state, and you know, they're going to be out. It'll be fun to start looking at these. Saw Kevin Butts down here from Ellsworth a little while ago and talked to him. I know he usually has one of the first IJBBA shows, right after the Expo, and he says he's got a good numbers coming in for that as he speaks. So I think that's
Start
pretty
off this
good
class of Shorthorns.
start.
This dark red female, we think from the side view, just excels this trio of heifers. Good and extended through that front 1/3, flat in her shoulder design, good in her joint work and her bone work, good foot shape under that when you get her out and go, and gives you a really nice look as she travels around the ring. Just a high quality heifer to start off this class with. A big, powerfully constructed red roan female. If making steers is your game, I think that's a female you can take home and breed that one to any of the popular steer bulls, and you come out on the top on the steer game. We just think she's a little too terminal looking for this trio of heifers to win this class. The white one coming out next is one that wants to get up in her spine when you ask her to go around the ring. A little straighter in that shoulder design, a little more upright in her pasterns than the ones in front of her. Thank you.
There's the third class of Shorthorn heifers. Sheridan Fox is coming in. She's got a single entry in here, our Soul Red Knight female. So far, we've had a north of 49, which would be Ryan Warnicki's bull.
Get started over here in your market heifer division, and definitely, I guess, in our opinion, a class that's a little harder to put together. A lot of different shapes, sizes, and just kind of differences in kinds. I guess the more we talk, the more we're just the most comfortable with the white one starting us off. She's the one that checks the most boxes in terms of structure, look, of quality and balance, and still having enough power and width. We went ahead and gave her the nod, just feeling that she was the most complete. The black and white heifer is one that's kind of the problem child within class. She's definitely the one that has the most length and extension. Definitely a heifer that, I guess, of the remaining three cattle, why she got put in the second hole was just structural build, being able to get out and cover ground. We thought she was the soundest option of the remaining three. The two behind her probably have a shot more muscle, but we're still more comfortable with her longevity. The black and white heifer is one that is just super opened up. She's the freak within class. Definitely the stoutest, just the biggest legged one for us. Her structure was just too big of a question mark. We got to have her just easier going off of both ends of her skeleton. And then the red and white one honestly follows suit of the black and white one. There was just more of the calf that precedes her. The red and white one just got to be a shot better in terms of her structure, have more punch and just more dimension. Certainly a very nice class to get us started there. Congratulations to them.
Another nice single entry over here in our Shorthorns. Sure could have stood a lot more competition. But Dan and I really like this heifer from a power standpoint. Boy, she's big back, she's burly out of her hip and carries that advantage down low. And yet she's built like a female. Very elegant through her front 1/3, nice in her head, very sound, very functional, good the way she goes. Very nice kind of female.
Tim, that Sheridan Fox heifer, she's nice, wasn't she? That's a good single entry right there.
Way nice. Good people, too. I was going through that so far in this, just going through the sires. We've been kind of looking at that as we go through this thing. And there's a Legacy, which is Gordon and Sully's bull. There's Alden Farms, Fast Forward. Turner, that Omaha bull from Tom Turner in Ohio, is 79, a high commodity. Soul Red Knight, Fireball. Old Aces, Highview Ace of Diamonds, Red Knight again. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's been an interesting class. So here
should
comes
be on 173.
Yeah, class of 3.
2 entries. Which will be your grand and reserve Solaire? First place going to Iris Peterson of Wayland. Second to Wyatt Pasteur of Mitchellville. Once again, that'll be your champion and reserve Solaire heifers. Then we're moving into the purebred shorthorn side here. A couple single entry classes. First place, Olivia Allen of Tiffin. That's class 169. First place in class 170, Tyler Loudon of Creston.
I think Jay Bradley's going to give us a little chance here to talk just a little bit. But nice pair of shorthorn heifers. Got a little difference. I think must have had one fall out there. That Studer boy, you can tell his face there on the far one. That's got to be Brock, isn't it?
Yep.
You know,
yep,
probably
that's
him. He's out there next. You got to be neighbors to you.
And we're neighbors. We're neighbors to both of these. Yeah.
Oh, both of them you are.
Kinsley's
okay,
from Creston as well.
Creston. Oh, I got you.
All right, over on the steer side, Angus division. First class, 335. First place, Susie Fredericks. Milo second to Carson Suchan of Gowrie. Third to Andrew Kleint of Bettendorf. And fourth to Thea Zedlicki of Decorah. Placings for the second class, 136 Angus steers. First place, Callie Jensen, Plainfield. Second place to Rachel Paplow of Nashua. And the final class of Angus steers, class 337. First place, Colton Davison, Calamus. Second to Sarah Cody of Griswold. Your champion, Angus steer at the Iowa Beef Expo 2023, Callie Jensen. Reserve, Colton Davison.
Really nice dark cherry red heifer this young man starts off this class with. I think in terms of design and look when she's standing still, you gotta love this female. A really long and level in her spine. You like her hip shape, the way she lays in that shoulder, extremely fresh in her condition for this stage of the game. I'd like to free her up just a nickel off those rear two when you set her into motion, but that's a very nice heifer. Young man does an awesome job getting her sticked out here. The next heifer coming out, I'd just like to open that one up a little bit in the center part of her body, make her a little wider there through her pins to get her to compete with the one in front of her, but two nice shorthorn females.
Moved into the market heifer division over on the steer side. Class 338 market heifers. First place, Gracie Sherman in Nevada. Second place to Autumn Belleville of Sigourney. Third to Oakley Cobb of McClellan. Fourth to Laney Hare of Gilman. Currently in the ring, second class of market heifers, class 339. For those of you wondering, it looks like we've got about 15 classes left for the day on the market side. 4 divisions here in the Market Ever Show, but about 15 classes left.
We come right back out here. Got the big roan heifer that Ty Johnson of Makokada. I think his, was it him? I think he had one earlier today that showed that I think was right up in there too. They had followed his, somebody, his mom or dad on Facebook. Did you see that they had that post where they had one of their show heifers, something had happened to her. I don't know if she busted an artery when she's calving and ended up passing away on them.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's one of them things, everybody's went through that had livestock, had that mishap happen, but boy, your heart goes out for somebody like that has it. And he's going to win him a class here at the Iowa State Fair in the Beef Expo in the Shorthorn deal. But you know what, I seen that and I said, it's just a hard fact of life we get taught every day.
Start this class off. You like her growth and performance. You like the stoutness that she has, her body, her bone, her foot structure, her skeletal design, her length, her femininity. Just a really good class winner. The heifer that comes here in second is one that's very attractive through her front 1/3, but maybe wants to get a little easy right there in her hip-loin junction. Maybe wants to get upright in her spine, right behind her shoulders. We just like to fix that about her, and she can win the class. Very, very close top pair. The heifer that rounds out the class, very high quality, just needs more growth and performance for us today.
I do love me my heifer,
Second class
judges.
of market heifers and get into a shot more quality here. And honestly, for us, it came down to these initial two. And when we took that final lap, I guess there was no debate between me and Chance on which one was sounder and just more agile on the move. That's why the white heifer gets the nod. She's better in terms of her hock design and her ability to just get out and cover ground. She's a heifer that still has plenty of product, in our opinion. Really nice in terms of her look up front. Now, if you're going to say the black and white one's presented to the nines and one that's awesome in terms of her hair coat, still one that's really flashy in terms of her look, we're not going to argue with you. For us, she's just got to get out and motor a shot better. She's kind of a shot further forward there in terms of her shoulder, and the longer we're out here, she just kind of wants to really just kind of pound that hind leg into the ground. Like to see just a shot more just flex and use to that hind leg. The red and white heifer is one that we love on the stand. Honestly, we could use her if we left the cattle standing still. That one's awesome in terms of the shape right out the back side of her shoulder. Really, really good there in terms of her body design and just how round she is in her rib cage. A heifer, as we walked that final lap, she was the most restricted within that top trio. The red and white heifer here that the young man has is a shot kind of longer, more extended option. That's probably a shot flatter in her muscle. And if we're gonna move away from muscle and use a flatter one, they got to be better moving, and that wasn't the scenario. She was also struggling a shot there out of her hind leg. The black one that comes next, there's no doubt she's the big-haired, kind of burly, muscled one within this particular drive. She read the courses to us about her joints, about how her hock was designed, and then on top of all that, she also read just a shot harder doing right there through the center part of her body. The black and white heifer is the young lady does an awesome job of getting her stuck and put together. For us, when that one was pulled to lead, we were just concerned about her hind leg and her hip design. Still a really nice bodied one that the young lady's done a good job with. The remaining two cattle, we just thought there was more body and muscle to the smoke heifer. The baldy heifer that rounds us out is really good looking, really level down her top line. Just a calf that we need more of today. Very nice class of market heifers with a nice duo there on top.
Over on the heifer side, placings for class 171 Shorthorn heifers. First place, Ava Bauer of Swisher. Second to Claire Knibe of Melrose. And third to Joaquin Wales of Wyota. 172 single entry class. First place, Sheridan Fox, Kanawha. Placings in class 173. First place, Brock Studer, Creston. Second place, Kinsley Newtstrom of Creston.
This class of January Shorthorn females, we're going to use the big stout January to win this class. She's the one that, in terms of putting everything together in the eye-appealing kind of package with plenty of growth and plenty of stretch to her, gets out and goes around the ring. A nice-footed individual to win this class pretty easily. The next two heifers are pretty moderate in their design, but we're going to go ahead and use the one that I think balances up a little better. When you look at her from the side, she's the one that puts everything together in the most complete kind of package. The third heifer coming out here just like to make that one neater and trimmer through that front lower third.
Placings over on the heifer side, class 174, Shorthorn heifers, first place Ty Johnson, Makokata. Second to Brock Studer of Creston. Third, Kinley Anstey of Corning. Placings for the final class of Shorthorn heifers, class 175, first place Paige Totemeyer of Columbus Junction. Second to Colin Hokeson of Corning, and third to Madison Swanton. Judges Dan Harker and Matt Copeland will now be selecting your champion purebred Shorthorn heifer.
As you guys can see over here in our heifer ring, we've got our class winners out here for champion Shorthorn female. If we could get everybody to kind of hunker down in line, this turns out to be a very, very nice class, nice division of heifers. I think you got a lot of choices. I mean, there's some quality I think is good on them class winners. And I think there's some different ways you could do that, Tim, depending on how you wanted to do it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there's.
Boy, folks, ringside, let's give these Shorthorn exhibitors a nice round of applause. Outstanding lineup of females. All the way from our baby calf to our big one, boy, they're awfully good, and our respective seconds on deck. You know, it comes down to 3 or 4 heifers out here for us, and it's just kind of whatever that you want to pick that you like and fits your program out here. And in the Shorthorn breed, I'm sure there's going to be different opinions of what we choose, but the two that we like, you know, that they're just simply fit us the best in terms of the longevity, and yet they have some cow power and some muscle to them. They're just really, really nice. Again, congratulations to all you exhibitors.
Yeah, again, it was a little not clunky getting here, but clunkier getting here. But yeah, it's a nice lineup of cattle for sure. Sheridan Fox. And then right in front of her was
Young lady right there in that class right before Sheridan.
Ava Boyer from Swisher, High Commodity.
Hot commodity. Yeah, that'd be a nice pair that gets out here and comes back out and represent this division in our Supreme lineup again. Just going to be a heck of a good set of heifers. Been an excellent show. Been quality, been good.
Yeah, that was real good. There's 3 or 4 different ways you could go there.
I thought there was too. I thought there was some different things you could have done. And
that'd be good. Now we roll into
Shorthorn pluses.
181. No, my bad. 176. 176 Shorthorn pluses.
Single entry here. Addison comes out here. Fuel your instincts. Never heard that bull before. Sounds good.
Little May baby.
Purebred Shorthorn heifer here at the 2023 Iowa Beef Expo, coming out of class 172, exhibited by Sheridan Fox. Your reserve coming out of the class right before that, class 171, Ava Boer of Swisher.
Nice functional made Shorthorn Plus May. Female here. The young lady's brought one out. Good in her structure, good in her foot design. One with plenty of shape and dimension to the center part of her body, and yet it has some muscle. But yet it looks like a lady out here. Just a really nice single entry here. Could stand some competition. Congratulations.
Let me catch you up over on the Shorthorn Heifer ring. Class 174, first place, Ty Johnson. Second to Brock Studer. Third to Kenley Anstey. And the final class was 175. First place to Paige Totemeyer. Second to Colin Holkeson of Corning. And third to Madison Swanton. Emily Fox is your champion. Single entry in the new division, Shorthorn Plus Heifers, Class 176. Addison Baumert, first place.
We're going to leave these cattle exactly how they stand. The young lady that's going to start us off, I guess that one does so just because, in our opinion, the longer we break the cattle down, she's the most complete. Is she perfect? No, and we'll be the first to tell you that. That heifer, when that young lady gets her stopped and put together there, gives you a very eccentric type of a look, very high quality look. A heifer that we love in terms of the amount of product that she brings to the table, but she still does it in a fashion where she balances, where everything blends together. The reason she gets the nod over the Baldy calf in two, we feel she's more just appropriate in terms of the angle and structure and how she's built up front in her shoulder and her knee, and in our opinion she also is probably a shot deeper in her twist, has a shot more just shape and turn there to her lower quarter and stifle. The Baldy heifer is the wild looking one. I mean, she's the long extended one. I love that one in terms of her front end and how attractive and fresh she is up front. And she's honestly probably a shot more desirable in terms of her hock design and how she handles that left rear wheel. But she's also the one that's probably a shot just more tubular and greener in terms of her body. But also the one, like we said, that maybe gets a shot forward there in terms of her knee. Very, very high quality duo there to get us started. The peach colored calf is one that honestly either you start with her or you put her third, and for me and Chance, both of us said the same thing to each other. When that one just hits us a shot quicker in her kind, we just got to see just more of her. You know, that one's awesome in her body, awesome in her muscle, really like her structure. That one probably gets a shot more opened up about her shoulder, and one, like we said, we just got to have her bigger and have us leading to believe that she's just going to get long enough and big enough to really go and hit that kind of market weight that we're after. The black calf next of the remaining cattle was honestly probably the one that we were the most just comfortable with in terms of her structure of the remaining cattle. But as we compare it to the ones that precede her, probably a little round out of her hip, a little tucked in there in terms of her flank. Big-bodied, massive, punchy one here that in our opinion just got a shot too plain. Young man's done a very nice job with her. The heifer that comes next is really smooth in terms of her transitions. Heifer that gets kind of tighter in her spine, and she does so because her shoulders shove further forward there on her framework. And then the blue roan calf that rounds us out, the most restricted off of both ends of her skeleton. She does have product, she does have mass. We just got to have her better moving.
Hey, attention in the barn. I was supposed to tell you this about a half an hour ago. Imagine that, I forgot. Over on the east side, north of the Gammon barn, there is a white Ford Dually with Monroe plates, white Ford Dually with Monroe plates, and a black Dodge pickup with Dallas plates, Dallas County plates that need moved. Jordan requested that. So parked east side of the pavilion, north of the Gammon barn, I believe he said. So white Ford Dually, Monroe plates, black Dodge, Dallas County plates. Let me catch up on the market heifer side over here. Class 339 placings. First place, Kinzer Gallagher Elkhart. Second to Lincoln Bent of Corden. Third to Jolie Fisher of Villisca. Fourth to Carson Toby of Charlotte. Fifth to Spencer McCarter of Melvin. Sixth to Maggie Carlson of Clarinda. Seventh to Riley Shivers of Bondrat. And eighth to Evan Alt of Audubon.
Over here on our Shorthorn Plus side, got a really nice big woofy one here. You like the density that she has, the body shape, her structural integrity, her foot, her bone, her balance from her chest floor back to her udder. She has some width and dimension and power. Very, very nice class winner. Young ladies heifer that's here in second. Love the elegance that your female has. Very, very unique through her front 1/3. We'd just like to make her longer from her hooks to her pins compared to our class winner, and you'd move up a spot. Nice pair of females. The female that comes next is one that's just very attractive through her front 1/3. Just gets a little bit frailer in her bone work, gets a little flatter in her muscle pattern. The two females that round out the class, one needs more growth and performance. The other one needs better structure off either end of her skeletal design.
As we get out here, it's been pretty active there with Brad going through and flying on both sides here, kind of that mid-afternoon. But we're getting through on a real good class there, the Shorthorn Pluses that were in there. Now we're on to 78, 178 here on your heifer side, I believe.
That one that won that last class, now that one was pretty woofy, kind of pretty burly. She had some rib and some shape to her. I mean, that was a nice female.
Well, we got a few nice ones here in this class again, too. Look like we stepped it right up there just a little bit. We'll have to see. So we got his, Dan shed his coat, didn't he? Got down to a sweater. He just did that here recently, didn't he? Yeah. As he's working around. As they crisscross in there. As they're getting ready to, you guys can see, depending on where you're at there, but getting ready to walk. And I sure do. We talked about that before, Tim, where these guys get that angle back behind and talk about some body and mass, and they just don't miss that angle every time as they get out there around there.
Yeah, they watch them when they come at them, walk into them, they get to look at them shoulders, see those feet, and then when they turn right around and go from there, they get that three-quarter view. I think that is, that's always the, to me, when I judge, that's a view that I love to do. You can see them, you get to see the thickness of their heel, you get to see the bottom of their foot, you walk away from you.
You know, I think from an industry, though, we kind of got where everybody kind of felt that we were just silhouetting them cattle a little bit.
Yeah.
I think more everybody that's coming out here, we're putting a little more mass in them. They guys talked about being substance guys all day.
I've said that for the last 3 years. Someday muscle's going to be cool again. I think it's, and I think it's got to come back through there. And am I a sucker for a pretty one? Absolutely, I admit it, and I admit that I'll take one that's a tick bigger. But man, I'm to the point now. I mean, they just got to have some more stuff to them. These cattle are getting. I mean, we had some that we were looking at, and we framed them. We went back and framed some cattle, some of our bulls. They were 3.5, 4.5 frame cattle, and those aren't big enough.
No,
I mean, we cut them, we moved them out, and were they cool looking? Did they have some? Yeah, but we got to get these cattle. I mean, I'm not saying we need 7s and 8s again, but good God, 4s and 3.5s and 4s ain't big.
I didn't want to talk there beforehand, but this Berg heifer, she's nice.
She's woofy.
I mean, she's woofy. She
She stuck out
way
like a
good.
sore thumb when she first walked in there. Now she's
Really
woofy.
nice heifer to lead off this class is Shorthorn Plus females. You study this one from the design or from the side. She really gives you a cool design. That's one that's good in her belly shape, really good in her shoulder. Love the way she ties into that neck shoulder junction and comes out way high there. That's a heifer I think that when you set her into motion, she doesn't disappoint you at all. Really good legged, good footed. That's a heifer gets out and goes around the ring extremely well. High quality female to start off this class with. The one coming out here in the second hole, when you see that one on the move, that one's got an awesome hind leg in her. You love to see that one in terms of her flex, in terms of the bone work that she has, the joint work that that one has under her, but yet still a good foot design. Little leaner and greener than what our class winner is, but I think that one come summertime will be right there in the hunt for that young man. That's an awesome female there in the second hole too. The one coming out in third's the big one in the class. As Matt and I talk, she's a little out there in terms of size, but when you set that one into motion, you need to change her off those rear two to get her in front of those two in front of her. You'd just like to see that one freer and truer off of both ends. The red and white one coming out next, really big bodied kind of female, a little smaller in her mature size, one that's got some good things to her, just needs to be a little bigger. The next one coming out, really green, kind of one that you'd like to see some more rib shape and dimension to her at this stage of the game. Just needs to be a little more feed and a little more maturity to compete with the ones in front of her.
Get out here in this class of market heifers, and quite honestly, the young man hit the gate over there. Chance and I looked at each other and say, hey, that one's good. When you got them that good in terms of their structure, their design, and their look, they still have that kind of product to them. I guess we never wavered in the fact that that one needed to lead us off. Very nice heifer there, young man. The peach-colored calf here into when they're standing, she can rival them, and I say that because of her mass and her power and just her overwhelming just dimension that she has. A heifer that's still really, really good looking up front. For us, as the cattle are asked to go, kind of wants to pull those pins underneath her, compensate for the fact that she's probably just a shot straighter there in terms of her hock design. Still very, very high quality duo of females there to get us started. Young man here in three, from that one shoulder back, she's in contention, really good in terms of her just her top line and how square she is out of her hip. Like that one in terms of just the amount of shape she has right out the top side of her spine there. A heifer that she runs into problems in terms of her shoulder design. She's just too far forward there, and her knee needs to be able to get out and go better out of her front end. The black and white calf is one that's massive. I mean, she is stout and she is out there. She's one that read maybe just a shot coarser about the shape to her head, the shape of her shoulder. A heifer that maybe has just an extra set to her hock, maybe is just not ideal and attractive right there in terms of her hind leg. But we still thought that she got out more comfortably than this black heifer did. Black heifer standing still has a look of quality. There's no doubt about it. She's got a little something going on there from behind. Kind of wants to get uncoordinated on her hind leg. Doesn't just want to plant and drive and grab the ground and go. But definitely a wild looking one that certainly has a bright future. The black heifer that comes next just read a shot too flat and hard in terms of her body. One that just needs more punch and true dimension. The white flanked calf that comes next, big back, big-ended heifer, need to be more relaxed there in terms of her pasturing, just be able to just get out and go with more comfort and ease. The black and white heifer, there's no doubt about it. She is the stoutest animal within class that offers the most product. Bottom line for us, we just got to have her better footed and better moving. We're just not comfortable with that one at the ground today, but certainly a heifer that brings a great deal of just mass and power to the table.
Nice female to win this class. Just the most broody one out here. She's got the most cow power to her. in terms of depth of rib, depth of body, and yet she's very maternal looking in her head. She's sound structured, good footed, gets around the ring with relatively free and easy, nice class winner. Heifer that comes in second gives up a little bit of power to the one that's ahead of her, and true body depth into her forearm, back into her flank. Maybe wants to get a little wide up front as she gets out and goes, but sure attractive enough and got enough muscle. Blue Roan heifer that comes next, very nice on the profile, just gets a little laborsome off those hind two, like to square up from her hock to the ground, give her a little bit more elevation, but really appreciate the power and the broodiness that she has.
In this next class of 3179 or 180 shoulder and plus heifers, again, nice trio of heifers, two really nice big boldy, big broody heifers out here to look at and evaluate. It's awesome up here in our little crow's nest. We're watching. We're blessed with the presence of Jill Harker, Dan's wife. She's been getting updates at home from the boys, from Squirrel being pissed off because he has to stay home and calve out cows. So I think that's kind of funny. We're laughing about that. So Chad Holtkamp and I were talking about our good support systems that we have at home. His wife and son are home taking care of his. T-Bone's mom and my wife Karen, they're home. She's calving out cows, had a couple of calves today, getting ready to put out hay, and she's been watching on liveauctions.tv as she's watching along and bringing in her play-by-play. So I will give Harker and Matt Copeland credit. They are picked up the pace. They're getting right after it. Very decisive, and they're doing an awesome job.
Fuzzy-eared Wolfie won in the class. This white-flanked heifer, I think in terms of body mass and shape and design, excels within this class. You'd like to change her a little bit when you watch her walk away from you, but that's a heifer that's got a lot of good to her, and she handles her rear leg relatively well compared to our second-place winner there. Young lady does an awesome job getting that one showed. The one here in second, really big, stout individual. When you set her into motion, she just struggles off those rear two. I'd just like to change that in her to get her over that one in front of her, but a heifer that's got a lot of positive attributes in terms of frame size and power and dimension. The Blue Roan one coming out next just needs a little more balance, needs a little more eye appeal and quality to get up within this class.
First division of your market heifers back out here in the ring. Very nice lineup of 4 class winners and 4 seconds. We get them back out here, and quite honestly, the whole reason that we debated for as long as we did was for about reserve. We never wavered from the fact that the one that wins needs to do so and does so rather easily for us. For us, the decision comes down for reserve, whether you call one just high enough quality in terms of her shoulder design and just her mass, or whether you call one just sound enough. For us, it's kind of splitting hairs there for reserve, but we never wavered from the fact that this young man right here out of Class 4 needed to be our champion. Like I said, it gets extremely close for reserve. I guess the longer we study the cattle, the more comfortable we are just in terms of the quality that one of these brings to the table. The young lady here out of Class 3 will be reserved. Congratulations.
nice single entry here on our shorthorn side. Boy, a nice heifer that's very sound and mobile at the ground. You like her body shape, you like the power that she has, you like the femininity that she has. A heifer that sure could have stood a lot more competition. Congratulations, young lady.
I was over here kind of visiting just a little bit with Jill Harker. We'll try to maybe get her on a little bit as we fit right in here. But bringing these class winners out here to Pluses, and God, again, what an impressive lineup as you want to go through. And as you look at them out here, and you got your vision there off to the side, just have so much good. There's a few of them dominant ones out here. We'll see if these guys maybe like them the same as we do, but I can't help to think that one out of this division is going to fit right in there and match up with some of the best we've seen here today. And, you know, we talked about that, and I do think these guys have done a great job of explaining themselves. They've been very consistent, easy to follow with. I think they're just kind of lining them up, knocking them down, so to say. So Dan's going to give us a few remarks, and we'll get us a champion Shorthorn Plus out here in your Heifer show here today.
Shorthorn Plus. Matt and I were just conversing on these things, and we think there's one that's spot on today out here, and thinks that it's just impeccable in terms of design and structure and build and condition for this stage of the game. And you know, it's pretty easy for us to pick our champion, but then there's another one out here that just hit us really hard within class, and we think's got a tremendous future in front of it in terms of leg design and freshness, and one built for the long haul into next fall. So we're going to go out here and pick your champion and reserve. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Let's see where they go. Yes, I think they do find that Berg heifer. She kind of got that stick out look to her. Oh, going to follow reserve right there in that class. Yeah, that'd
Your
be the
2023 champion Shorthorn Plus heifer coming out of class 178, going to Maddie Berg of Osage, Iowa.
That one was way good, man. That's a way good heifer.
And second in that class will be your reserve champion Shorthorn Plus. That's Colton Becker from Atlantic. Once again, your champion Shorthorn Plus females for the 2023 Iowa Beef Expo. Your champion out of Osage, Iowa, Maddie Berg, and your reserve out of Atlantic, Colton Becker.
That Berg heifer, she'll get a look tomorrow afternoon, man. I'm telling you now.
Yeah, yes, I thought she did. I thought she has got that extra look.
Out. She'll be one to pencil. She'll be in the hunt tomorrow, I bet. All right.
I would say she would. We might have a slight brag. Brad's going to fill in for us.
Placings for class 177, first place Hallie Hirschberger Wellman, second to Hayden Wade of Oxford, third to Caitlin Haskovic of Cresco, fourth to Kennedy Buddickuffer of Hawkeye, and fifth to Elena Oberbrockling of Prole.
First class of Division II market heifers. This animal hit the ring. We nodded at each other and honestly never discussed it from there. That one flat gets us going, and flat drives our gears in the right way. Awesome animal in terms of her structure, look, body, and muscle. We'll break her down further when you get that one back out here. The peach cut calf is one that honestly, when this young lady loaded it, I guarantee you she never thought she'd be second, and quite honestly, I wouldn't either. That's a very highly presented, high quality calf, awesome in terms of how she combines that type of look with that kind of body. Still plenty sound enough. You just flat ran into a absolute killer there to start with. Very nice duo to get us started. Of the remaining 3 cattle, we felt that the young man's calf combined look and muscle to the highest degree. It's still a calf that needs to be relaxed in her spine and just be a shot easier doing. The black heifer has more foot and bone and punch, a heifer that we are probably a little bit more concerned about in terms of her hip design, in terms of how she's a little bit tighter right there in the center part of her spine. The young lady's calf, she's done a very nice job hanging in there, not really wanting to be out here today, but she's done a nice job with her big-bodied and sound heifer that probably just gets the plainest and most just undescript there in terms of her muscle shape. Very, very good one to get us started there.
A really nice way to start off our percentage semi show. Single entry. Sure could have stood some more competition. One that's sound and flexible at the ground. Good looking, fresh in terms of her condition. Spot on for this stage of the game. Keep doing what you're doing. You got a nice female in front of you.
All right, let me get you caught back up over on the heifer side, the Shorthorn Plus show. Class 178, that's where your Grand End Reserve come out of. But first place was Maddie Berg, eventual champion from Osage. Second was Colton Becker, eventual reserve from Atlantic. Third was Campbell Thomas, State Center. Fourth was Ross Dyer of Grundy Center. Fifth is Chase Rosenboom from Bussey. Placings for Class 179. First place, Mari Stevenson of Parnell. Second, Grant Anderson, Mount Pleasant. Third, Taya Alician Alter of Mount Pleasant. Placings for Class 180. First place, Hattie McCollum, Colo. Second to Jaylee Happ of Washita. And third to Taylor Quaid of Charles City. Final class of Shorthorn Plus is Class 181, single entry, Libby Seiko of Riverside.
So we're on the second class of the percentage Scimitals, the Foundation Scimital Heifers coming out here. So we've got Peterson and Brathauer to compete. We got two Mays in here, and this is a big division. I'm going to tell you there's going to be some power. I'm just not ready to step it out on a limb there as we get into that, but there's going to be some really good ones in this Foundation Scimital where we come out here. We're going to have the Junior Nationals here this summer in Des Moines, so there's a lot of the Iowa families I think that maybe hadn't showed a Scimital, had went out and got a Scimital here last time or two. So looks like the Black Baldy and the Red Baldy is going to be second. We'll have Dan talk to you about the top two.
Pair of May females. We're going to start off with the black and white one. She just offers more pounds of performance out here and does so in a more eye-appealing, better balanced type package than what the red one does. Young lady's doing a nice job getting that one showed excellent presented out here. Congratulations to her. The red Baldy coming out next. Got a lot of good things to her. You just need to free that one up off those rear two. She wants to get restricted on those, get a little tight from behind as you watch her go away from you.
All right, let's catch up over on the market ever side. Placings for Class 340. First place, Ava Adamson Creston. Second to Jace Weiner of Rockwell. Third, Colton Christensen of Linden. Fourth to Jaden Knabb of Loudon. Fifth to Jackson Fisher of Villisca. Sixth to Lila Brooks of Farragut. And seventh to Addison Moeller of Beeman. That was placings for Class 340. 341 goes first place, Landon Kipe, Ute. Second to Tucker Jackson of Waukon. Third to Cash Hansicker of Nevada. Fourth to Olivia Albert of Independence. Fifth, Jack Ireland of Clive. Sixth to Noah Comer of Newmarket. Seventh to Macy Stoner of Mount Vernon. And eighth to Michaela Erpelding of Algona. Champion Division 1 market heifer, Landon Kipe. Reserve, Ava Adamson.
Black and white heifer the young lady brings to us. I guess we never wavered from the short switched calf. That heifer is just absolutely impeccable in terms of how she's presented. Awesome as she gets her stopped and on the stand right there. That quality of look just overwhelms you. That heifer is awesome in terms of her body and her hind leg. Is she 100 in terms of her shoulder and knee? Probably not, but I guess that's getting awful critical on one that we deem very, very high quality. The black heifer is one that is big backed and opened up in terms of her skeletal width. A heifer that's kind of wanting to pull up in her spine, drop down in her pins, and just kind of get underneath herself. If she would just settle in and calm down, I honestly think that she would maybe even present herself to a higher level, but that's still a big, stout, massive one that gets out and goes plenty good enough. The chromed up calf of the remaining cattle is kind of the bigger bodied one that we just felt more comfortable in terms of her feeding ability. She's definitely just not the most captivating in terms of her look, maybe a little off right there in terms of her shoulder and forerib, but we felt more confident in her body shape than the black heifer. The black heifer, if you want to swap them and talk muscle and bone, hey, more power to you. We're not going to argue with you. That one just read a shot harder doing in terms of her body, maybe a shot coarser about her shoulder. The young lady's calf that comes next is big bodied, but just too straight off of both ends of her skeleton. And the black and white calf that rounds us out is in the same kind of category. A big muscled one that certainly is big backed, just one that needs to just get out and go a shot just freer and easier. Definitely a very nice duo of them to get us started there on the top end of that class.
Back over on the market heifer side, Division 2, first class, 342. First place, Bodie Druckenmiller of Sheraton. Second to Tommy Rabel of Lake Park. Third, Colin Primus of Steamboat Rock. Fourth to Jarrett Lynch of Dyersville. And fifth to Emery Swalla of St. Mary's. Placings on class 343 market heifers. First place, Bryn Young, Wellman. Second to Hayden Soma, Harlan. Third, Bailey Christensen, Adele. Fourth to Connor Shivers, Bondurant. Fifth to Aubrey Johnson, Iowa Falls. And sixth to Emma Bradley. I just roughly counted. Looks like we got 10 classes and 2 or 3 divisions over here. And I'm guessing based off what I just counted over there a while back around.
Class of Aprils, younger Aprils. Then we'll move into the next class of higher percentage. Really nice class of April percentage females out here. Baldy, I think there was a bankroll, Pinnacle, a couple warning bred bulls, warning sired calves in here. This will test the boys a little bit. Matt and Danny boy, there'll be more to think about. As these percentage heifers get older and get into it, they're going to get deeper and deeper and deeper, and then turn around and get into those purebreds. They're going to get really deep as well. So they're doing a nice job, getting a nice clip, moving right along. The guys on the steer deal got into these market heifers, and just again, I know we're giving the commentation on the heifer side, but my goodness, this market heifer thing is deep as well. These guys, they kind of hit a brick wall. They were going along a pretty good clip, and I mean, this market heifer thing is really, really gave them something to think about. So, great day. Here comes Judge Harker.
Percentage Simmental female side here. This young man's brought us one out that's really ready out here today. That's one with a ton of power and look to her from the side. Really cool and extended through that front 1/3. That's a heifer that's fitted to the 9s out here. Just a really nice female to start off this class with. Congratulations to that young man. Young lady coming out here in the second hole's got one I think's got a really bright future in front of her. Not quite as maxed out in terms of condition as what our class winner is, but one I think that'll feed and on down the road is going to make a really nice big one for that young lady. Got a lot of nice neat parts to her. Going to be really competitive on down the road. The Baldy coming out next has got some nice things about her. Just I want to change her and you set her into motion. She wants to get up in the center part of that body. She's one that's a little plainer and a little coarser through that front 1/3 than what the 2 are in front of her, but a nice heifer there coming out in the third hole. Young lady's doing an awesome job showing this next one that comes out here. She's having a good time out here. That's one that's just not balanced up as nice as the ones in front of her. Just needs a little feed and a little time. The next one coming out is another one of those you just like to make a little higher quality to get her up any higher today.
Class 185. Should be a pretty good sized class of heifers coming in here. 8 or 9 head rolling in here. And again, there's obviously some variation in these. These are the April 1st through April 10th heifers that have come in the percentage Simmental division. It'll take a little longer here. Had a great conversation with Jill Harker. She's an awesome lady. Dan's wife. She came up here to the Bird's Nest, Crow's Nest, and sat and talked to Chad and I just a little bit. She's a super nice lady, very, very funny. She's hard on her husband. It was fun just to listen to her. Keep going. We've got a lot of day. We've got a lot of cattle to get through. She's stopped talking about everything and just get to the basics. And it was funny to listen to her because I know that's what Karen does to me at home at times too. It's like, okay, we know you like to listen to yourself. Now shut up and just tell us about the cattle. So, anyway, but back out here, there's I think there's 9 in this class, and I mean there's 3 or 4 in this thing that are woofy good. They're going to be some stress, some head scratching to figure out what to do on these ones.
When the longer they're out here, this peach calf just continues to impress us. And I'm just going to go ahead and be bluntly honest with you. Where she beats the one behind her is in terms of her hip design, how square she is in her pins. And then there is absolutely no doubt that she's square and more genuine in her hock as she goes right away. That calf is just really nice in terms of her balance. Everything fits together very, very well. Very comfortable with that one and where she stands in terms of her condition today. From this black calf's hip forward, she's where we want to be. There's no doubt about it. She's big-backed, awesome in terms of her knee set back in her, really good looking. Bottom line, we just got to redesign that one in terms of her hip and her hind leg. Kind of wants to pull that hock in, throw that hind leg kind of on the outside of her framework there, and she does that because she's a shot lower there in her pins. The black heifer that's in 3 is one that is awesome in terms of her muscle. I mean, that is one of the bigger backed, stouter ended market heifers that we've seen thus far today. Really like how that young man's done his job at home in terms of hair coat, in terms of presentation. That one we want to redesign in terms of her shoulder, just kind of make her a shot more elegant about the shape to her head. A heifer that also probably needs to get out of her hip and hind leg with a shot more flex and used to it. The black and white heifer, as the cattle are standing, you can move her up the line. There's no doubt about it. Really like that one in terms of her look that she has up front. When the cattle are asked to move, she kind of gets a shot more hesitant in her step, pulls up in her center spine. And then the peach-colored calf, if you're back off in the stands, that one's very big picture, very captivating in terms of her body, in terms of her hair. But then as you step in on the cattle, she was the flattest and the most undescript in terms of her shape, and that's why she moved on down the line.
We got out here. Sorry for the silence. We were didn't know if Jay Bradley was going to say something or not, but we're getting down here. About 4 left in this division. I like this red Baldy female quite a bit. Out here, young lady's pulling up right behind him out the heifer. I like her a lot when she first came in the ring. Not even sure what she is, but she's really nice. This red Baldy is really nice fronted. My view up here, my angle, man, her toes look the same size. They look like they go the same direction. She's just got a nice look to her. Young man's doing a nice job showing it as well.
Tim, they kind of rolled through them, rolled right through them first one, put the brakes on. We hit these 4, had to push the clutch in just a little bit here.
Yeah, we get this class of 9. It's going to take a little longer, and that's what I told the folks listening. I said it's going to take them a little bit to sort through these. It's they're going to get down to the top 2 or 3, kind of like the mains and the maintainers in that division. There's
Boy, it's a good
4 or
heifer by
5.
summertime. It looked nice.
Oh,
that
I mean,
kind of extension.
Yeah. Well, I got down to the
Gateway Follow Me. Is that the one he's going to go ahead and start with? 230.
I can't. Not gonna lie to you. I can't see that far. But those 2 heifers, I think they win this class. When I thought that when they came out.
Just in terms of her silhouette, boy, she's good looking off the profile. She's got great rib shape up high and carries that advantage down low into her body cavity. You know, got good skeletal design, sound, functional, got some power to her. Just a very, very nice way to start our class off. The red Baldy heifer here is no slouch in her own right. Very, very good. We might like to just lengthen her out from nose to tail compared to the one that's ahead of her. Maybe pull her a little tighter to top side of that skeletal design of her blade. She wants to get a little wide there, and maybe just so slightly got too much lower body cavity for us. Here's the heifer that comes here in 3rd. She doesn't fit the mold on either side of the heifers on either side of her, just in terms of frame. But in terms of quality, this one is very good. She's very good looking, very fresh, very stout and powerful. I think in time that one can get really, really nice. Just keep doing what you're doing, young lady. Star-headed one coming here next is one that's very sound and athletic when you get her on the move. Just gets a little short and round hip for us. Maybe gets a little flatter in her overall rib design and rib cage shape when you view her at the top side of her skeleton. Heifer that comes next, one that's just very nice in terms of her length of body and length of hip, but like to relax her there into her tail head, the way it lays into her spine, maybe elevate her in that hip-loin junction. She wants to get a little weak in that department. Heifer that comes next, very high-quality female, just needs to be sounder off either end of her skeletal design. 3 heifers that round out the class all have some good to them. They have some rib shape, they have some muscle. They just need to be softer made off either end of their skeletal design to get them any higher today.
Boy, just like you'd expect is, an outstanding class, the way he talked them things. Indian Foundations, and just you run them out, and they've got another set of them heifers coming right back in, right at them.
Yeah, it's not going to get easier. That first one through the gate there, just I mean,
she's impressive.
She's impressive. Just the first one in is like, when we've judged before, you always hold your breath and pray there's one in there you can use. But man, I'm telling you what, there's several in this lineup right now within these classes. We haven't even got to the lineup that are good-looking cattle.
Yeah, we got a Mahogany Prime, which is kind of unique sire. I wonder if that one being St. Asker, that's got to be a Willie Weiss calf, I would imagine, of some sorts. I knew he had some of those. How about Mic Drop? We got a Mic Drop heifer in here. Hey, we can work with that here today. If she wins, we'll have to drop the mic and walk away.
Yeah.
Follow me, and then the relentless full brother password there at the very end there of Ulrichs that had judged here at Iowa here before. So, man, I can count them off here. There's 4 or 5. I mean, really good class all the way top to bottom, but looked to me like they could get to 4 of them again pretty fast when they come down to sort through to come up with a winner.
Yeah, they're a nice lineup of cattle. There's 1, 2, 3 out there for sure. Taking nothing against from the other 4 or 5, but I mean, there's just, when it gets this good and this deep, man, I tell you, that's being nitpicky and sorting through the little things. That's when it gets fun, because that's
right.
You can really dig in and find the ones that you want.
One thing about, don't you think, though, I mean, I don't know what the statistics would say, but the odds of the top 5 heifer coming out of the foundation semis would be pretty high.
Oh, you would think so.
I mean, if you go
absolutely.
back in the data going back before, I mean, I would think that division, you know, between the foundation and Scimitals, I mean, you can almost, they're about a lock for a top 5. Angus has always been pretty close to a lock there tomorrow, so
Well,
you know, it fills them spots in pretty quick.
And you get those, they're big divisions, and they're, you know,
Lots of 'em.
and that, like the key
Here in this
thing or
class,
the
some market
maintainer,
heifers,
it's
maybe a little
good
bit
bulls on good
tougher to
heifers,
put
you know.
together, just so many different types and kinds, but the longer we study them, the more comfortable we come with the young lady's black heifer that's going to start us. We took that final lap there, and she showed us that she's more laid back in her shoulder, more desirable in her knee, and that allows her to just get out and be more comfortable. I also think that allows her spine just to be softer and looser, and that just tells the story from there back. One that still has a great deal of body. Very, very nice one there to get us started. The black and white one, when they're standing, I think can rival her. She's probably a notch sharper looking, a notch more tucked up in terms of her chest. When we ask the cattle to go, her shoulder goes forward on her framework. Her forespine kind of comes up because of that, and she just kind of wants to fall out of balance ever so slightly, but that's extremely nitpicky on a stout-backed one that certainly has a lot of product. The peach calf here can give you a really nice look, especially when you're more in on top of the cattle. Very dimensional and descript in terms of her shape. That calf just cuts up a shot too much in her flank, causes her to fall out of balance as we back off the cattle. Maybe also one we'd like to kind of change ever so slightly there in terms of her head shape. Very nice project for that young lady. The stout powered up one is the peach calf next. The one that kind of carries a little bit of navel and a little bit of chest maybe is a little bit more opened up there in terms of her shoulder up front. A calf I'd like to see just stay truer inside of her skeleton as we ask the cattle to go right away from us. The black and white heifer, really long spine, good looking cattle, just gets a shot hesitant on the go, kind of wants to duck those pins and get up underneath herself. Then the baldy calf that the young man has, stout, burly one that definitely has enough red meat. We just didn't know if she had the body and the balance to rival those other ones. Very nice class that was very interesting to piece together.
Boy, 3 outstanding heifers here in this this here in your percentage Scimitol. We've got a Mahogany Prime. I know they're in second. 24 carat on the front end. The Sweeney Girl has, and a Gateway Follow Me. Chesney has. Looks like Steenhooks be first. Yep.
I think that one's pretty good.
Pretty nice heifer.
That one's way
Start
nice.
off this
Fresh.
class of percentage Simmental females with one that really gets my blood going as a Simmental breeder. I think this one, in terms of functionality and design, and still giving you that elegant look through that front 1/3 with this tremendous amount of center part of her body, an awesome hip inner, and extremely sound and good-footed when you get her around the ring. That one's really good in my mind. I think that one wins this class really easily. Young lady's doing an awesome job with that one. The one here in the second hole, I think in terms of overall size, is a little more sensible than the one behind her. I think she follows the type and kind of our class winner in terms of size and maturity, but yet still does that in a very high quality package. Just needs to be a little neater and cleaner through that front 1/3 to compete with that heifer in front of her. The next one coming out has a lot of good things about her. Just gets out there in her overall size for both Matt and I. We'd like to see that one just toned down in her size and her maturity pattern for this stage in the game. The next heifer coming out, the young man's got a nice heifer there, just a little up in that tail head. You'd like to set that one down to get her to compete any higher. The next one coming out, here's one that gets a little steep and straighter in that front 1/3, a little more restricted off those rear two. The next three just need to balance up and be a little better in their overall quality.
Yeah, those three sorted to the top in a tough class. I mean, that's they kind of talked about structure and stuff on them bottom ones, and that's probably very, very true. But having said that, though, there's been a lot of times those cattle are still good enough, would win a lot of classes in a lot of places, as we go down the deal.
I would say he liked that about like you did.
We get here in the second
He's a big fan.
I'm a big fan.
I'm
a big fan of that Steenhook heifer. That's a good cow.
I kind of just rolled right through them, and we did so because there were cattle that hit us hard, and when they hit us hard and they're that good, I guess we never question whether they need to go ahead and get started and win this particular division. We get back out here. There's one that I guess she separates herself and does so because when she has that much muscle, that much mass, and she's built that correct in terms of her structural integrity, it's just absolutely undeniable. The closer decision becomes for reserve, and between the two that we were deciding upon, in our opinion, the one that's going to end up being reserved probably has a shot more muscle. We'll go show you the two that are going to go ahead and represent this division later on in the day. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Yeah, again, another class of whatever 6 or 7 or 8 out there, and there's taking nothing away. I mean, they're 2 or 3 come to the top on this thing again, but if you can pick them out like that fast, I mean, they're pretty good. That first one in of Jacob Grimans, that's a Prophet. That's a nice. Them are nice cattle.
Yeah, that Prophet heifer, she's impressive.
Can't touch this. There's another Mahogany Prime.
We've got, my neighbor is out there, Bristol, Curtis. She would be on that next page.
24 karat.
Where'd we go? Yep. I'm a page off here. There she is, Bristol at the bottom of the page. And then we got that Kinsley Holmes. That heifer, I haven't seen her yet. That's got to be a good heifer. I know they've had some success.
Well, they've had a good run today.
They've had a good run. I think this heifer's top 5 out there one of them Nebraska shows. I remember seeing out there somewhere. Their presentation usually off the charts.
Yep, and she is pretty good.
She does look pretty solid. You go back to, talk about names too. Grimans, that heifer looks really good out here in the front end, but that's a family that sure comes in Iowa. Here of Iowa, and that name is, with that whole group of bringing quality every time out.
And there's just a gaggle of them up there. They're brothers or cousins or something up that way. There's just
right.
They've been on. They've Angus, and they've got Simmies and Zach and Morgan. They had Limmies, and they just got really, really good cattle up there. Of course, they're in that area up there with Josses and those guys. I mean, there's some good for row crop area. There's some pretty good cattle up there in that area.
They do a good job. They get them presented right. They look good. There is no doubt about it. Still down to 5, and it's kind of one of them classes that kind of look that way. Down to 4.
Let me catch you up over on the market heifer side. Class 344 placings. First place, Sidney Leverin.
Down to
Clarksville,
3.
second to Cash Handsicker of Nevada.
So it looks like we got the Holmes heifer, Gertis heifer, and the Greiman heifer.
Of Albia, 4th to Madison Fry of Sigourney, 5th to Macy Groon of Manning. That was placings for Class 344. Placings for Class 345. First place, Erica Madden, St. Anthony. Second, Allison Wallace of Harris. Third to Brenna Hageman of Kalmar. Fourth to Michael Ilg of 50524. Fifth to Bailey Christensen, Adele. Sixth to Holden DeVore of Atlantic. Your champion Division II market heifer, Bodie Druckenmiller. Your reserve, Bryn Young. Now coming in, first class Division III market heifers.
Now they're down to this pair between the Holmes heifer and the Greiman heifer, but two really highly presented type heifers. Got a lot of good, and just trying to get them narrowed down. Did they? Oh, she's going around. Sometimes them kids take such a big circle, you wonder where they're off to.
A little exercise.
Yep.
I haven't seen Jacob for a while. You were talking about how these kids change in a year or two. He was just a little devil there not too long ago, and he's got his two older sisters are pretty good at that, showing them things too.
Right, they are. Yeah, they've had a lot of success.
Within his own family, he's learned pretty close to home. He hadn't had to go very far.
Getting right down there, they've got a tough decision in this pair to make. They've been working hard to make sure they get them decisions right too. That's been it's been good.
Well, like I said, you get right down to it. All you can ask these guys is to be consistent and to not fall off the rails. And like I said, I don't know if I've agreed with absolutely everything, but man, when they get them sorted down to 2 or 3, they always get down to the 2 or 3 that you and I kind of like.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then from there, it's picky, which is fine. I think our
they
two
did a
heifer
great
judges.
job.
Nothing against the steer guys. I haven't watched them as much, but these guys, Danny and Matt Copeland, they have seen them and they talk them, and they have been very consistent all day. When they got time to speed up, they speed up, and when they need to take a time like now and really pick them apart, there you go. That's Jacob Greiman's going to win this class, followed by the little Holmes girl. That's
that profit heifer, a little bigger heifer, but boy, she's nice.
She's way nice.
The one that wins for us, and just does so in terms of structural integrity and the way that she hooks up in the top side of her shoulder blades, the way that angle of that point of that shoulder lays in, and she's just softer and truer into her knee, and yet she's got some power and some performance to her. She's got a big bone, a big nice round foot underneath her. Very, very nice in that regard. We might like to change her, though, and tidy her up behind her shoulder. She wants to get a little easy right there. Very nice profiled heifer that comes here in second. Really like the hind leg design that she has, like her hip shape, like the look that she has. Boy, when she gets that head cocked up there, young lady does a great job showing her. But for Dan and I, we'd like to lay her into the point of her shoulder and just relax her there in her knees. She wants to get a little bowed and a little straight there for us compared to our class winner. Now, that's getting pretty picky on two very nice females. The heifer that comes here in third, just a nice fit for us. One that's very attractive through her front 1/3, got some cow power to her and some broodiness, shape, and dimension. Maybe wants to get a little bit easy there in her hip-loin junction, gets a little pulled apart there in the front side of her shoulder. The heifer that comes next is not acting like the nicest show cow out here, but we really appreciate her for her broodiness and her brood cow advantage. Very sound, very functional, just like to give her a little bit more show ring pizzazz. Heifer that comes next, very stout and burly in her type and kind, just gets a little plainer through her front 1/3, twists out just a little bit up front. 2 heifers that round out the class, high quality females. They just need more time on feed to run with the ones that are ahead of them.
Mike. Let's catch you up over on the heifer side. Percentage Simmental Heifer Show. First class 182. Single entry Bell Netalicky of Fairfax. Second class 183. 2 entries. First place Lucas Brathauer of DeWitt. Second to Delaney Peterson of Gladbrook. Placings for class 184. First place, Emmett Ryan Bernard. Second to Bryn Kinsel of Epworth. Third, Ava Wagner of West Union. Fourth to Clarabelle Clark. Persia. Fifth, Jackson Wolford of Geneva.
Young lady here in this class is going to get us started, and I guess she does so rather handily with you know, between the both of us. You know, a calf that just honestly represents quality in a class that's kind of hard to piece together in terms of different types and kinds. She's the one that represents and checks the most positive boxes. She's stout, she's burly, she's good looking, and she's sound enough. Definitely one that we never wavered from. The young lady in 2 is probably a shot longer and more extended. She's probably even a shot better right there in terms of her shoulder design, in terms of how that's laid into her. But she's also flatter in terms of her rib design. Doesn't have near the muscle and punch of the initial one, but certainly one, as that young lady gets her presented right there, gives you a very high quality balanced look. The calf in 3 is one that I think is interesting to study. She's super stout in terms of her hip, in terms of her muscle expression. That's a calf for me that's got to be better at the ground. Her foot shape up front's a little weird. Her kind of toe shape in the back's also weird, and I think that's what's causing her to maybe hit the ground a shot awkward. Just doesn't want to plant and drive off of that rear leg. But like I said, power and muscle gives her the advantage over the calf in 4. The calf in 4 of the initial ones is awesome. She probably looks the most breeding oriented as all of them. Love her body shape and her look up front. She was the frailest one of the ones that were left out there. And then you start studying right behind her shoulder. She needs more natural, just muscle and true dimension. She was still the better balanced, better structured option of the remaining cattle. The cream-colored calf here that comes next, big-backed and stout-ended, just a heifer that doesn't get out and go good enough. The black and white calf that comes next is big-footed, definitely one that you can tell the young man's done his work at home, out here acting good, and the young man can get her stuck. Just a calf that's rounder out of her hip, more uncoordinated in terms of her hock, but she still had more bone and power than the female that we round out with. The heifer that the young lady has is very nice looking, just not enough of her. And then we also got to reconstruct her in terms of her rear wheels and how she gets out and goes.
Back over here in this Sim Solution ring, this young man brings one out here that Matt and I feel just in terms of overall quality and balance comes to the top of this class. She's a heifer that gives you a nice look from the side, laid back in that shoulder the way she needs to be, and relaxed in that knee when you set her out and get her around the ring. That's a sound made one that's got a nice look to her. Just comes to the top of this class pretty easily for us. The heifer here in second, the young lady's done a nice job with that one. That one's just very complete, very well balanced. Not the biggest thing, maybe just a little rounder in that shoulder than what our first place heifer is, but a heifer that's got a lot of good to her, really functional, going to make a nice female on down the road. The big baldy heifer coming out next, the big stout powerful one, just a little off in those rear two. When you set her into motion, you'd make a little better chested there when you get her looking out at the side. The next two coming out just need to balance up a little better to get any higher today.
All right, we got some catching up to do over on the heifer side. Class 185 percentage Simmental females. First place, Jaylee Zyka of Adele. Second to Everett Ryan of Bernard. Third to Kennedy Christ of Tipton. Fourth to Clayton Yoder of Reading. Fifth to Lily Curry of Mount Ayr. Sixth to Ethan Graber of Mount Pleasant. Seventh to Macy Stoner of Mount Vernon. Eighth to Sophie Dorsey of Wyota. And ninth to Caleb Whitaker of Ames. That was your placings for Class 185. 186. First place, Chesney Steenhook Maxwell. Second to Austin Foss of St. Ansgar. Third to Olivia Sweeney of Vinton. Fourth to Drew Bjork of Adele. Fifth to Colby Bailey of Creston. Sixth to Kaya Byers of Runnels. Seventh to Jonathan Delaney of Fairfield. And eighth to Mason Clarahan of Harper. Placings for Class 187 percentage heifers, Simmental heifers. First place, Jacob Greiman of Goodall. Second place, Kinley Holmes of Ainsworth. Third to Bristol Gertis of West Point. Fourth to Taylor Larson of Armstrong. Fifth to Harry McClure of Dallas Center. Sixth to Britland Nickel of Clearfield. And seventh to Shara Coda of Harper's Ferry. And final class here to catch up on the percentage Simmental side. Class 188, first place, Gavin Hunt, Columbus Junction. Second, Claire Blackford of Weldon. Third, Garrett Ahrens to third place, Garrett Ahrens, Underwood. Fourth to Garrett Mosier of Tipton. And fifth to Jake Clarahan of Harper. That takes us right up to Class 189, currently in the ring. Over on the market heifer side, placings for the first class of market heifers, Division 3, 346 class. First place, Allison Wallace Harris. Second to Leah Ringnob of Mobile. Third to Brock Thulman of Ainsworth. Fourth to Wyatt Pasteur of Mitchellville. Fifth, Ace Studer of Wesley. Sixth to McCoy Llewellyn of Minburn. Seventh to Courtney Robb of Mount Pleasant. Currently in the ring, Class 347.
Jason Rader, I love your support, but I got no control of that one, so you'll just have to deal with it there. So, hey, we're down to two on a high quality class.
Yeah.
There's two extra special ones out here to look and study out here today. Bruggeman and Sarah Sullivan there. With the Baldy, I think that was the one, I think, was definitely the highest seller at Donuts and Divas sale. She's a family tradition, Roxy. I do know that. The Bruggeman heifer, sure, nice heifer there. What come from? I think Johnson's up there, MPJ.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I think that'd be right.
Copacetic.
And is she? What is she? A copacetic?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Copacetic. Yep.
I'm so sure she didn't sell on Greiman's sale. Maybe not.
It's amazing. We're just sitting up here and going back and forth. Chad Holtkamp, he keeps pointing out all the Oklahoma State kids and stuff. It's just, you would think that he was one or something.
You'd
He just
think.
he knows it. He was Sarah and Tyler and Matt Copeland and these guys. They're all.
And I did see Hunter Locke, which is an Oklahoma Stater right now, that was on the national champion judge team last year.
Yep.
So Sarah Sullivan wins this class.
So we have Sis Raymond's coming in too. So yes, Matt Pam, MPJ about Bergaman's out of.
This heifer that wins does so just in terms of sheer power and bone and foot, and yet, you know, she's still very elegant through that front 1/3, and to have that much hip and top and lower quarter in her, she's still nice shouldered with the chest that she has and with the base that she has. Very, very high quality female. Female that comes in seconds, no slouch in her own right. Boy, I like this female from the profile. She's very, very youthful looking in her head. Gorgeous about that. Love the way her front end comes out, top side of her shoulder. Bold sprung, very stout, thick-ended female. Just gives up too much bone work compared to the heifer that's ahead of her. But close pair, like that female a lot. Heifer that comes next is one that very attractive off the profile. Just gets too narrow in her chest cavity and too steep and straight from her shoulder to her knee or pastern as it hits the ground. Female that comes next, same kind of thing. Just need more of her in her lower body cavity, blow her apart in her chest width and her skeletal design. Two females that round out the class. They have some body and some power to them. Just need to be better moving off of either end of their skeletal design.
We get out here in this class, and to be perfectly honest with you, I apologize for taking a notch longer here on this pair, but they're exact opposites, if you want to be honest, guys. And I think, you know, we sat out here and talked about the differences, and if you want to go either way, hey, that's cool. I'm just going to break them down and tell you what we see. Peach calf, there's no doubt about it. That one is ready. I mean, that is one massive animal, huge in terms of her body, actually really stout in terms of her hip. I actually told Chance, like, that one's hair coat and how it just kind of wants to lay a shot flatter almost just gives her the deception as you back off the cattle that she's not as massive as she is. And I think also where she has the decided advantage today is in terms of foot size and in terms of how her shoulder blends back into her forerib. Is she 100% perfect in terms of her rear leg structure? I don't think so. She's also the one that's wanting to fight the halter the most today. But when you combine that much body mass and power and still keep them that good looking up front, they're hard to deny. This black and white one is, she's out there, and she's probably the freakiest one we've seen this far today. I told Chance, when you make them that wild-necked, and you step in behind them and you go, holy smokes, that thing is busted open. Very, very unique. We need her shoulder to blend a shot better today. And my personal just concern or question mark, She's a shot smaller footed, and then if we're going to just go ahead and ride with her, in my opinion, and not side with foot and bone, she's got to hit that surface a shot just more secure there on her rear too. That's getting extremely critical of two very high quality animals. The young man's calf from her shoulder back, very, very good. Big back, square hipped one that still gets out and moves relatively well off of her rear too. The problem with her is in her shoulder design. She's just a shot too straight up front. Very nice project for that young man. She was still the sounder option over the black and white heifer. The black and white heifer's foot design and structural integrity is our question mark there. She definitely has enough body and muscle.
Over here in the Sim Solution ring, the water just keeps getting deeper and deeper, and I'll tell you what, this one really gets you excited when you watch her walk through the ring there and make her first lap in here. I mean, that's one that in terms of structure, I think is impeccable. Overall design and quality is second to none. I think that heifer's got some shape and some power. Definitely good at the ground with 4 awesome feet under her. I think that's one that when you sit there and you look at her when she cocks off like that, just gives you a killer look. That one's really, really good to start off this class with. This baldy female coming out next, young man's got, that's a nice heifer. Just run into a buzzsaw here in this class. That's a heifer that's got some look to her. She's got some size and some dimension, some rib shape. She's sound enough. Got a little bit more brisket sticking out on her at this stage of the game for me, but that's a real high-quality heifer here in the second hole. Young man coming out in the third hole, real complete, real sound, real functional kind of female. Not the biggest, not the stoutest, but one that'll go home and make a nice cow for that young man on down the road. The next 2 heifers coming out, nice heifers in their own right. Just need to balance up a little better to get them any higher. Thank you.
Boy, just same. They've been talking to classes before, Tim. I think he liked that one too. Boy, he sure talked that one up really well. She had some power and really some good looks Sarah had. Be curious to see which one she shows. It turns right around. And
yeah, it'll be
interesting. Because you had Matt talk one and you had Dan talk one, so you're just trying to figure that out.
But again, these guys they're still feminine. They still got a good look to them. The one before that class, they're both sound. I think they're both sound.
Oh, they are, yeah.
But man, they got so much to them. I mean, they're not. I mean, their joints move and they got the right look and the right angles, but they got so much rib and shape and top to them. I think those 2 heifers are just really, really nice. And that's not taking anything away. Jacob Gramman had a nice heifer.
Yep.
Chesney Steenhook had a nice. I mean, this division, I'm not.
It's going to be loaded to get it back out here.
Not that I'm a gambler, but I wouldn't be afraid to put a couple bucks down that the champion's percentage female, whichever one that's going to be, I bet will be in the top 5 tomorrow. I mean, you and I just talked about that,
take that bet on there.
Off when we weren't on the air, but I mean, they're just that's them are going to be good cattle.
And historically, my opinion, lately the purebred Simmental's cattle have been better in the percentages. So imagine what division we got coming up on the backside here. How good that could be yet.
Yeah, the next 2 hours of this will be really, really good. This is a good class of heifers. This is a trio of heifers out here that are Larson, Wurzer, and Dodge.
2 Octobers and a November.
Yeah.
Hey, we got HOC Broker. She's got to win.
Is that Baldy? Oh my
God.
Star in her head, yeah. Well,
but all 3 of them.
All of it, yeah. So, we're going to throw that in there, Baldy.
So what else you got? I got to follow me, a broker, and a County O.
Yep.
What do we got for names there? Armstrong, Larson.
Haley Dodge, Taylor Larson, and Garrett Wurzer. T-Money's coming up in the next class. He's got a full-on big heifer that is...
what do you call him? You call him T-Money?
T-Money, yeah. T-Bone, Tanner Curtin, and T-Bone are buddies. He calls him T-Money, so Tanner's a good family.
I thought you said that early. Boy, that's a successful Iowa family, show family.
Man.
Had a lot of, yeah.
They've been
There
around.
we go. Had to break my trend, man. The broker got beat.
Yep.
Follow Me. He's having a good day here in this percentage show.
Oh,
Nice
yeah.
class
Hey,
of
for
balls
sure.
here. This bigger heifer wins for us just because she simply puts the most good pieces together. The way she hooks up everywhere, got some length of body, got some stoutness, got a nice fresh look to her. Just a really nice logical place to start. The young lady that comes in second, just in terms of brood cowness and flatness of shoulder and better in her skeletal design, lands her in second. We would like to just maybe give her some more width of base as she goes away from us, but it's just a good complete kind of a heifer. The heifer that rounds out the class got not a nice quality to her. She just gets too open up in the point of her shoulder, too steep in her knee for us to get any higher today.
Very interesting class here, and I'm not sure there's one that just reached out and says, hey, I got to win. But, you know, the longer we break the cattle down, quite honestly, the young man's up front is the one that we come more and more comfortable with in terms of that heifer's body, her just natural shape and dimension that she has. Is her shoulder perfect? No. Is her structure perfect? No. But quite honestly, is neither of the two right behind her. And when you couple the fact that she's probably the one that's the freshest in terms of just how much shape she has right out the backside of her blade, how much turn she has down through her lower quarter and stifle, and couple that with the fact that she's one of the sounder two within this class, I think the young man needs to get the nod. The black calf, when they're standing, quite honestly, I think she can win, and I think she can win rather handily, and I think that you know, that's hard to deny, that kind of look and that kind of muscle. But the problem is the longer we're out here, the more concerned I come with her spine and her hind leg. That look right there, how she kind of wants to lock that hock forward and really just kind of pound it into the dirt, kind of causes some question marks for me. Still love that one when he's got her parked. Very high quality one there to go into. The one with the splash here in third, that young lady is kind of fighting her. The calf's not wanting to cooperate the best. But honestly, when she does get her stopped and that calf does throw her head up, very high quality type of a look. A calf that's definitely not devoid of muscle or product or anything like that. But as we compare it to the two that precede her, probably a shot flatter right behind her shoulder. Probably a heifer that's just a little bit more uncoordinated there in terms of her hock. The peach-colored calf that comes here in 4, bottom line, that one's plenty stout enough. Just a heifer that's shifted too far forward in her shoulder. That causes her forespine to get a shot tighter on her, throw her out of balance as we ask the cattle to go. The black heifer is the one that we struggled the most to get to balance up from the side. Probably a shot harder right there in her body. Just need her to proportion more correctly as we back off of them. Very nice class there. Intriguing and interesting way to put it together.
Really nice September female here in this Sim Solution ring. This young man's brought one out here really, really fresh in her overall kind. That's a heifer that's nice and flat in her shoulder design. You love the sleekness to her neck, the extension that she has. You love this heifer in terms of her spine when she gets out here and goes on the move. Sets down nice and level on that tail head, one that's really good at the ground. Gets out and goes really good. That young man does an awesome job getting that one stuck.
Okay, here we go, Chad. Here comes the champion percentage female.
Is this where they say the rubber meets the road?
Yeah, we're going to sort the
Going to find out. This should be an
chaff and the wheat.
awesome set of class winners for you guys to see here at home. And
two,
it's going to be a very important division to win because Timmy's went out on the limb and said this winner of this one's going to sure be about a top 5 spot here. We would sure guess.
There's
But boy,
11,
there has been some nice ones in
11
there.
class winners. And
I
you
know
said
that-
you wouldn't take the bet, Chad. You're not. I said I would take the
No, I
bet.
ain't
But you're
betting
not.
against
You're
it.
not taking it. So
There's that Steenhook heifer that you're a big fan of just coming in the gate
Yeah.
there.
I
They
think.
talked her really, really well.
Yep.
You know, we've got the Gryman heifer, the Prophet, coming out in there.
Yep.
She looks
That's
good.
she looks good. That's a good heifer.
So Sarah Sullivan switched over to the second heifer, left the white strip nosed one behind, talking about how Danny talked her a little bit better.
Danny is the lead.
Yep. So they kind of, I don't know. Do you think as a show judge would that weigh you? What would your opinion be on that? If you fell in love with one, it ain't going to matter. You're of that mindset. You're picking how you're going to pick them.
Yeah.
But if they're dead even, would that weigh in at all?
As far as a showman, you mean picking which one?
Well, when the same girl has 2 heifers out there and she chooses which one she wants to show.
I don't know. The
Never
one that's
thought about it.
No, not really. Usually, so when T-Bone's got 2 back out there, he usually takes the nice one and gives the shitty one to bad attituded one to somebody else. But I think Sarah's way nicer than Tyler is, so I can't imagine she'd do that. So I think it comes down to, heifers are like people. They all have their days and they all have it. And maybe when Sarah's on the stick and showing them, maybe the one she picked is the one she thought was having the day.
Yeah,
You never know.
I just was thinking if they read into what they said and how they
Yeah.
described them, how they talked them, or how they thought they felt they looked. I think the curtain heifer from the far end, I think that one,
She could be in
is
play.
high quality. That one right in front. Then you get the two Sullivan heifers. I thought they were incredibly good females.
You get
And
the,
we slide up around the corner, and then the Gryman heifer.
I think she's in the discussion.
I think
I
she
think
is.
the
The
Steenhook
Steenhook
heifer's
heifer's
in the
probably in the
discussion.
discussion. Matt's kind of parked up there on her pretty fast.
Yeah, that's not taking anything away. There's 11 class winners out here. That's not taking anything away. There's the heifer right in front of.
Yeah.
Got to go back and look at my notes.
I
They've
think
all
it
kind
was
of come
a
together.
Follow Me heifer
But Jay
there.
Lee, Follow Me heifer, Zika.
that was her.
Zyka.
We had several Follow Me's.
85s.
I talked to Jason Minner over on the side there, just coming up there, and he was asking what I thought I liked a little bit, and I did see some. We've seen several Follow Me's that sure got in a good groove.
Well, Chesney's is the one right in front of her that wins the class 185 is a Follow Me. There's another Emmett Ryan's got one on up in there that's a Prophet. That's another an April.
Yep.
That's a nice heifer. But I think the older heifers are sure good enough in here. I'm telling you what, the more I look at that one, man, you really like
Let me catch up over
Tanner
on the
Curtin's
market
heifer.
side. Placings for class 347. First place, Lila Spencer Logan. Second to Abby Tlock of Parole. Third to Bryson Litcher of Stan Wood. And fourth to Graceland Eastman of Rolfe. Placings for class 348 market heifers. First place, Logan Knowles, Albia. Second to Nick Reemsma of DeWitt. Third, Kea Byers of Runnels. Fourth to Marissa Muff of Ventura. And fifth to Caden Knopp of Maxwell. Currently in the ring, class 349 market heifers. This will be the final class of Division 3.
All right, for you guys listening over here on this Simmental, I'm going to take a little bit of debating as these guys get back over here. They're wanting to make sure they get it right there. How about some fellow judges out there? Ty Drock, what are you thinking as we get this lineup? Which one are you picking? How fast can somebody text to throw their opinion of which one they think they could? Jason Rader, I know you're watching pretty intently.
Percentage Simmental heifer side placings for class 189. First place, Sarah Sullivan Dunlap. Second to Addison Brugman of Lake Park. Third to Addison Hokeson of Corning. Fourth to Anna Anderson of Mount Pleasant. Fifth to Taya Allison Alter of Mount Pleasant. And sixth to Emma Miller of Goodall. Placings for class 190 percentage Simmentals. First place, Sarah Sullivan Dunlap. Second to James Groover of Sully. Third to Blake Larson of Armstrong. Fourth to Briar Fisher of Villisca. Fifth to Kazdi Meyer of West Union. Placings for Class 191, first place, Haley Dodge Terrell, second to Taylor Larson, Armstrong, third to Garrett Werzer of Wacoma. In the final class of percentage heifers, single entry, Tanner Curtin of Oxford. Judges Dan Harker and Matt Copeland will now be selecting your champion percentage Simmental heifer.
As we get out here, Jay Bradley, give us a chance to talk here a little bit. Them guys are really, they're hashing it out here, and because I mean there is so many nice ones. That Curtin heifer looks so well. I've had a few of you guys text in and give me your picks, which is sure fun to see and where they're at, and we'll talk about that as we get out here. But here we go. Matt's going to talk them. This is a good talk here, I'd bet.
Folks ringside, let's give these percentage Simmental exhibitors a great round of applause. What an outstanding lineup of females. Hey, I'm here to tell you, if this doesn't get your blood pumping, and we still got more to go tomorrow and today yet still, but if this doesn't make you like showing females, then you probably don't need to show females, because what a lineup out here, folks. And there's so many different types and kinds, from our young ones down to our senior yearling, that are good cattle, just good cattle. And when you get to evaluate good cattle like Dan and I have out here, boy, it makes it a lot of fun. And there's so many avenues that, depending on what your breeding program is, you folks ringside are going to gravitate to those. And that's great, because that's what makes this industry and so fun to do. Lots of different options out here, and a lot of ways that if you slap two of them, you're right. And you may not agree with what we're fixing to do, but man, you kids out here, what an awesome lineup of females. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep your head up high, because this is a great lineup out here. There's one, a really good friend of mine. He's like my second dad, Gary Buckholtz, always said, if you're going to run the race, you better bring a thoroughbred. And there's a thoroughbred out here. And then it gets really, really close for reserve, in our opinion. Again, congratulations to all you young people. Dan and I will show you our two favorites.
Your champion percentage Simmental, coming out of Dunlap, Iowa, Miss Sarah Sullivan.
Safe to say them two boys liked them. Matt talked it good, Danny talked her good in class. It's a big, stout, burly one.
Well, we're having little side talks here. We were trying to decide which one Sarah likes. I said sometimes it comes down to the way the cow feels today and that type of stuff. But that was the one we kind of landed on.
And reserve, that's Miss Chesney Steenhook coming out of Maxwell, Iowa. So your champion percentage Simmental going to Sarah Sullivan.
Nice pair.
Reserve, Chesney Steenhook of Maxwell.
Well, I think definitely one
Get
of
out
them
here within
makes the
this
top five
particular
tomorrow.
market
Might be even
heifer
both of
crowd,
them.
and
We'll
to be
see. They're
quite
nice
honest with
heifers.
you, we took a little
very
extra
impressive.
time and just talked through those cattle, and you know, not quite sure there's a right answer. I'll describe and why what we did, and hopefully you can follow along. The calf that we decided to win with, in our opinion, from her shoulder back, she's undoubtedly the best creature out here. That one's awesome in terms of her back shape, really pried apart in terms of the shape and just the mass that she has out of her hip. But she does that in an incredible hip and hind leg design, so comfortable in terms of that rear leg. Now, if you're sitting on ringside and go, dude, I just can't jive with that one shoulder design, I'm not going to lie to you and tell you it's absolutely perfect, because it's not. She's a little bit more opened up right there at the point of her shoulder. It's rocked a little bit further forward, but at the same time, I always keep in my mind, if we're going to pick one tree out of the forest, I think we're missing the big picture. And if we're really going to pick one thing on each one of these animals, each one of them has it. We're the most comfortable the longer we study that one in terms of her muscle, body, and rear end structure. The calf that comes in too, quite honestly, there's nothing that reaches out there and grabs you, but the longer we study the cattle, we think she's the sounder option of the remaining cattle, and honestly, as you step in behind them, she's actually very surprising in terms of the amount of just dimension that she has. That calf's extremely well balanced. Is she just tricked out, haired up, wild looking one? No, she's not, but the longer you study the cattle, the more comfortable I come in her foot quality, her structure, and just her genuineness in terms of her shape. And that's where she gets the nod over the black one. This is the big-haired, highly presented one. There's no doubt about it. This one, when that young lady gets her on the stand and gets her loin down and put together, gives you that come-hither type of a look. But bottom line, the longer we watch that one move, the more concern that we got. And quite honestly, if we're going to go down in structural quality, I want to see more shape, more true mass right out the backside of that one's shoulder. But that is a very high quality female. Young man here with the red and white calf, awesome on the stand, powered up, haired up, good looking, just too straight off of both ends of her skeleton. Extremely hard class to put together. I think no matter what, if you kind of mix up those top three and talk them how you want to, someone can't argue.
Placings for the last class before Division Champion, Division 3 Champion, which is going to be selected right now, but this was placings for Class 349. First place, Jake Knutson, Esterville. Second to Elizabeth Shable, Storm Lake. Third, Keaton Krauskopf of Ridgeway. And fourth to Drew Tuttle of Winterset. That was placings for the final class of Division 3. Now we'll be selecting your champion for that division. In case you're wondering, 4 classes left on this side, this division and the last division, and then champion, and 4 classes, 10 classes on the breeding cattle side.
Nice class of May females here. We start off with one that definitely has some power and some shape and dimension to her. One that's laid in nice and neat and flat in that shoulder design, and definitely got some mass and some substance of bone to her, and just looks like she's going to be a whale of a cow on down the road. Young man's done an awesome job getting that one stuck out here. The little one coming out next, young man's that's one that's got a lot of neat pieces to her when she's standing still. She kind of wants to roll a little off those rear two as she's going away from you, but that's a heifer with a really bright future. Just get that one squared up as she goes away from you on those two rears. I think that one's going to be really nice. The next heifer coming out, a big broody, high capacity kind of female, gives you a nice look from the side. Just needs to track a little truer in the hock when you get her out and get her going here. Young lady in the yellow shirt's one that's giving her a handful out here, but that's a heifer with some attractiveness and some length of body to her and some grow. The next 3 heifers coming out, just like to balance those heifers up, give them a little bit more quality to get them any higher. Thank you.
Get back out here in this division, and it's definitely been a division full of quality with some depth on down the line in all those classes. Quite honestly, we get back out here and me and Chance settled very quickly on the two that we're gonna go ahead and use. Just go through real briefly. The young lady that wins that class did so because she combined muscle, body, and balance. We get that calf back out here and maybe we want to redesign her in terms of her shoulder, maybe a shot just broader there at the point of it. Very high quality animal. Calf in the second class, overwhelming in terms of body density and mass, still combines that with a high quality look. That was a very nice pair of them there. The black and white heifer that was second, extremely good looking, very close pair with that class. The young man there out of class 3, we decided with that female because she was just the most complete within that initial drive there. We get her back out here, maybe a calf, we want to lay her back in her shoulder, see her just more relaxed there in her hock. We talked that last class there, that female that comes out shoulder back, that one's as good as they get. We just got to kind of nitpick her up front there, lay that shoulder back on her skeleton as we break those cattle down. I think there's a pair of them we got to keep together. Young lady out of class 2 here will be your grand. Followed right behind her with a young lady that was second to her for reserve. Congratulations.
Your champion Division 3 coming out of class 347, that's Lila Spencer of Logan. And reserve champion coming out of the same class, class 347, Abby Tlock of Prole. Once again, your Division 3 champion market heifer and reserve both coming out of class 347, Lila Spencer, Logan, Abby Tlock, Prole.
Another nice female here to start this class off, just in terms of foot size and depth of heel and just your structural integrity, if you will, on either side of her skeletal design, and yet still got a really neat look from the profile. Boy, she gets that head cocked off and them fuzzy ears go forward. Boy, she sure gives you a nice look, and yes, she has some body shape and capacity to her and some stoutness of hip when you get in behind her. Just a very logical place to start. The heifer that comes here in second, beautiful red baldy female, very fresh in terms of her condition. I like that about her. We just like to see her just a little bit bigger boned and see her handle those hind two pastures a little softer than the one that's ahead of you. Very, very high quality female in second. Female that comes around here in third, nice quality female, got some growth and performance to her, got some body and some power, just needs to be softer, ended off either end of her shoulder, into her knee set and off her hind two. The heifer that comes next is one that's just very nice in terms of her overall mass and design. Just gets too much up in the center portion of her spine. Just like to relax her as she gets out and goes. The two females that round out the class, high quality females. Young man on the end is doing a great job getting his heifer stuck. Probably his first time here to show, doing a great job. Both these females just need more body capacity and stoutness to get them any higher today. Nice class of females.
Very nice class of market heifers, depth of quality all the way down, and honestly, you get down to that final trio. Here's the two cattle that have muscle, and how we break those down is the black heifer's just square and more genuine and more correct there in terms of her hock design and how she gets out and uses it. Awesome in terms of how much shape she has right out the back side of her shoulder. Very well presented, one that balances awesome from the side. She's also the one that probably hits the ground a shot more square up front. Is she 100 in terms of her shoulder? Maybe we'd like to lay that back ever so slightly. That's getting extremely nitpicky on a very high quality one. The peach one here gives you a wow factor type of a look. I mean, she is high tying, wild neck, no chested, and to be that good looking, to have that much product packed in there behind her shoulder, I think is very, very impressive. Maybe wants to turn out just a shot up front as we ask her to go. Maybe wants to pull that hock in and get a shot more uncoordinated, but that's a very high quality animal. The white heifer, as you're back off the cattle, honestly, you can argue just in terms of how awesome she is in her body shape. That one's incredible in terms of just her hip and her hind leg and how she gets out and uses it. Of the initial trio, we thought she was maybe the frailest in terms of her ankle, maybe the one that needed more just actual market animal shape and muscle right out the back side of her blade. Young man's calf that comes next, very good looking, very high quality in terms of her front end design. A heifer that gets maybe a shot shorter and quicker in terms of her hip design, causing her to kind of pull those pins up underneath her and throw her out of balance when we ask the cattle to go. The black and white one is one that still has a great deal of body. With that body and power, she maybe gets a shot coarser about her shoulder, a shot just lower in terms of where her chest sets in her. Like to just tuck that up and make her a shot just more attractive up front. We still thought she was the one that had more power and more muscle than the young man's calf that's going to round us out. Calf kind of wanting to fight him, a little bit harder to read, but that's still a big-bodied one that has a nice hind leg. That'll be easy feeding for him as he continues to go down the road.
Over on the purebred Simmental heifer division, class 193, first place, Regan McClure of Burlington, second to Owen Weisinger of Fort Madison, third to Aurora Schlichte of Melbourne, fourth to Casey Fink of Centerpoint, fifth to Maxwell Skellinger of Orient, sixth to Carlin Scott of Oskaloosa, and seventh to Hudson Ross of Minden. That was placings for class 193.
Class of Simmental females. This young lady with the baldy out here, she's got a really nice heifer just wearing her out. She doesn't want to be out here showing it's that time of day, but that's a heifer. When she does get her stopped, gives you a nice look from the side. She's good and level in her spine, good in her hip design. That's a heifer that's sound and functional in her overall type and kind. Just a logical class winner for Matt and I. The next heifer coming out, the young man has really fancy through that front 1/3. She's a heifer that needs to relax in that spine when you set her into motion. She wants to roll up there in the center part of her body. She needs to drop a little bit there in that flank to complete with the one in front of her, but just a nice heifer there in the second hole. The next heifer coming out, just a really complete, sensibly sized one that's got a lot of nice things to her, just not quite all the extra bells and whistles of the ones in front of her. Young man's doing an awesome job out here showing with that next one. It's a very enjoyable for Matt and I to watch a little boy come out here and do a good job like that, and he just gets better the longer he's out here, doing an awesome job with the one that's just really functional and sensible in her size. The next one coming out is one that you'd like to drop in her flank. You'd like to make that heifer travel away from you a little better with more authority off those rear two, kind of the same way with this heifer leading up to class here at the end.
Placings for class 194 purebred Simmental heifers. First place, Joshua Derbyshire of Morningside. Second to Brock Henderson of Wyota. Third to Alex Verplug of Pella. Fourth to Olivia Prunty of Runnels. And fifth to Gracie Marcellus of West Bend. Sixth to Weston Moeller of Wellsburg. That was placings for class 194. And placings for class 195, first place, Clara Ballinger, Moravia. Second to Tucker Carroll of Guthrie Center. Third, Ryan Hilby of Manchester. Fourth to Weston Moeller of Wellsburg. Fifth to Cadley Bailey of Creston. And sixth to Braden Dawson of Anita. Currently in the ring on the heifer side, class 196, purebred Simmental heifers. And over on the steer side, market heifer side, first class Division 4 market heifers. First place, Macy Groon Manning. Second, Nick Reemsma of DeWitt. Third to Sidney Leverin of Clarksville. Fourth to Harry McClure of Dallas Center. Fifth to Addison Hook of Grundy Center. And sixth to Wyatt Rosenmeyer of Wesley. Currently in the ring, class 351 market heifers.
Young man here in the blue that's going to get us started, and honestly does so rather handily in our opinion. Calf has a quality look, quality design, and gets out here and is the stoutest one that offers the most structural integrity. That one gets the nod and does so rather quickly. The young man's calf here in 2 is really nice in terms of how stout she is in her features, awesome in terms of her feet and how just massive she is in her muscle shape. A calf that maybe just opens up a shot in terms of her shoulder design. A calf that maybe just reads a shot just more conventional and more tubular right there through the center part of her rib, but she was still the stoutest, soundest option of the remaining cattle. The white heifer comes next and does so just because when the young man has her parked, she's the best balanced of the remaining 3. She's the heifer that just kind of gets a little bit more hook-legged, maybe just doesn't want to plant down with more authority there from behind, just see her more comfortable in how that hind leg hits the dirt. The young lady's calf that comes next we sided with her over the one that's going to round us out, just in terms of her body shape and just in terms of giving us that easy feeding type of a look. But with that, she comes in a shot plainer package, the young lady's calf that rounds us out. Long neck, good looking. We just deemed her maybe a shot harder doing, maybe want to just blend those pieces together a bit better, but definitely a nice class with a very good one to get us started.
We get out of here, we're in the class 196 in the Seminoles, big class of heifers. And there's 3 or 4 nice ones,
Placing
5,
over
9
on the
ones in
market
there.
side, class 351. First place, Andrew Arkema of Sully. Second to Will Bergfeld of Bernard. Third, Jake Wales of Wyota. Fourth to Reagan Burmeister of Raleigh. And fifth to Haley Steffner of Sperry. Currently entering the second to last class of market heifers for the day.
On the percentage side, again, a big class. I think there's 10 of them out here. Matt's starting to make his pull. Working their way up. Again, a set of nice heifers out here. Some differences in condition and body types and kinds, obviously.
Here in the second and last class, the market heifers, and the young man brings in this calf, and I told Chance, I'm like, hey, I dig that thing. Like, that thing's awesome in terms of her build. Love how much just shape she has in terms of her body, in terms of out of her hip. Still ties that all together in a very fresh and attractive package. Very, very comfortable with that one and her quality. I thought she started and did so rather handily. The black and white calf can rival her when she's standing still. The young man does an awesome job of getting her parked and put together. That look right there, you just want to freeze her in time and take a picture. The problem is, as we ask the cattle to go, she gets a little bit more uncoordinated in her hock, maybe shoved a little bit further forward there in her shoulder, but that one has the mass and the quality that we've been looking for. Young lady here that comes in third, she got the nod to go ahead over the one that ends us, just in terms of power and muscle down her top line and out of her hip. A calf that's probably just a bit more conventional in terms of her look, maybe a shot just harder right there in terms of her body. The Baldy heifer is one that is very, very wild looking up front. Just a heifer that we struggled with the most in terms of her structure. Just got to have her more agile off of both ends of her skeleton.
Matt and Dan have it sorted down to 3 head out here now. 3 nice ones. The other 7 are nice heifers, but it didn't take them very long to peel down to 3, and they've given everybody a really fair look all day today. I do commend the guys on that. They've moved right along again, made the decisions when they had to. They've slowed down and steadied them when they've had to. So they're very decisive in their opinions. They're very decisive in their movements out there, which I think is outstanding. There's been no wavering from them when they give their reasons. They know what they're looking for. They know what they talk. I think definitely from the outside looking in, they have worked very, very well together. You can definitely appreciate the ones that they get pulled up. You can appreciate the ones that they end up using. From where we are up in the crow's nest here, we don't see all the little bitty differences on the feet. A couple guys came out, what about this one? Oh yeah, she kind of crossed her. When you get down on her, it's like, well, that's pretty good, but it's hard to see it from where we are. But I mean, these guys have done an outstanding job all day today. The steer guys, they're moving right through it. Market heifers, I guess, this division, they're moving right along. But I think we're going to get wrapped up pretty good here in day 1 from the Iowa Beef Expo. Again, thanks to liveauctions.tv for having us out here. They've been outstanding to work with up here. The Expo personnel invited Chad, and Chad invited me, so it's an honor for me to be here and to look at this set of cattle. It's absolutely been a pleasure on day 1, as we're about maybe a third of the way, maybe halfway through these purebred Scimitals. So they're getting them figured out and studying them pretty hard.
Definitely one of the toughest classes we've had today in terms of quality from top to bottom, and we start off with a pair of heifers here at the top of this class that are just impeccable, we think. We stand here and we hashed out things, and we talked about both of them, and both of them are really, really good in their type and kind. When you get back and you analyze this star-headed female, we think she's just dead level from her tail head all the way to the top of her shoulder there. She's one that just puts everything together at a nice, true, straight, level package. We like that heifer in terms of the way she handles her hock as she walks away from you. She's squarer and truer all the way to the ground. But 2 really, really high-quality heifers here at the top of this class. We just like this Baldy to go ahead and win this class. The heifer here in the second hole, there's a lot of things that are really, really nice about this heifer. Just like to pick this heifer up there in that shoulder. She wants to run downhill for us. She's one that when you get behind her and you watch her go away from you, she wants to get a little bow-legged out here on the go, which is kind of a sad deal because when you watch that one go from the side, she's just impeccable in her structure. You watch her go from behind you, she just gets out there in that hock, and you'd like to put her back together there, but a really nice heifer in the second hole. Another good heifer here in the third hole. I think that's a heifer that's a little further along there in their brisket compared to what the ones in front of her were, but that's a heifer with a really nice body shape to her, plenty of dimension. You like that about her, good hip design in her, and gets out and goes around the ring really well. The next heifer coming out, really long and extended heifer. She's a heifer that gets a little tighter bellied on us compared to what the ones in front of her do, but a heifer with a lot of quality, and young man does a really nice job showing. The next 2 heifers coming out are really similar in their type and kind. They get a little rounder in their hip, get a little shallower there in the center portion of their body. The rest of the heifers on down the line, you'd just like to change some structure and some quality issues to get them up any higher.
Last class, the market heifers, very nice trio of animals, and all 3 have their differences. The brockle-headed white-switched heifer is the one that gets the nod and does so just in terms of her body, her balance, and then she just gives you an overwhelming look in terms of the density that she has. A heifer that just is super ready in terms of her condition, but still fresh about her front end. Really like that one, and the things that she brings to the table. Is she 100 on her build? Not exactly sure yet. We'll break her down a little bit more when we get her back out here in division. but thought that that was the one that needed to go ahead and start us off. The calf in 2, honestly, she definitely gives you a shot plainer look about the shape of her head, the shape of her neck, and down through her chest. But quite honestly, I'm the most comfortable in her structure. She's the loosest in her spine, definitely more ideal in terms of her hind leg and the reach that she has to it than the heifer that ends up in 3. She's one that needs drop down in her flank, needs help out in her balance, but I was still the most comfortable with her structure, and Chance was right there with me. The calf that goes in 3, highly presented. Young lady's done an incredible job. That hair coat's awesome. She couldn't have done any better than what she did here. Calf for us just gets a shot too straight off of both ends of her skeleton. Very highly presented one, very high quality calf for that young lady, and a very just interesting trio of individuals there in the last class of the day.
I got distracted there as we was talking to Simmental Heifers with Matt Owen. They're down in Missouri a little bit, admiring the quality of this show. It's been phenomenal here on these Simmentals, ain't they? Timmy?
Sorry, I put the mic down. I thought it was your turn.
Is my turn to talk for a while?
No, it's all good.
Yeah.
No, that last class was really good.
Oh, my goodness.
Clark Heifer and Abby Talak was second, and Rogers was third. I mean, them 3 were way nice. Them top 2,
way nice.
They were really good. And we go from a class of 11 or 10 or 11 down to a class of 5 coming in here. But
yeah.
Again, this is a nice lineup of cattle. This
and hey, congratulations, you ever go win this class, but you could have been 4th or 5th that last class and been dang sure a contender in this class right here.
Absolutely.
And not that they're nice, but just kind of how the Cottakirky crumbles. And they're still marches. Just took a break here in marches.
Yeah.
So what do we got? 4 classes of March heifers here at the Beef Expo?
3 for sure. Yeah, 3.
Yeah. 3 classes of Marches.
2 classes, of February's.
Boy, them guys are still smiling, having a good time out there.
Well,
I think Danny's in heaven. Boy, he's got him purebred Simmentals here to kind of go through and
his ears
take a
are
look
perked
at.
up, and he is watching these things, man. He's all about it. Like I said, these guys have stepped. When you stepped away, they're snappy, and their decisions are decisive. They know what they're doing. They get on the mic, and they got it. I mean, they got it.
Hey.
And I'm applauding these guys. I'm friends with both of them. Been a fan but I'm a bigger fan now.
This class does so just in terms of structural integrity, growth and performance, length of spine, length of hip. Got a nice look to her. She's fresh in terms of her condition. Got a really nice silhouette to her. Just a really nice place to start. Young man's heifer that comes here in second, maybe getting a little bit open in the point of her shoulder, a little bit chesty, like to relax her in those ankles. Still like the power and rib that she has, the stoutness she has, just like change that about her. The heifer that comes around in next is one that, just gives up a little true size and performance. Gives up a little true size and performance to the ones that are ahead of her and gets up in her spine. But she's very good-bodied, very stout and thick-ended, very elegant made about her head. Just like to change those few things, we can move her up a notch or 2 higher. 2 heifers that round out the class, high quality. One of them just needs more cow power. The other one just needs a little bit more show ring pizzazz today.
We get out here and the cow power of these guys and the way they do it. I was talking to Dan a little before, and he was back in Iowa judging, was an associate with Chan Phillips, I don't know, 15 years ago, whatever. We used to be in the shorthorn business, and he was one of the associates with Chan judging shorthorns. So we go back 15 or 20 years with them doing that. Matt Copeland's been in it a long, long time. We've known Matt for a long time. Kind of like you and I, Chad, we've done it 20, 30 years, so it's fun to watch these guys.
Place, Big Gall, Strawberry Point. Second to Jake Knudsen of Esterville. Third to Madeline Howe of Columbus Junction, and fourth to Brooklyn Wicks of Allison. Final class of the day over on the market side, class 353, first place Kennick Paulson Preston, second to 801, Corning third to Sidney Matthias. Your Division 4 selection is going on right now. Then we will bring in all your division champions and select an overall champion, market heifer, plus I'm not sure how many others. I guess just grand and reserve market heifer.
No easy outs in this class. They bring them back around very much. It looks to me like they line up pretty well again too.
It's good. You were talking a little bit ago, Chad, about how deep the foundations were, and a lot of times the purebreds have been every bit as good or deeper and better. I'm not taking anything away from them. There's the ones that are winning the classes, but man, that foundation. I'm just going back to that foundation lineup. How good there was. 11 class winners. There was 6 or 7 that could have won that easily. I mean, there could have been that top 5 would have been a top 5. I mean, it was crazy good as far as I'm concerned. I'm not taking anything away from the purebreds. The purebred cattle are going to be good. We get these 10 or 12 class winners out here for your champion high percentage. They're going to be way good too. But within some of those classes, man, they were 3, 4, 5 deep in the percentage side. But this class is good here too.
Good. What do we got here for some, what do we got? Something About Mary, a Remedy, a Relentless, Red Answer, another Remedy, and a Relentless. So the thing I've been amazed here with having some sires out here, we've not been like one dominant sire. Would you say that? Fair to say?
Absolutely.
I think we've had some of the same popular type popular sires out here quite a bit, but not over dominating.
And you go back and there's some, Pays to Believe. There's a Jones has got a King of Diamonds. There's a Reckoning United. Something About Mary's, Relentlesses.
Due North, Deplorable. Did you say Reckoning? I see Reckoning.
Copaesthetics had a good day.
Copaesthetics had some good. I mean, them cattle are always good.
Double Up, Something About Mary, Bankroll, Quantum Leap, County O.
Oh, I got to talk to Matt there. He just pulled two full-face baldies right there. First pulls. That just there at the bottom end of the class.
What?
I said, that can't even be. Is there an unwritten rule somewhere you can't do that?
I don't know. For you, there definitely is. There must be something going on here. Anything with a white head. Oh, no, we got one with a snip still on her nose, so we'll be all right.
Oh, he's killing me here now.
Now, you're thinking with dollars and selling these things, and them baldies are easy to sell.
Right? They just warm my heart when you see them bald faces.
How about the white
I
legs?
don't know what's happened over here on the market side. We've been watching, but Kennick Paulson been here in the same spot competing for quite a little while. We must be into a division right there. They've been working hard and haven't moved a lot.
What do you think this one of Paulson's is?
I think we're going to listen to Will talking market efforts as we finish up this Simmental class.
All right, here we go in the last division of the market heifers, and to be perfectly honest with you, we still have no idea what we're going to do. I told Chance to keep studying. I'll talk them and talk about what me and him have talked about to this point. Then we'll go select your champion. One that comes out of Class 1, honestly, from her shoulder back, we deem her the most ideal within this particular drive. I think that she has enough shape right out the backside of her shoulder. She's awesome in her hip and hind leg design, still really genuine in terms of her width all the way to the ground. Where our concern comes with her, you watch that one move up front, that shoulder's shifted kind of further forward there in terms of her skeleton, and that also kind of causes her not to just bring that neck very high out the top side of her shoulder, kind of wants to just stay a notch, just kind of lower tying up front. If we could rock that shoulder back on that animal, I think she would get the nod and would do so really handily. The young man out of Class 2, that one's probably the outlier out here, and I say that in a good way. That calf is busted open. She has a great deal of power, a great deal of muscle to her. For us, out here, does she blend her shoulder back into her forerib good enough? Is she tidy enough right there in her chest? And does she tie her tail head down into her pins there good enough? you know, those are 3 question marks, but at the same time, that's an extremely high quality unit that that young man has a very bright future with. The calf that comes out of the 3rd class, we talked about her there, and I told you guys that were ringside. I like that animal. I love her in terms of her build, her looseness of skeleton, and how she can just get out and go. Love that one, and I think she has the decided advantage within this particular lineup, like I said, at the ground in terms of her structure. She's awesome in terms of her body shape, still really neat looking. The question mark is, do you deem her stout enough right out the backside of her shoulder? If you do, roll tide, you pick that one and never look back. The black and white calf that comes out of the 4th class, as they're standing here, she probably needs to win, and there's no denying it. I mean, that one is absolutely maxed out, wolfed up, ready to come to town and ready to get slapped. Our issue with her is we get her on the go. Is she good enough in her build? Is she good enough in terms of her shoulder, her hock, and how she gets out and travels? You have to ask yourself, you going to roll with that one today and say, hey, she's the massive one? Or are you going to kind of predict them a shot down the road and really question her in terms of her structure? That's getting extremely nitpicky of them, though. Just kind of wanted to hop on the mic, tell you where we're at, and tell you what we see in them. We'll discuss it one more time. Go get you a champion. Awesome lineup. Let's give these young people a big round of applause.
Really nice class of heifers here. You start off with one that I think just in terms of rib shape and dimension and that brood cow look and the way she handles her spine nice and softly when you get her on the move out here, just comes to the top of this class. Perfect in her foot shape. That's one that's really nice. I think just a logical class winner. You get into this second heifer here. She really follows the type and kind of our first place heifer. Maybe wants to get up in her spine ever so slightly when she gets out here and gets to going, but a long-bodied heifer, just a nickel rounder in her shoulder than what our first place one is. The heifer here in third is kind of one of those first or third kind of heifers. We think that that one's getting up a little too much in her spine as she gets out here and goes for that young man. I'd like to see that one just relax herself to get up any higher in this class, but a really good built one just needs to relax as she gets around the ring. The next one coming out, big, broody, soft-made kind of female, just not quite as attractive through that front 1/3 as some of them we've seen earlier. The next 2 heifers just need to balance up better.
Your Division 4 champion market heifer coming out of Class 352, Peyton Gall, Strawberry Point. Reserve coming out of the final class, Kenny Paulson of Preston. Let me give you placings on those last 2 classes. 352, Peyton Gall, your eventual champion first. Jake Knutson second, third, Madeline Howell, and fourth, Brooklyn Wicks. Kenny Paulson, your eventual reserve, wins the last class. Ada Lund and Sydney Mathias.
I think they're getting a picture. They won a class. Folks on the Simmental side.
All right, over on the heifer side, Class 196, purebred Simmental heifers. First place, Rachel Clark, Grand Mound. Second to Abby Tlock of Parole. Third to Chloe Rogers of Iowa City. Fourth to Lane Elmquist of Audubon. Fifth to Katie Miller of Winfield. Sixth to Garrett Werzer of Wacoma, 7th. To Elizabeth Findling of Royal, 8th. To Colton Whitaker of Ames, 9th. To Mikkel Jones of Tingley, and 10th. To Colton Gropper of Chelsea. That was placings for Class 196. Placings for Class 197. First place, Jake Teat of Tripoli. Second to Owen Call of Tipton. Third to Paisley Johnston of Rhodes. Fourth to Elizabeth Blackford of Weldon. Fifth to Sydney Lyman of Geneva. That was placings 197 purebred Simmental heifers, and placings for 198. First place, Austin Foss of St. Ansgar. Second to Grant Hoffman of Dixon. Third to Tyson Lilligard of Bondurant. Fourth to Wyatt Pasteur of Mitchellville. Fifth, Braden Dawson of Anita. And sixth to Luella Reese of Waller. That brings us up to the current class in the ring, Class 199, purebred Simmentals.
Well, as he gets up to date there, and on your Simmental heifer side, we'll try to get a few things in here a little bit. But boy, this class is just stout. Going to take a little while. We're probably going to get interrupted by Will Corin picking his champion market heifer on the heifer side. He's got those division winners here that you may not see if you're watching on the heifer side, but he'll be interrupting us up in here in a little bit. But a nice set there. But man, I tell you, all day, you know, them first pulls are really good heifers again, Tim, as you look out. We're going to get logjam here, about 4 or 5 of these. I think they're going to have to stop in and take a look, don't you think?
I think they get this first pull in, and they'll get down here to 4 or 5 of these left. There's 4 or 5 of them that are nice heifers out here. And just get those other ones gathered up, punched up, so you can see them and pick them apart a little tougher and a little harder.
Right.
I haven't watched the whole market heifer show, but
does
man,
that
that's
second
good.
one have about a heart on her forehead? Is that ding near about a heart? Or
It is. It's pretty close, yeah. It's Shelby's.
From a distance.
Shelby Griman's.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's our 5 heifers that we talked about. They're going to stop and converse and talk them through a little bit. Go back down through.
I bet they make another quick whack here of about 3 of them, 2 or 3.
Yeah. Got her, grab him. So that's one of them. Okay,
phenomenal
you gotta take one out. I gotta take one out.
Yeah, it's kind of a rock, paper, scissors. See what they think.
You know, just blown away in the depth of quality throughout this whole entire deal. You know, we get these champions in these divisions back out here, and honestly, you know, I brought the trailer to load some Valborns and take them back to Ohio. I'd love to load all 4 of these or all 8 of these and go back home and you know, start breeding on them. They definitely get your gears turning in terms of, you know, what they're going to raise and what they're going to go on to do. You know, if you guys do decide to breed them, you know, or if you know, decide to kind of go, you know, and stay the market heifer route. And, you know, that's the hard thing, in my opinion, is when you got a, you know, a female of this quality that look like these out there do, that, you know, you guys got to make that decision. And I think that's what makes it interesting. With that being said, me and Chance are very comfortable with the 2 cattle that we've you know, decided to land on. We're the most comfortable in terms of their structure, in terms of their balance, and just overall quality. There was one that hit us very hard when she hit the ring. Another one that, you know, just follows her suit in terms of her type and kind and her build. Let's give these market heifers a big round of applause. We'll go out and show you the 2 that we like the best.
Well, over here in the Simmental side, this young lady's brought one out here that Matt and I both were in agreement is just the elegant female within this class. Really nice in her shoulder design. You love the rib shape and dimension that one has to her. When she's not pushing this young lady around the ring out here, that's one that's really sound and comfortable with her stride. Really like the way that one's designed. Just a really nice female to start off this class with. Young man here with the Baldy, really nice female. If I'm going to knock on this one a little bit, she could use a good old-fashioned foot trimming. She's a little long in her toe, a little big there in her foot for this stage of the game here today. But that's a heifer that's got a lot of nice parts and pieces to her. She just needs to be flipped over on a table and get her feet trimmed, and I think that one will be right in there for the long haul come summer. Next heifer coming out here, we like this one's overall design and type and kind. Just a little far along in the lower portion of her body right now in terms of condition. I'd like to tone that one down a little bit and push her back there in that brisket she's got a little far out there on you. Just need to tone her down on her condition, but that's a heifer that's really made nice, gives you a nice look. I think that one's really high quality. The next heifer coming out, a really long spined individual, a little rounder in her shoulder design than the ones in front of her, but that's a heifer that's got a lot of good to her. Young lady does a really nice job with. The strip face heifer coming out next, a little straighter in her shoulder, a little straighter in that hock. And when you set her into motion, you just like to free her up and make her a little softer and easier when you get her out and get her going. The next heifer coming at us here is one that's just a little far out there in terms of her condition through the lower third of her body. You'd like to trim that heifer up. We got one coming out in the next hole, really nice feminine through that front 1/3. Gets a little short strided off of both ends. The next female's coming out, just need to balance up and have a little more quality to them.
Yeah, they're in that Simmental class. Shelby Greiman wins that class, and boy, that thing, she caught her eye right when she came in there, but boy, nice heifer.
And she rolled right up through there, too. She's a nice heifer. She wins that thing pretty easy, in my opinion.
Yeah, once they got cut log jam to 5, it didn't take them long to break them whole thing down and
they
kind of
got
go. They waited for a little while. You probably watched online there till they got done talking about the market efforts outside to get their chance at the microphone. But, boy, we're working our way right through here, folks. We're getting through our Simmental show. I can't say enough that they've been very efficient in making sure they give everybody a look and go on through there. So.
No, and I do think that. I think these guys, I think Dan and Matt, I think they have. I really, truly, I mean, they've moved through a lot of cattle, but they have given these kids all a good look.
They have.
They've taken the time when they need to, but they've made some time up when they could too.
Yeah.
And I applaud them. I think they've done an outstanding job today.
They're very confident in what they wanted and really got through it.
Yeah, and sitting up here and watching them, we're gonna have a little less talk now. You have to listen to Chad and I a little more. The guys on the steer side or the market heifer side have finished up. They're taking their photos right down here below us. Congratulations are going around. I'm not going to lie to you. I
didn't pay attention. Nope.
Anyway, we were withdrawed in the high semis.
Class 199 purebred Simmental heifers. First place, Owen Weisinger, Fort Madison. Second to Brandon Whiting of Marcus. Third to Shelby Greiman of Goodall. Fourth to Jenna White of Blakesburg. Fifth to Blake Reynolds of Earlham. Sixth to Dylan Dite of Rockford. Seventh to Ty Becker of Williamsburg. Eighth to Shay Wolf of Corning. Ninth to Samantha Zardnik of Belle Plaine. And 10th to Jillian King of Nevada.
We're working in class 200.
Right, over on your market side, your overall champion market heifer coming out of Division 2, Mr. Bodie Druckenmiller. Your Division 4 champion was reserved, Mr. Peyton Gall. Once again, Bodie Druckenmiller, Division 2, ends up overall overall market heifer champion, and Division 4, Peyton Gall, ends up overall reserve.
So heifer folks watching after class 200 that's in the ring here right now. It looks to me like we have one class of 5 and a class of 2, and then we're going to pick our champion purebred Simmental heifer. So we're closing in on this portion of your heifer show here today to get down through it. It's been one heck of a good show, and I can't begin to tell you how good them heifers that won each one of them divisions are going to be to come back out here. We'll got 3 more champions to pick a Supreme for a Supreme lineup. We'll go out to Champion Simmental and then Angus and Commercial tomorrow. But they get right down through here and done a good job. So, young man in the cowboy hat, he's going to win our class. Kind of got distracted with everybody in front of me here in the market heifers. I'll see if I can get you a number.
Nice heifer here to start this class off. One that just simply excels in terms of structural integrity.
Ty.
And yet she's stout and powerful to go with it. Good body, good looking, fresh in terms of her condition. Very nice place to start off with. Young man's heifer that comes in second, maybe a little more chiseled out through her chest and up to her jaw. But she wants to get just a little bit harder on those hind two, like to relax those. Maybe see her with a little longer foot compared to our class winner, but very stout, very powerful, kind of a female. Female that comes next is extra good looking from the profile. Just need to body her down in terms of her lower rib cage, lower design, and skeletal width. Nice kind of a female that's got an extra advantage in look. 3 heifers that round out the class are high quality. Just need a shot more power, maybe lead them a shot more performance in them. Very, very nice females.
I'm not so sure, but I think Ty Kitzrow had won that last class.
Did he? Down at St. Charles? Yeah, good kid.
I think so. I think if that match is right there. One thing I do know in this class, we have a Relentless, a Bankroll, a Remedy, a Lover Boy, and a Cowboy Logic.
It's fairly diverse.
Very diverse.
Very diverse.
We are into January, actually just one class of Januaries. Can you believe years ago everybody used to have January 1st calves? Now nobody has the first part of January. Everybody,
it's too cold.
We're log jam right here in the end of it.
Now they want February and Marches. It's better in March.
But we don't have any Christmas babies. Snapchat sure shows a lot of Christmas babies.
Imagine
but
that,
nobody
yeah. Imagine that. Huh?
It's amazing for how proud everybody is when they're first born, how they're just, they still don't make it to the show, I guess.
No, I guess not. They're just proud of them at home as Christmas babies. Now, I don't know what you're implying by that, Chad. I don't know. I don't.
Yeah.
I just agree. I just go along and agree because I don't know what else to say.
Yeah. I don't know how. You also, as somebody says, you got to be careful how many stones you throw from that glass house.
Oh, absolutely.
So be careful
Yeah,
what we cuss or discuss on that part of it.
Absolutely. And again, it's what they are, what people want to do. It's entirely up to them and us and everything else. So you
can't
sit there and do it. So
you can't adjust their quality, though, can you?
No. One that's born in. It doesn't matter when they're born. If they're shitty, they're still shitty. If they're good, they're still good. So that's kind of the way to look at it. And
I'd say so.
And again, like we've said, very first class of Charolais Composites when you and I were talking, that just good cattle win. Quality needs to win. And quality comes in different sizes and shapes and types and kinds.
Yeah.
And
hey, and these guys all day today have used quality, and they've let some of the bigger ones be third or fourth.
But they've still come down and they've used quality all day, and they can sleep good tonight knowing that they haven't. If one is good and a little bigger than they like, they've used it. Or if one is good and it's a little smaller than they like, they've used it because quality needs to win, and they have, which I think is pretty cool.
They've just judged and sorted them. All right, we got the first pull. Boy, they've got her narrowed down. They're just going to line them up now.
Copeland must be hungry.
He must be getting ready to put him up in there.
There we go.
2 and 1.
And that's the other thing I can't imagine too of this. We've only got one senior yearling cow. That's crazy.
Two.
Oh, I'm
There's
sorry.
one on the next page.
Oh, there's Brock's got one. Henderson's got one. I'm sorry.
Henderson and Cal Pryor.
Yeah,
Could be a good pair.
that could be pretty good. They're pretty close to each other.
Female that I think in terms of the long haul, this one's built for it. I think come next fall or even late into summer, that one's one that's going to be a force to be reckoned with. Extremely fresh in her conditions, perfect in her lines, really sound and functional when you get her out here on the go. I love the foot shape and design that one has in it. Young lady does an awesome job getting that one showed. Like I say, extremely fresh class winner there. Next heifer coming out, just a really nice level-made heifer with plenty of shape and dimension to the center part of her body. Just a nice functional one there in the second hole. The one coming out third's one that I just read is a little bit round there off of both ends today. I'd like to freshen that one up there in her brisket, kind of square her up in that hip design. Kind of goes the same thing there on the next heifer coming out. She gets a little rounder from her hooks to her pins. Young man with the baldy coming out next, just not quite sound enough off those rear two.
Oh my. We get out here, talked about a pair could be good, and this is a nice pair here, and these older fall heifers that kind of get it in and get it on. What do we got there? Cal Pryor's got him a bankroll heifer. Big, stout, baldy. Welcome to the show, Timmy.
I'm back. Sorry.
Check out that one. Check her out.
Check
Look at
her
this
out.
pair.
Yeah.
This pair's good.
Yeah, well, we talked about that. I'm sorry, the Henderson family is good friends of ours. We've met them through the Junior National. I was not trying to slight Brock because I just didn't flip the page, so I didn't mean to tell him there was only going to be one. But, I mean, these two, of course, Henderson's have been big time in that semi deal for a long time, and Pryor's have been
good job.
Pryor's have been just good cattle,
heifers,
good cattle for a long time.
Right.
So, these two are good.
I was trying to think. I seen the heifer, that Pryor heifer pictured like you win a division. She's won some shows already. I know I seen her at Cattlemen's Congress. I knew she won her division down there and that. But what's a big, stout, powerful heifer? It's got some fresh look to her.
Yeah, and that's what I think. Yeah, they got some wolf to them, but still fresh.
Yeah, she might be second and way out of it. I still like her.
Well, I think this one can kind of go down to whichever way they want to go on this one. I think that's.
Yeah, because you take the
Yep.
That would. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Very nice pair of females here to round out our last class of the day. What a great way to end it, too. Boy, a really nice, fresh female here that's good looking through that front 1/3. Very nice balance from her chest floor to udder. She's big bone, big footed, got a lot of stoutness and shape. View her off the top side of her skeletal design throughout her hip. Love the way that her tail head lays there into that spine. Very, very nice female with a cool face. I like that one quite well. Heifer that comes next just gives up too much structural correctness in her spine and off her hind two as she goes. But I do like the look that she has and the power that she has. Just needs to be a little bit truer there. Get her up a spot higher.
Good comments by these guys on those two.
Yeah, they
heifers.
did
Those
like
two,
that.
I'm telling you, those two heifers could be tough in this division.
I think both of them two could be, I think that Clark heifer looked good in that really tough class they talked about. But it's going to be fun to get this division out here. The McClure heifer coming out, that's our Relentless Roxy. That Baldy heifer, she looked good in class. Owen Weisinger had one that was second her in class. I thought looked really good, maybe out of that Vicky cow, whichever she was. I thought she was nice.
Clara Ballinger had a really nice Ledger.
She did,
that was
yeah.
in their class about 195.
Yeah, Ledger's a bull that keeps surfacing. I think does a good job. Okay, there comes the Clark heifer right there, the young girl coming there.
Yeah, I like that one when she won her
I thought
class.
she looked good. This black and white one, I thought congratulations to them on winning the class out here. I thought that class, maybe wasn't as competitive, but hey, they're still out there as a class winner, and we congratulate them for that. And then we got so I'm going to just still say the Greiman heifer there. We seen Cole, I believe, follow her in behind. Look at that. We're already log jammed. We got him in here. Now we can't get enough spot to get him in here. We still got two more cattle to get in and around. Young lady there at the end gate trying to figure out how she's going to fit. So we're going to have to scoot them around the corner one way or the other. Yeah, you almost have to oh, that's a good move. They're just going to walk them in around and bring them back around the outside.
Oh, you can't do that.
Oh, you can't do that. You're covering them up. That ain't going to work.
Walk them on around.
Nope. You're going to have to.
Sorry, show ring etiquette. Chad and I are.
Well, I think they set him up here, and I think he just maybe misunderstood what he wanted them to do. Them guys that get figured out, they're advanced.
They're seasoned veterans.
Seasoned veterans. They know what they're looking for, and they're just saying, "Hey, we'll come around this side. We'll look at them on the back side."
Again, and I knew this would be the way it was out here when we get these ties out here. But
the ring help is figuring that out for them. Yep. Yeah, just bring them back around.
I don't know if the classes were quite as deep. I mean, there was a lot of numbers, but quite as deep. But I said, when you get these class winners out here for your champion, it's going to be a good drive. And sure enough, I mean, that's a good drive, Chad. Them are good heifers out there.
Yeah, they're good. Tessa's trying to get her to the front, but that's not the first heifer in the first class. She goes in front of them two baldies, Tess. There you go. Now we're getting them situated.
We're going to have to do it all,
That young
Chad.
man, he's like, no, I know I'm right ahead of these two. It's amazing how them young people kind of know where they fit in there in the class for the most part.
Just have a little faith in them, they'll be all right. They need now what is he doing now? He's having a hard time. Now he's going to go the wrong way. And he's going to get jacked up. They're going to have this championship pick before that dude gets set up. Now we got it.
Now we got him in what looked like a bit of order here at this point. Them kids got him a nice look just the same.
These younger heifers out here, they got a nice look, they got a nice build, but man, I think there's a couple little older heifers in there that are just got a little more woof to them, don't you think? They've just got a little more
I do.
belly and spring to them, maybe?
Yep. We'll see as they discuss them.
I give the guys credit too. They've taken them, and they're youthful. They're good rig. I think they're nice rig.
Yeah, I want to give an opinion of where I got a favorite, where I like it, but them guys been doing such a good job of sorting. It's just, I mean, I know that they're going to get a high quality one out here to sort and find it, and end the day strong with, man, what a set of heifers. Start that first composite heifer that wins that first division all the way through the end here today.
Oh,
these heifers amazing.
I said there, you sit there and look at that. The composite was good. The Sarah's High Charlet purebred, she's woofy good. I mean, the Lemmies were good.
Lemmy were good.
The Herefords, both Herefords
were good.
Really good.
And then you get into the main end juice stuff, and I thought
Highs and
them,
main Angus and the maintainers were good. That maintainer was way nice.
Shorthorn Plus was good.
That Shorthorn Plus was way good. Yeah. We should start a pool on what everybody thinks. Well, we'll have to do that tomorrow. Get your friends to listen tomorrow and text into Chad and I, or send it to our wives and let us know, because that's it'll be fun just to see what some other people around the country think.
Yeah, I think what they think. Everybody's got different, and that's the beauty of we talked about that, I think, off the mic there, just beauty of the cow business. So maybe we talked on the mic. You got two different guys. You got Indiana versus New Mexico, and just cow capacity per acre is a whole lot different. I mean, you still got the basics that cover, but some of that stuff that gets different. So
yeah, one of them has cows per acre and one of them has acres per cow.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, I give both sides a nice job at this. 5:30, basically
Yeah,
going
they
to be
rolled through.
done.
They've been
They're going to
efficient.
do it. They should be well rested and ready to roll tomorrow. So.
But we've said it before. We're just reiterating. But I mean, not only they've been efficient, but they've been thorough. They've give evaluation everywhere there was a spot they needed to and go. So, I guess somebody decided we're going to put these things in motion one more time.
So this is the first division we've walked as a whole.
I think it sure is, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
So
well, really, at a show of this level, they're going to be sound enough.
Well, to get to this point,
you've made your decision to know where they're at from a structure and soundness standpoint.
Yeah, that's what I always say. That's judging. If you ended up if you made it through your class in this deal, you're damn sure sound enough. You're ready to roll, man. But I think they kind of maybe wanted to use a little more of the ring so they can kind of get them pushed back and try to get those cattle on the same.
Maybe the ring help one to maybe get them squared out here.
Pushed
It
back.
help too, and to be totally fair, to be totally honest. We've got rid of the backdrop heifers, so they kind of crowd in there, and they're entitled to get their picture at the backdrop, but it kind of crowds us a little bit with this big a lineup. So, and how fitting on a very good competitive day, and they've got as much debate as anything out here in this last division.
Well, I know I'm and not biased because I know a lot of these kids out here with they're good friends of ours, and the moms and dads are good friends of us. But I mean, I'm not going to tell you which one I levitate to or gravitate to, but I think there's one just sappy cow out here that I think is just, for me, my kind. I really, really like her. I'm not going to say now because I'm not going to jinx anything. But
don't jinx nothing.
But having said that, though, that's a good lineup. 10 heifers out there. That'd be a pretty good start to a cow herd. You got to take them 10 home. You'd be all right,
I'd be happy. I would.
You got
be
color.
happy.
You got black baldies. You got baldies. Chad, you'd be
in
about
heaven.
it. You'd be in
Really
heaven.
outstanding lineup of Simmental females here, from the May heifer all the way back to the senior yearling. I think there's good things about these cattle. They're ones that you can take on and show for the rest of the summer and be competitive, but yet you can take home and breed on and do whatever you want within your program. And to me, Matt and I, we were standing here talking, and there's one that comes to the top in terms of if I was going to grab one and load her and go home and have one for the boys for the long haul. There's one that just really comes to the top, and we were talking about it, and we were both in agreement 100% on that. And when we get to the reserve, it gets to be a little tighter, but in terms of what we do in the real world and in terms of cattle that are structurally correct and cattle that are functional and sound, there's another one that we think falls into that reserve hole quite easily. So we're going to go out here and pick your champion in reserve. It's been a long day, but it's been a really good day, and I think we're ending on a good note with a really strong breed that I'm proud to be part of. And thanks for having me here today. We'll see you in the morning.
Danny, good job there. I'm going to come down. Come down and get Baldy heifer.
Baldy, another one of your baldies. You should be happy.
Oh, yeah. McClure heifer, that'd be that Relentless Roxy.
She's pretty good.
Very, very nice heifer.
Yep. She is really good. And she does have a long haul left in her. I mean, she's just a
She does. I think when
heifer.
he said that, he just won that, just so much good to her and just a lot of future and going to be a very competitive heifer.
Yep.
Now where do they go from there? Because you get one that I was kind of partial to. She don't really fit necessarily in there. I think we talked about Tim, but
Chad.
Your 2023 Iowa Beef Expo champion, purebred Simmental.
then we come in there. This Owen Weisinger's that Vicky heifer from Boyerts.
Well, needless to say, Chad and I, the McClure heifer is super, super cool. I mean,
And
she's
we
definitely.
love that heifer in
we
class.
love that heifer in
Yeah.
class too, and she's good.
Yep.
One Chad and I both looked at each other, and we landed on a different heifer. So we're still in contention for reserve, but taking nothing against this McClure heifer. I mean, she's way nice.
Burlington.
Huh.
And
Hey, Megan Clark, she looked good.
Yep.
And your reserve champion, purebred Simi, is Rachel Clark.
Hey, folks, we're done.
We're done.
Good for today. We'll talk to you in the morning.
Thank you very much. See you tomorrow, Chad.
Coming out of class 196, Rachel Clark, Grand Mound. That's going to wrap her up for the day. 8 o'clock start time. Angus then commercial over on the Heifer side.